what's to come.
By Poobie going off, ladies and gentlemen. Claim game number 5.
I would say that our region is much stronger this year, so I hope the other teams are prepared.
Watch out for Conquerors at the Naraka Blade Point World Championship 2022.
What's going on, everybody? My name is Creatives, and I usually cast all of the NA scrims and some of the tournaments. Let's introduce Team Conquerors. That consists of King, Poobie, and Tryhard, aka Jamal Johnson. Starting off with this team was newly formed a couple months ago with Tryhard and King being the duo. Now they brought in Poobie into the mix. Poobie being the monk that he is, he brings in a lot of support for his team. Every time Poobie monks up, he confirms 1 to 2 grabs. And we've seen it in the past scrims and past tournaments. King usually being a Yushan in his past roles, now swapped on over to being a Kurumi and filling in more of a support. Now moving on over with Tryhard. Everybody knows how much of a disgusting player Tryhard is. He is our only double qualified player as well, and Tryhard just provides that firepower. We've seen Tryhard win 1v3s before. He's just there to do his job, and it's just slay the enemies. With this team being as newly formed as they are, they have showed a lot of potential in the past scrims and tournaments, and this is definitely a team you want to keep an eye out for sure for winning worlds.
不举步越不过山岚，不迈腿登不上高山。复活赛对我们而言就是这样的存在，它不是阻碍，而是让我们变得坚不可摧的试炼。巅峰之路暂无止境。
这局这2分我要了，而这个防区 EW 以为自己踩得很舒适，现在变鬼窝，沙包再一盖，但是自己技能很多，选择 all in 掉，还抓了一个星宇，星宇也被带走。那
他们可能就是想的就是先杀一个，哎来了。
EWG 传统企业文化，
这一波位置不错，秒
晕住了，
真是秒晕啊！
是的，但是前锋棍一撕，一个可能就直接带走。
是，而且这个时候的话，小虎已经倒了，现在就剩1。
晋级总决赛，我们志在必得。
梦想往往都不是触手可及的，经过自己的努力、尽量打磨，结果才会显得更加珍贵。欲练英雄志，须明胜负多，无惧傲雪，不灭星光。
我们也是控制 LW 的人选，奈何乔这波也在进行过劈砍，反手砍掉了酷酷，再来一个小3刀，把对方卡在暗域里面进行一波摩擦。波上规避一下对方的输出，正面单抓 AS， 没关系没关系，队友这个是完全能爆的，这个血线完全，哎呦，这波怎么秒了？这伤害进武器太夸张了。
复活赛我们准备好了。
赛场有时候就像一场修行，顺风时一日看尽长安花，逆风时欲渡黄河冰塞川。 但无论如何，我们都不会放弃对冠军的渴望和追求。奇观往往并肩于巨库之巅。
这个梅花桩我熟啊，但是正当夺魂长剑，斗金有一脚，他想复刻陈玄之
个凤凰羽，这一丝血，队友怎么换甲？换甲换得非常漂亮，原地再沉浮，
要吹到这个 B 机，看看
打到了
伤害，有一个金刚护体，但是没用，还是被带走了。
是的，
风雨无阻，生来为赢。这次我们一定要成为赛场的主角。
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live and direct. I hope everybody's having a fantastic evening, day, morning, whatever day it is currently for you, because we're about to get ready to go live. We have 6 games of trios for you guys. It is Repechage, aka the losers bracket. So all of our champions have already qualified for the finals as of now. We got some more teams here that want their last shot at redemption and a chance to go out some of the best in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Naraka Blade Point Pro League. I am your host and caster, Davier, and I'm accompanied by Moxie, ladies and gentlemen. As we're about to get ready to lock in for 6 games of trios, solos last night was absolutely insane. There was a lot of moments that really kind of stuck out to all of us, especially the people that were watching yesterday. But honestly, I think trios is going to get even better. Moxie, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm probably doing a little bit better as well than all of the teams that are getting ready to play, because there's a lot on the line. Not only is it the losers bracket, so if you're not able to make it for Repechage, you're not going to be able to graduate into that grand finals of season 2, but there's also a direct ticket to Worlds at the end of that season 2 win. Whichever team is able to walk away with the season 2 championship immediately gets to book their spot into the Worlds when we head towards December, and the same cannot be said for everybody else. Everyone is currently scrapping out for as many points that they can qualify in as possible.
So even with that as well here, trios are going to be absolutely insane. We saw a little bit of a different observation when it came to all of the solos going into yesterday, because we saw different alts, we saw different hero picks. Obviously, I feel like there's no limitations when it comes to trios yet. I don't think there's enough heroes currently for there to be limitations currently. So obviously, we're going to see a lot of those main hero picks. We'll see the Viper and the monk alts like we usually do. As always, you know, we'll see the Wushins come through and really take their teams out of certain situations here, and getting them picking them back up. Obviously, we'll see more Zepings getting picked for their trios as well here. But I think at the end of the day here for our trios, I said it during solos. I said solos was going to be the desperation, right? I feel like with trios, you can't really play as desperately, knowing that it's not just you. You have 2 other players with you as well. So the cost of trying to get these eliminations are a lot larger, knowing that we are hitting those 20s and 25s and potentially 30 eliminations here as we look at, you know, the usual thing, our ranking system and how the multiplier and the ranking points work. You know how it goes. We've been doing this for a minute. So at this point, you guys have already seen this. You guys know how this goes, but we're going to go through 6 games. We have 4 games on Morse Isle, and we have 2 games on Holoroth. So it's going to be a stacked day like always, but it's going to be really, really fun.
It's going to be really, really fun. And yeah, it's really interesting that you talk about some of these compositions that we could potentially see, because a lot of these teams are definitely not teams I expected to see at the bottom of this leaderboard when we headed into the beginning of season 2. WBG and Bauda both failing to actually make it into the top 8, I think was definitely the biggest surprise for me and a lot of other casters. WBG, given the fact that they literally walked away with their season 1 championship, and Bauda because they were coming into this season with their roster absolutely stacked. They'd been able to pick up 101 TN off of J Team. They were also able to pick up one of the MVP championships coming through from WBG, but something about this team hasn't really gelled, and as a result, they are pretty low down in the leaderboard as opposed to teams like EWG and XTG, who were 3 points away from being able to make it into that top 8 and try and take on J Team's position.
So it's going to be a lot going into these next games here. So the question for you is what do you expect coming out of these games? What do you want to see, should I say?
Well, first of all, I don't want to see a composition that I saw Ventus running 4 days ago, which is where they try to run Monk, but they try to take out the second Transformer altogether. So a lot of the time we've actually seen teams move from the Kurumi to that Temi. We saw Ventus 4 days ago try to move away from the Yui as well and play it with a Justina, and it didn't really work out for them. But as we can see, this is actually basically explaining how exactly the qualifications are going to work. In season 1 and season 2, everyone was scrapping in grand finals to be able to put themselves together as many qualifying points to get to Worlds as possible. So for instance, if you're able to find second place, you get 60 points. If you're able to find third, you get 40. And it means that when you have season 1 and season 2, you put them together, all of the teams who have the top, I believe it's the top 4 teams who have the highest amount of points will be able to book it straight away to that World Cup. And everybody else have to fight through the China regional qualifying tournament, which when you want to talk about desperation, that's going to be there in spades.
It's going to be interesting, though, as everybody is pretty... I mean, look at this. Even with all of the points, though, for season 1 here, it's going to be interesting to see how people are going to work towards this. As the higher up we go, the more points we get for our season 1. So never actually realized that season 1 would actually be a benefactor for season 2, knowing where you'll be placed overall in our trios as we look at the Repechage gameplay and what the points are going to be here. This is going to be fun. I think this is going to be this is going to be fun. It's going to be a fantastic vibe, but it's going to be a lot of pressure on these teams. And I think that's where we'll really get a chance to see a lot of momentum coming into it.
Yeah, and I mean, it's what our players talk about as well when we're having all of these interviews and VTs before we actually head into broadcast, where they're saying you have to be able to deal with the pressure. There are always going to be times where you have to just be able to deal with whatever the game throws at you. And there's a reason that some of these teams like J-Team, FPX, GG, Wolves are so good at being able to consistently hit those highs. And it's because they're always able to keep themselves calm under that pressure. They're able to make sure that even if they're having a little bit of a rough start, they're able to find that recovery.
Let's hope that they are able to recover it. But as we look at the teams who are confirmed, we have GG's, Fun Plus Phoenix, J-Team, WBG, Wolves, XCG, Ventus, ASE, Balda, GD, and YZG. We're already confirmed for Season 2 Finals, Q9, EWG, 17JL, and ALW. Confirmed if winning top 10 in Season 10 is OC and Ventus. So there is already some confirmed teams already here as we go into it, but there's still some people fighting for that last place spot. So let's hope that they can finally be able to figure this out and really make it happen towards this next ending. And I think it's going to be really fun to see how they're going to be able to pull this off, but they still have time on their hands here, but it's not enough time.
At least they have experience, though, of having these 6 matches a day, because last season we headed towards the losers bracket. The players had only really been accustomed to having 3 games in a day because we had solos as the first 3 games and then trios as the final 3 games. But now we actually get to see the players coming in and having the experience of having those 6 trio games every single day.
Absolutely. So it's going to be interesting to see where these teams lie at the end of tonight, because like I said, it doesn't necessarily mean it's the end because we're doing 12 games. So we have 6 games tonight and then we have 6 games Sunday. Tomorrow night, this is for everybody. If you guys are interested in seeing more of those solos will be tomorrow night. Tomorrow night will be all of the solos. So it'll be the last 6 games. So it'll be games 6 through 12 or no. 9 through 12, sorry. So it'll be games 9 through 12, and then after that we have trios ending that as well on Sunday. So this is only the first half that we're going to be a part of here, that we're actually going to be watching. So there's still a lot of it happening here, and I think it's going to be really fun to see how these games go as we look at WBG, who's placed 12th so far. WBG has put in some work, has made a lot of these players sweat. Sleepwalker being the main team captain for this team here, but they need to make some more eliminations, some more kills happen here, as we see their high damage of 23k, top 5% of a 22%, but average kills 4.3, lacking just a little bit.
But here's the problem with a lot of these monk compositions. You're able to find the grabs, but a lot of the time that follow-up damage isn't there, and these teams have gotten way better at poaching away those kills. Without that Kurumi tool as well as that tether, that monk can make sure that you have the confidence to be able to go for those double slams so you get the most amount of damage on impact. It does mean that you really want to get the grabs off as fast as possible, which again means that you're not really getting that many kills translated. So I'm going to be very interested to see whether or not we're still going to see that massive shift away from the Kurumi in terms of fitting into that monk composition, or whether or not these teams are still going to be playing with that Temi included, so you have a little bit more an impact. Make sure that you have all three of your players being able to actually push into a fight so that your Kurumi doesn't have to hang back and make sure the tether sticks.
You have to pay attention to some of the other compositions as well, because not everybody's going to be running the same thing here. Some people will change it, some people will switch up, some people will do different things here. So you definitely have to work towards that, and also know that some people are going to come at it a little bit differently than everybody else here. And I think that's where people are going to want to start to kind of pay attention and be smart.
Yeah, that's the J-Team narrative, right? We heard it from FPX's TXJ when they explained they were doing so good in the last championship, and then J-Team comes along with this Viper comp that absolutely counters every single monk composition that they walk into, and it means that they're able to walk away with that world championship under their belt. They literally have skins with the heroes that they use to counter that monk composition in the actual in-game shop in Naraka, showing you how impactful J-Team being able to mix up those compositions was.
As we look towards it though, for those extra ones, let's hope that these teams really do come through and absolutely put a little bit of some magic on the board. Honestly, I want to see a surprise upset. Honestly, I want to see some surprises. I want to see some shocks. I want to see one team really come through and just absolutely decimate the lobby and really put forth some points, not only for themselves, but also for their team. And obviously that's a very tall order, especially in trios, because trios, there's so much benefactors to like what could be. So it's going to be interesting to see what we can do. But for now, let's see what one of our other players are talking about. So we're going to give you guys a short video.
S1 冠军表情气泡即将上线，大家多多留意官方活动，
做好领取准备，
来领取我的同款比心。欢迎大家前来领取啊！
我本来想选邵慧瑶的，然后但是导少给我推荐了一个，就是女主播可能平常会比较跳的一个动作吧，导少比较喜欢看女主播，然后想了一下，反正我选的动作都是比较找耍的，然后就按照导少的这个选了。
因为我感觉很常用的就是这个吧，就是已经就是不管我直播啊、打游戏啊，还有一些和好朋友的交流，就是我真是服了这种。
因为我之前看到那个官方微信公众号上面有那个胡桃的那个比心表情嘛，然后觉得挺可爱的，我就想设置一个同款的表情。
就我看之前说的一些气泡、一些举牌子上面有字的那些，然后我就想到我也自己弄一个，上面也写一个 FMVP 的。当我看到这个气泡的时候，我觉得蛮可爱的这个气泡，因为我感觉选的人整的人应该蛮多的，因为他这个击杀敌人之后发一个属实有点那个味道，
感觉做的挺可爱的，也挺精美的，
感觉这个气泡挺还原那个表情的吧，然后就可以把我也带入到那个游戏里，然后自己还可以用得上这个气泡，挺开心的。
我感觉在游戏实物里面应该会非常好看。
We absolutely love to see all of the players showing off some of their new emotes, showing off some of all of the vibes here as we're about to lock it in here for our first games here for Naraka Blade Point's Trios Repechage. As we look at GBL, who's placed 16th so far with DA2, Nixiao, and Han, who currently is down close to the very bottom of the leaderboard here. They're going to have a lot of work cut out for them if they're going to want to see themselves in qualifying. With 3.8 average kills, 17k damage, and a top 12% in the top 5.
Yeah, you can see as well that most picked composition is indeed that Monk composition with the Kurumi thrown out for the Temi. I think a lot of these teams actually really struggled to deal with the adaptation coming on through because it meant that that cycle of ultimates that was so ingrained into all of these players' muscle memory has been changed and broken up, and that has added a new layer of stress. In fact, the first couple of weeks we saw the Kurumi being replaced, we did see teams messing up, fumbling the ultimate cycles that they need in terms of the ordering of those heroes and throwing in things like a Tami ultimate as well as a Tien ultimate just to take control of Amora's Blessing, which they very quickly get punished over. But the weeks have had a little bit of time for these players to be able to settle into that composition. As we can see, it is going to be off to Morris Isle for our first game before we head off to Holleroth on the second, which means potentially we're going to see less monks coming on through, and it does seem like it's had an impact. A lot less monk compositions than we're used to seeing. A lot of teams actually playing very safe in terms of coming in with that Wu-Chen, Viper, and Yoto, so that you do have that Wu-Chen ultimates to be able to book your ticket out if a fight doesn't go the way you want it.
You even seen a little bit of some Takedas like sneak in there little by little, and just finally able to see just a little bit just kind of push in and really just sneak their way in here little by little as WPG, XCG, and it looks like Q9 is going to lock in their Takeda. Looks like I'm seeing some Vipers as well here, but not a lot of Monk ults for this game one. Very interesting coming into this.
Yeah, Takeda's coming on through. I'm really interested to see how Q9 actually tries to put that Takeda into the mix with both the Viper and the Temi. You can obviously use both ultimates from those two heroes to be able to set your Takeda up and make sure that either you're stunned out by the Viper ultimate or you're just caught in the middle of that Sandstorm, with the slow effect now actually taking place if you're just in the middle of it rather than trying to escape, which means that you're locked into position and can't really tap dodge away from the Takeda strikes. And obviously the biggest counter to the Takeda ultimate is just moving away from it.
Moving away from it. The question is, can they? As we're going to be looking at our map here, immediately locking in for our game one here. We have some people landing in Celestra. Looks like one team will be landing at least near Stillside Temple here, but already immediately EWG, NPG, and Q9 immediately fighting it out. As it looks like NPG's Gen immediately already gets eliminated. The first blood comes from Q9's Gua. Immediately going to take one out already. This is another thing that I never really understood too, is some of the landing spaces that people have been choosing for these games so far. I feel like some of these players have been not necessarily paying attention to the amount of players that end up landing nearby and giving them the opportunity here to really try to do some stuff, but to the point where they just end up just losing out on some opportunities on fights because they end up landing places that not necessarily needs to, as we see two double parries happen on both sides of the team here, as Sorrow's gonna be able to back out, but decides to go for the full Yorihime ulti, immediately pushing in, keeping the same pressure onto one of them as as their teammate ends up getting the elimination here. Looks like Sorrow actually ended up losing on Sansi here, but it looks like Sansi found him, as it looks like he's going to throw the F3, and the Sansi is going to throw their return Yorihime ulti, trying to see if they can eliminate Sorrow, trying to time the hits here, as the hits do come in, but the repeating crossbow coming in from Waiting is going to help transfer and get the rest of the eliminations happening. Meanwhile, Waiting trying to use their Viper ult to get a nice stun before they might end up stopping him, but it looks like it's going to happen. It looks like they are able to get the stun here, as Q9 is going to push on up in here, but NPG is sadly going to get full squad wiped, as Q9's Gua immediately is going to keep the same momentum happening, as Sansi is going to get eliminated by Q9's Gua. Beautiful parry coming into this, and they're not going to give him any chance for any redemption, as he immediately grabs and throws him down on the ground. Takeda has been an absolute show for our game one.
Oh man, the third party from Q9 is absolutely perfect. Sansi did a beautiful move, by the way, gets hit by the Viper ultimate and throws the Yodo blade of the F3 down before they're able to take away that stun, so that no one can really follow up on the damage. But unfortunately, that means that they have absolutely no abilities left for when Q9 come in for that third party and punish them. There's a beautiful counter coming through onto Pixel. The Yodo in absolute disrepair at the moment has to have that Wu-Chen TP to be able to make sure that they're going to be able to back out and get a little bit of a reset and re-heal. Otherwise, that could very quickly have turned against the tides of Ventus. Not having that Yodo ultimate to just hit the emergency panic button when you go that low is extremely punishable by all of these teams that are tracking those abilities, tracking the ultimate cooldowns, wanting to know when they can move in for the kill. Because remember, in this first zone, every single squad still has those rebuffs. So there's very little to actually punish them going super aggressively, and especially with the lack of monk compositions in this lobby as well, you're not likely going to get grabbed out if you do decide to try and push on to those aggressive fights. So there's a lot less sort of motivation to try and play passively as we move over and look at GBL currently going toe-to-toe. I say currently going toe-to-toe, currently getting absolutely slammed into the ground by Alliance, who will be able to pick up that kill. It is just going to be Mabai with that greatsword, not able to hold on in time for reinforcements to come on through, so not enough frame rate to be able to actually get those greatsword swings off, just get stun locked against that cliff. However, Alliance able to come in with those kills on GBL's hand, should be able to get the resurrection off, as it is now going to be Mentality just pushing through, keeping all of the opposing members of GBL occupied so that they can't stop that resurrection from going on through. Then the repeating crossbow comes out, and Mentality on that Wuchen with that dagger, just trying to get a little bit of follow-up, a little bit of a chase onto the remaining member of GBL, making sure they're not going to be able to escape, as they do try and book it into a little bit of those buildings, trying to break line of sight as much as possible. Comes in with the spear, trying to get a little bit of a crescent slam off on Mentality, but the Witchen's able to dodge away from the worst of the damage. They still haven't found the kill until just now. However, there is very little that she now was able to actually do other than just trying to keep Alliance occupied long enough for a potential third party to come and save their skin. As KZ now going toe-to-toe with another squad at the moment, trying to take full advantage of the fact that they do have that Viper ultimate to be able to set up and immediately counter any of the Transformer compositions around them. The Yui ultimate is coming out in full and doesn't actually manage to find the stun lock that Rain was looking for, and this is where it gets really dangerous for KZ. They have to go for a little bit of a reset. Thankfully for them, the Yui is going to have to take a little bit longer to be able to come in with those spear slams. KZ still not actually abandoning that ground. The Ken is right there. They don't want to allow any time for that player to get resurrected at the moment, as they wait for the UB ultimate to run out, and then they absolutely punish JD's Lily once it falls off.
Looks like they are able to do it within the time, as Bauda, it looks like they're going to get chased there here by XCG. And it looks like another team might be possibly nearby as well here, as NiHQ is going to be able to connect immediately onto Rizu here, but the Monk ult immediately comes out here, trying to make it not that easy for them to be able to push in. Meanwhile, Ventus down below has been eliminated. I don't necessarily know where that came from here, but on the outside of this canyon here, as it looks like he's going to try to see if he can find something, but Apple isn't able to find really anything. Looks like he might have demonked and chose to within these steps here, as now they're going to be able to work towards it here as the Bane's Breath comes through. XCG calling their Bane's Breath at a beautiful time here, making Bauda back off here. Looks like Rizu ended up getting hit by it, as NiHQ is going to be able to push onwards forward towards them, as Rizu dangerously low is going to have to get out of there as fast as possible unless he ends up getting caught and gets into another fight here. Rizu just desperately using the Terracotta Warrior just to try to back out as fast as possible, but once they get close, they connect, and just like that, they gotta head back to the Soul Altar.
I mean, it's a little bit of a scapegoat tactic. You throw the Yui with that Terracotta Warrior in front of XCG to throw them off the scent of the rest of the team. As now we actually see Ventus starting to move on forward, who were on that lower ground, sensing that, okay, those ultimates have been used. We can potentially try and apply a little bit of pressure. If things go a little bit worse for us, we do have that Viper ultimate to fall back on to try and deter anyone going for that potential third party. However, NAD is actually coming up on their flank, and Ventus, without really the loadout that they're looking for at the moment, in a position to go toe-to-toe with a team that's already running a purple longsword. Something that NAD is 100% going to try and use to absolutely tear through Ventus's health bars if they're able to get on top of them, but not actually going to commit into that engagement, knowing that there are other teams around, so they don't want to risk putting themselves into having to use those abilities a little too soon. Is EWG actually going to be able to immediately occupy up that high ground, making sure that all of the teams around them are forced to use that Wuchen TP just to be able to break out from that Viper ultimate, as 17GL with a Viper ultimate of their own have seen it being used and can now try and commit on through. As we move over to Team Ace, we're currently going toe-to-toe with AOW. It's even on the back foot at the moment, does not have either the Viper F or ultimate to be able to buy themselves a little bit of respite, and it is going to be going down. However, the Wuchen will be able to secure that ultimate and get the can away, so the resurrection should be able to come through in just a matter of moments, as Team Ace now having to actually chase after that zone, making sure that they don't go go down to the corruption damage as it came pretty close to even.
Looks like even with that one too, they're still able to put in time and or effort towards this one. Let's see if they're going to be able to find it and if they're going to be able to keep the same momentum pushing in. As trios, like I said, trios are never that easy, and it's hard to really put a lot of that effort into it with these teams here, because like I said, things can go not that great in these situations here, so they definitely have to analyze and really keep things standard towards these other rotations. As it looks like WBG is out here fighting XCG here. It looks like it's a duo as well. Did they? Oh no, they still have the full team. Unknown where one of their third player is though. As it looks like they're immediately waiting for it, and they're gonna use their ulti to try to see if they can make it harder for them to push into this. But XCG is not really giving up without a fight here. Gonna have to be very, very careful here as Aeolus goes out of their way to try to see if they can stop it, but they're gonna try to see if they can open it. But XCG is not going to go out without a fight here. Are they just gonna give him? Are they just gonna give it to him?
Yeah, the Termi ultimate was a little bit too early on the side of WBG. It definitely felt like they were really feeling the absence of that third player, and they wanted to dump the Termi ultimate knowing that XCG were directly in front of them with all three players and just deter and try and outlast before that impact was to be found. And it means that XCG, just holding on to its Termi ultimate, are able to walk up to the Mirror's Blessing, drop the Termi ultimate on top of it, and pick away that chest that really should have been WBG's. Unfortunately, a big error that could come back to haunt this team in an absolute massive way, as XCG, with that Mystic Might, do have the ability to try and track down where those members of WBG ran off to.
Unfortunate coming into this one. Let's see if they are going to be able to find any way of maybe finding another chest here, because I'm even though it was early though, I am surprised that they wasn't fully committed to that, only because, and the only reason why I say this is because there wasn't really anybody around to actually third party it. So I feel like they had the time and the structure to be able to handle that fight, do what they need to, and then go from there.
Yeah, unfortunately though, they just, when they used that Termi ultimate, they had very little that they could actually do to try and stay in that fight. As now we see JDG just tracking down one of those lonesome members of NAD. Xiaonan is going to get absolutely wrecked by that longsword. Unfortunately, no one on NAD's team really close enough to try to bail them out, and we're going to immediately move over to XCG, who are currently going toe-to-toe with KZ, getting a really nice Echo Wisp coming on through to catch some of those members and throw them airborne in the middle of that semi-ultimate, as XCG with that purple greatsword getting so much downtime to be able to make sure that those swords are charged up and the slashes finding the players necessary. Temi and a greatsword is an absolute terrifying combination, which can really be used to chunk through those health bars, especially for teams that haven't been able to get on top of those Morris Blessings and haven't been able to pad their health.
Even with all of this, let's see if they will be able to keep that same timing as they go forth into it. Working towards it as well here, XCG trying to keep the same momentum alive here, as they do have 2 eliminations on the board. Sadly, they have not gotten a full finish here. It looks like they are going to be able to push into it. Let's see if they're going to keep that same momentum going into it. As so far, it's been looking pretty good, as NiHQ is going to be able to push in here. KZ dangerously close here. Looks like they are going to fully commit to it. NiHQ waiting for the opportunity to strike here. Takeda immediately pushing through and immediately throwing their ulti out, seeing if maybe they can get a beautiful connectivity. Oh, and Rain just gets hit so hard by both heavy swords. Immediately, they're going to use the Wuxia to back out of that, because, oh man, KZ Rain could have been the one that ends up getting eliminated, and that would have been a rough start for KZ here. But the Wuxia is going to take them out, but NiHQ is back and ready for another fight here as the Yonahime ult comes out at a beautiful time. Hits NiHQ with a massive amount of hit damage, though, from that sword ulti. The Takeda's gonna come through, but L-double-X actually backs up at a beautiful time. Just enough stretch to not be able to get hit, but oh no! He ends up getting hit so hard by both cannons that he actually has no time to be able to back out and try to help, not only help the team, but also help himself, as he ends up losing not only to that, but the circle. It looks like XCG is gonna claim KZ as their own.
Yeah, Alex X, I don't know why he held on to that Yodo F for so long, because it means that he takes the brunt of 2 players cannon splashing him. And it means even when he throws down that Yodo F, he's trying to sit in the middle of it and maybe get a repot off, he goes down to the zone corruption. And as you pointed out, those 2 cannon players have guaranteed that he has not been able to double back and help his teammate. And so the entire squad gets wiped. And it's really unfortunate, but it's really nicely played by the members of XCG, who punished the fact that they just saw that Wuchen TP being invested. They know that the emergency card isn't there, and they make sure that they go after Rainforce to deny the Viper ultimate, from allowing KZ to maybe get a little bit of a stun and corruption zone damage to be able to turn the tides in their favor. As Team Ace trying to use that Yodo ultimate to turn the tides in their favor, but now AOW, seeing that the Yodo ultimate is gone, the main counter to that transformation sequence coming through from the Monk, going to actually go for a transformation of their own, dropping the Temi ultimate to make sure that Team Ace aren't able to separate those members out. Alex with that Yodo F3 will be able to safeguard their passage away from the Zephyr, but still going to be sticking around with that Greatsword, getting a lot of those swings to connect before they use the Wuchen TP to make sure that Evans Ken is taken out of the fight and the Resurrection's online.
Even with that, let's see if they're going to be able to do it here. They're doing a good job of it so far here as AOW with also very similar 2 eliminations so far. Cuckoo also with one of their other players using the cannon, trying to get a little bit of some damage here. Looking pretty good towards this rotation in this space. They've been doing a fantastic job of it so far here. And let's see if they're going to keep that same momentum pushing into it. Been putting in a lot of work towards the rotations and still being able to push through as AOW and double, is that double dual blades coming through, absolutely decimating even. As sadly, Alex is going to be able to pop that Yodohime, trying to see if maybe they can keep the game alive for themselves here. But with Alex and Hazri eliminated here, it's not going to be easy for him, as Alex is going to be losing a little bit of their health more and more, deciding to back out and going deeper and deeper outside of the SERP here. But Casa wants this elimination. He doesn't want to let it go.
Oh, they're trying to find it with the cannon splash, and Alex is just having to chain heal. Mikasa's not going to go for the full commitment. They're pretty low on health themselves, and they don't want to potentially find themselves getting third party the second they walk out of the zone. Squads have gotten so good at tracking players' positions when they're out of those zones and playing up the fact that you've had to exhaust a lot of your resources on healing through that zone tick, as NAD making the decision to try to just scrounge something from that Morris Blessing has unfortunately put that Matari right in the middle of the crosshairs of the squad that were able to open the box. With that Matari ultimate, should be able to disguise a little bit of their exit, but now doesn't have it to try and make sure that they're able to survive the chase even longer. Does have one of those F blinks to be able to escape the grapple cancel coming on through, but the second that the F is gone, out comes the repeating crossbow, and unfortunately Doshi chased out of the zone is not going to be able to blink away from that damage.
Even with that, going to be able to put into it. Let's see. EWG Xiaolu, looks like they might be able to get out of Dodge's way, and they do. Both of them going inside the bushes, not having to worry about getting hit. Oh, is that a full team? Perry coming in from Lucky. Lucky shutting down the entire EWG team by himself with a massive parry. The question is, can he do it again? And it doesn't look like he is, as EWG is going to come through with a massive amount of payback and shuts down Lucky.
EWG, despite getting a full team parried off against them, will be able to find that kill. And I love just that little adaptation. 2 of the members going for the melee and the third going for that long sword of the charged up strike to make sure that if a parry does come through, it's only going to connect onto those in melee range. The long sword is still going to be able to do enough damage to find that pick. As JJHRD now trying to escape this zone tick damage, taking a lot of pot shots coming through from the squad behind them in the form of AOW. It's still going to be a fight that maybe you don't want to try and contest in. 2 members on JJHRD rocking legendary weapons, but AOW with these ranged pot shots, feeling like they have a little bit more confidence to be able to try and stick themselves into this fight. They do have Ping Sao on that Monk with the transformation at the ready in case they find themselves being challenged, but for now, without any information of how many members of squads that JJHLD ran into. They're going to start to move away from that commitment as JJHLD, with those legendary weapons, are wanting to take a fight, not against the Monk competition, but they're definitely wanting to take a fight against some of those Vipers and Yodas. As we see another scrap for Remorse Blessing come through, JDG charging up that skill rush, immediately gonna think better of it, not wanting to skill rush into that Yoda ultimate, gonna be cancelling it out early, as unfortunately Tijing not able to actually get that grapple off onto the tree and close up that distance. Has to actually take a little bit of damage from that Yoda's third slash coming on through. Goes into the fight with that Monk transformation online. A little bit of a safety line to make sure that you can stay in the fight a little bit longer, but not finding the kill as fast as they would want. They are going to give the chase up. Mabai has been able to survive with that Yoda ultimate and get back to the safety of their team. So no follow through damage. No one going to try and chase that Yoda down, as XCG have gotten themselves another Morris Blessing off of the back of another Temi ultimate, and they have to stop being able to open these up so easily.
Need to be able to be careful of that one as well. Doesn't want to give the enemy team an opportunity for free elimination. You definitely don't want to give out any points to any teams currently here, because like I said, Repechage is very, very tough, and with everything happening, everybody is trying to get some form of eliminations, trying to get those points, but also getting an opportunity to qualify here, because this is it right here. You go through these 6 games. We go through the 6 games on Sunday, and at the end of the day, somebody's going to be qualifying and somebody's going to be going home, not being able to continue on. So it's going to be a lot of pressure coming in. Is waiting. Actually ends up he gets thrown off the wall here currently, as JDG is up top of this building here, really trying to keep the control on their placement of where they're at here. And they have a decent part of the circle here, as it looks like there's going to be a Morris Blessing dropping very, very soon here. And it looks like it's dropping right in between where there's a massive Veins Breath going on here. Meanwhile, GBL just chilling inside of their hut on the 2nd floor.
They don't have the greatest loot at the moment, so ideally they do want to try and go for that Morris Blessing, but as you pointed out, that Veins Breath really not wanting them to give up this position. And there's a reason that these teams are being as passive and conservative as we've seen, and that is because they know it is the last chance that they have to be able to make it into those Season 2 Grand Finals. And as a result, we've only actually seen 2 full squads drop. Everyone else, even if they've seen a whiff of a player being low, if they've been able to break line of sight for literally longer than 5 seconds, they pull away from the chase because they have no idea what they're heading into. And all of these players are sitting on those compositions which rely on all 3 of their players making it into final zone, and as a result we've still got 40 players in lobby at the moment.
That's still a lot of teams here, so it looks like there's definitely a little bit more careful consideration going into these games here. I don't think a lot of people have been really focusing hardcore on really trying to get these eliminations here and really trying to do a whole lot. I think they've just been really playing it smart and just focusing on like more and more of just getting quick eliminations towards the beginning, but after a while they just stop towards other things here. So let's hope that they can figure out what's next here. Let's hope they can put towards what's next, and let's see if they can figure out how to keep this momentum going towards the next steps here.
Yeah, that final zone is going to be absolutely killer if some of these teams don't start to get aggressive, because everyone is just going to be stuffed up in a small space, and it's going to come down to how much resources are you rocking when you head into that final zone. Are you going to have to be waiting for players to drop before you can get some of those canned resets, as we're going to see Ventus immediately pull away the second that they hear the startup of a Yoda ultimate. Out comes the Wuchen TP to make sure that they're able to reposition themselves in time, as WBG with that Takeda trying to lock these players in the buildings to make sure that they're not able to tap dodge away. They got stuck on the door frames as they try and escape that Takeda ultimate, but it's WBG who are taking so much damage at the moment. EWG answering back with the repeating crossbow, making sure that WBG actually for that aggression are going to pay, as AOW is able to find the snipe onto Team Ace Alex. But at the moment that Takeda composition is extremely weak, and MPG have been able to actually take full advantage of the chaos ensuing and get a little bit of a reposition themselves, as WBG still not out of the woods just yet. Without that Wu Chen, they don't have an easy way of being able to break line of sight, break away from the trap that they find themselves snared against, because the second they try and move up towards any of that high ground, the repeating crossbow is just going to chunk them down and punish them for the fact that they have to be able to grapple into it. as opposed to using the Wu Chen to be able to directly avoid a fight entirely. As AOW now trying to take control of this prized up high ground. It's putting them at a little bit of a target painted on their backs because everyone wants to try and take control of that high ground so they can dictate all of the splash damage coming through and potentially use those cannons to snipe out some of these kills. So all of these Yodas on the low ground having to exhaust their F3s just to be able to block the barrage of ranged damage that's coming from above them.
Definitely have to be careful of all of the cannons coming down in different areas here, because that's where you can really lose a lot of your, not only your resources, but also your health as well here. As JJ, it looks like they're going to be able to claim at least 2 eliminations so far, and they ended up with 1 player on their team here as AOW has full control over this top side here. He's going to have to be very careful as he immediately gets hit by a massive bow. Water down dangerously low here. He's going to have to be very careful as Sleepwalker right on top of him could really put some magic down and possibly claim an elimination here. But let's see if they're going to be able to put this up and or down towards these other spaces here. It looks like we will be able to rotate this around and or inside here. It looks like it's going to be a lot more interesting to be able to put this in, as now on the inside, it's going to be crazy once they put this down here. Let's see if EWG is going to be able to find some people with the Viper, and he does. Catches Sleepwalker slipping, and it looks like Sleepwalker gets hit by NiHQ, and the gun gets the finish and the elimination here. As it looks like Jen is able to get elimination too with the longsword coming in onto Aeolus. Looks like there's still more coming into it, as now they're going to be able to put this down here. There's still more that anybody can really do towards it. There's still a lot that's been happening here. As Tixing Shu looks like he's going to try to see if he can get 1 grab. He does. The question is, can he get a second? As Gua is going to have a massive finish from Viper coming through. Gets the elimination on a mentality. As ladies and gentlemen, I think we're hearing 1 as Gua is able to claim another. Don't even know exactly where that other one came from, but oh no, Lily looks like it's going to shut down Gua's momentum with the Terracotta Warrior. Shuts him down, and now back at it again as JDG looks like he's going to be able to go for the D-Monk. Looks like they're both going to be able to pick up their player, but it looks like Lily doesn't have enough heals to be able to survive it. He's going to have to get out of there, get out of Dodge's way, keep the magic happening. It looks like they still have the full team alive here, but Jay-Ching just has to be careful here. Could be eliminated as Lily ends up getting claimed by ZU in our game number 1 here. So many revives and so many finishes within moments.
Yeah, Zio is actually going to take a little bit of damage from that poison splash coming on through when they claim that kill. As all of these players fighting towards the edges of the zone, wanting to try and knock those players out so they take the full brunt of that corruption damage, trying to find the kill as fast as possible. It's a really good strategy, but unfortunately it also puts you into a pretty vulnerable position, because if you're playing close to the zone, knocking players out, potentially you could be the player knocked out too, and that is unfortunately something that some of those players have find themselves being put under, as AOW just reduced to Mikaza at the moment, trying to use that katana and the charged up blink strikes to keep any player away a little bit longer. But in comes the Yodo for NPG with that charged up left click on that dual blades, making sure that they're able to mince through a majority of that Temmie's health, going to try and find that kill security as Mikaza forced away, tries to use the charged up blink strike, but Sora waits just a little bit longer, will be able to claim the kill as the Yodo F does come on through on top of the Ken, trying to make sure that they're going to be able to loot it, but has to actually transition into just using those dual blades on the charged up left click to be able to reposition, as it's 17 JLZU who's able to get on top of the Ken and get that reset for the reshields off, as we see in the blink of an absolute eye, 40 players reduced to only 13. Bauda still running free of their members, but ZU is extremely low, has to find any opportunity to be able to get that reset as they wait for that monk to be able to come online. We can see at the moment another Terracotta Warrior coming on through. I believe it's for Bauda, just trying to use those spear slams to get those players out into the zone, catch as many as possible, and try and cleave out a position for Bauda to be able to keep themselves safe inside once the transformation wears off. As XCG sitting on this legendary armor for their Takeda is going to be in a really good position as long as they don't get caught out by Bauda. But unfortunately, Apple without that Karumi just gets absolutely shredded in seconds by MPG Sorrow with the Yoda ultimate. 17 JL dropping a Yoda ultimate off their run as we see a squad in front of them just dropping the Wuchen TP to be able to buy themselves the iframes of escaping the Yodo slashes, as AS that's now in the middle of that circle has to actually dip outside of the zone to be able to make sure that they're not a target to be able to get that full reset off. XCG is still running with 3 of their members alive, having all of the control at the moment, but it is NiHQ who gets dropped outside of the zone, has to come back in and gets counted. The longsword's on the ground, the Decatur alongside it. He's able to pick it up somehow and survive. As 17GL find themselves being buffeted out of this zone. Bauda reduced to 2 members at the moment. They don't have the Temi ultimate to drop on top of them either. 17GL with a desperation Viper ultimate, trying to buy themselves a little bit of immunity with that stun, but unfortunately no one is alive to capitalize off of it. And the Viper as a result gets knocked outside of the zone, baseball batted away, as it's XCG dictating all of the tempo at the moment. That purple longsword with the charged up verticals hitting absolutely everybody. His action on the Temi just has to go vertical and play for survivability points, and it is going to be XCG with the Takeda walking away with the last squad standing, and surely it's going to be XCG walking away with the MVP as well, because the amount of kills that comp was able to put down in those closing moments was absolutely insane.
We didn't get a chance to see how many full kills that they had prior to those final circles really closing in here, but it looked like they definitely had a multitude of eliminations here, and it looked really good towards the end here as XCG, just full team, really working towards what's next here, and they made it look so good, clutching it up towards this final fight here for the first game of tonight. He really was able to make a lot of magic happening here, and as I've said before, XCG is one of those top contending teams here, and clearly they definitely showed it as of today.
Now, like we said, coming into today, they were tied with EWG on the teams that were closest to making it into the top 8. And honestly, when you're running that Takeda and you hit that final zone, it was a perfect final zone for it too, because basically the way that it played out was you either walked into the Takeda ultimate damage, or you voluntarily walked into that zone and you took the corruption tick damage. And a lot of the time as well, that teammates are doing such a good job of making sure that NiHQ is able to survive, even when he gets counted, even when he gets slammed into the ground into what should have been a stun lock and loses the purple longsword. The kill confirmation doesn't come through on the Takeda, because what do his teammates do? They create space, they move in and take the aggression off of him, allowing him to pick himself off the ground, pick the longsword up alongside him, and wait for that ultimate to be back online. And that's when we see this team just absolutely pop off and dictate all of the spacing of every single squad around them.
And that's what we talk about in terms of teammates and teamwork. That's why teammates are so vital when it comes to this game, but also teamwork and knowing when teams need to be able to get some space, back off, and or fully commit to fights. These moments where we've seen people really kind of separate from their teams and end up catching that 1v3 is definitely those moments you definitely don't want to be a part of. And honestly, even with this game, we didn't see a lot of that. We really didn't see a lot of that. A lot of these teams are really team composition focused and really focusing on making sure nobody is by themselves in any of these fights, and they always have somebody nearby ready to fight within any moment that another team comes through and tries to get some elimination. So clearly, the teams have been playing a little bit more safe, but safe has been the name of the game here, knowing that you can still claim these eliminations and still get up top here with XCG with 18 eliminations and a 33.8 game score. What a strong start for XCG coming into game 1 for our Repechage. Meanwhile, 17JL, even though it was in second place, did not get the most kills, but claims that 1 more point ranking point, taking them to second place. But AOW with 10 eliminations, 13 kill points, and sadly with that 1 ranking point gives them that 3rd place, but still a really strong start for AOW.
Yeah, the problem though is when you're playing safe, you're not contesting those Morris Blessings, you're also not picking fights in the middle of the game either, because you've lost those resurrections. And what that does is it massively offsets the balance in terms of kills that we see coming on through, because one squad in that final zone is always going to be the strongest, right? One squad is always going to be absolutely stacked in terms of having all 3 of their players alive, a composition that plays into the spacing of the final zone, and also if they're playing aggressive when you have that Takeda, you're going to have the Morris Blessing, so your loot is going to be able to back up that aggression too. And that means that one squad is always going to be coming in with a top heavy kill score. And in this iteration, it's XCG. 18 kills, 10 ahead of the second team in that position of 17GL, coming in with 8 ahead of AOW as well, and having that aggression, having that loot loadout. It works really well for XCG, but what it means for all of these other squads that tried to play it safe, tried to play for survivability so that they had the most amount of points in terms of that kill score multiplier. Yeah, great, your kill score multiplier is going to be super high. Where are your kills? Was it worth it? In my opinion, no.
I mean, there's still a lot of top teams here that really were able to put up at least a decent amount of points on the board, regardless of these double digits. I mean, JDG comes through with 11.3 points for their team. I still think that's still a pretty decent start to it. Meanwhile, we have an 11.6, we have a 12.0, and as we look at NiHQ with his 4th MVP and 29,000 damage coming in. Check this out, 15, almost 16K damage coming in from just the musket. Who's doing 16K damage in musket? Clearly NiHQ. As you look at detonating rounds, switch dazzle, slow shot, long sword staff, soothing boon, and overlord. This man went crazy with the musket, getting 11 eliminations out of this game with 29,000 damage and 15K coming in from the musket. That is insane.
I mean, it's exactly how you want to play it, right? The longsword and both the Takeda ultimate really keep your opponents at bay, as well as the fact that with that mythic grab, a lot of the time players, when they run into that Takeda, they don't want to take the close quarters fight because they don't want to be countered. So what do? You run something like either the musket or the bow to punish the fact that they're having to position away from you voluntarily. They're always going to be at the absolute perfect position for that musket to be able to deal so much damage, and they can't come closer, they can't contest it, because otherwise they're walking into either the Takeda ultimate or the counter. And it means that you get, 15k damage off with the musket when you find the Soul Jades to be able to enable that even stronger.
Even with that, though, they still was able to make that magic happen. But XCG coming through with that team synergy comp. Let's see if they can keep that same energy going for the next 5 games, because we still got a lot more happening. But as of right now, we have Jaeger with another interview right now, and they're probably going to be talking to somebody over at XCG. So, Jaeger, do your thing. Take it away.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing with Li Xinheng from the team CG. So let him say hello to our audience. Hello 星恒，先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 XCG 的李星恒。
好的，再次欢迎来到我们的赛后采访，而且也要恭喜你们在刚才的第1把比赛拿到了最高分。So first, congratulations, they get the highest score in the game 1. And I saw a moment that your team is really like being in danger in the final circle, and it seemed like you guys just keep your status very good. So I would like to know what did you did at that time? Like the Yueshan used the ultimate and used the skill and ultimate like put some damage on you guys, and what the communication and your strategy at the time. 那这一把呢，其实我们看到一个非常惊心动魄的时刻啊。其实，在决赛圈的时候，就是大家队伍已经不是很多，那个时候你们队暂时保持了一个比较好的状态。这个时候，我们看到月山大招是直接劈过来了。特别想问一下，那波队内是怎么快速做了一个调整，然后队内怎么沟通？马上可以把你们的整个状态就回到了一个非常好的状态，继续去进行一个攻击呢？
就是利用武田嘛来掩护我打药，因为我有那个完璧光佑，然后就持续给他们治疗。
Oh, okay. So because I'm using the Matari and our Takada just helped me and like help me to find the place, and I can use the healing because I have the Soul Jade, which is the advanced healing and group healing. So just I can healing and can have the group healing. So that's why we can keep very good status in the final circle. And also that we saw that you guys at the beginning of the game, you really have a lot of money. And we know that if we earn a lot of money in the game, we can choose to like to buy the Moonbei charm, or we can use to have the Soul Jade. So I would like to know why you guys choose the Moonbei charm. 那我们也知道，其实，在游戏当中，当我们有很多钱的时候啊，我们可以选择去赌玉，我们也可以去选择买地煞符。那这一波我看到你们的选择，你们在开局马上就去选了一个地煞符，并且在后面也起到了至关重要的作用。特别想问一下，当时是怎么想，为什么选择了地煞符呢？
因为就买第一张符嘛，就是保证自己返魂前期就不至于死掉嘛，然后进入返魂就保一些装备啊，然后也可以利用这张符来打架什么的。
为什么说是用这张符可以就是保证自己就是进入返魂状态，可以拿到比较好的装备？
不进返魂，就是
不进返魂。
对。
好的好的。So actually, why we choose the Moonbei charm? Because we think Moonbei charm can help us a lot and like avoid to be rebirthed in the game, and also it will help us to have very good fighting with another team, and we can want the fight at that time. 好的，好的，谢谢星恒，谢谢你接受我们今天采访，再次恭喜你们在第一把就拿了一个非常好的分数和状态，希望接下来也会有一个很好的发挥，好吗？好，谢谢星恒 ，Thank you 李星恒 for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
我们队伍是 NV 嘛，那我们的 V 就是胜利的意思。那其他人遇到 NV， 他们的 V 就是拿来逃跑的。
最后宋卡这边倒下来，直接这边飞过来，直接开花，
但是 NV 这时候进场全部火烤。
NV 战队，我的天，没错，他们知道这个资讯，他们
非常完美的黄雀啊！
大家好，我来自 NV 战队，我是 NV 战队的队长 NV.UIA 对。
我叫 Nbpl， 我来自 NV 战队，
然后游戏 ID 是 NV 红，战队是 NV。
我叫好好，那 ID 是 NV DT080的，那就是 NV 战队。
我们的队伍组建很久了，人员也是一直在换，但是最后因为大家的互相欣赏，所以走到了一起。然后组这支战队的目标，我们那个时候也是定的是，在 AS 赛区进入世界赛。
我觉得我们沟通的话会比较简短一点，不会说像其他赛区。可能打一个队伍的时候会讨论个可能5秒、10秒，可是我们可能3秒我们就冲上去，所以有时候也会造成失误，会比较多。这样，
我们的优势应该在于我们平时训练的氛围以及打比赛的氛围上都是比较轻松的，这也是我们的劣势所在，我们需要去改变。
所以这算是最大型的比赛了吧？会想参加，因为都很努力认真练习啊，当然就是会想知道自己的实力。
NBWC 对我来的意义，很重大，应该是一个突破自己的一次比赛吧。因为小时候玩过很多种游戏，可能只有在永劫无间，我达到了我打游戏以来最高的成就。我们最想交手的对象应该是 YCG， 因为我们在天人之中跟他们 过3v3从来没赢过，但是我们想突破自己，在比赛中赢他们一分。
我们的队伍会做什么样的准备？我们会打天人练习，跟每天都会跟自己的队友去练刀，
会做更多的练习，然后会看别人的打法，找到属于自己的。
直接被放倒，剩下 URJJ 跟弱族2个人要面对对方3个的围殴。唯一的好消息就是他们至少弱族的甲还是 OK 的。
是3H这边李涛指导下来了。
我们一定会让他们看到我们和他们不一样的地方，并用这个不一样的地方去战胜他们。
玩具们等着我来杀你们吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是冷煞，我是负责永劫无间 AS 赛区各种大大小小比赛的解说。那 NV 战队呢，其实在 AS 赛区当中呢，是一个明星战队哦，在各种大大小小的比赛呢 ，Weekend 等等的，他们呢的成绩呢都是名列前茅，甚至常常在拿到冠军的这个位置哦。那 URJJ 呢，本身呢，它就是属于一个整个队伍的超级万金油哦，它可以配合着2位队友呢，去做出各种不一样非常特别的一个选择以及这个策略。那弱族本身呢，它就是属于一个比较勇往直前的一个选手，那他比较擅长的英雄就是特穆尔，所以在这一次的版本当中呢，特穆尔的这个加强呢，使得他在这个比赛当中呢，发挥出更好、更厉害的这个水平。那 BK 这位选手，其实在 AS 赛区有点类似雇佣兵的概念哦，他经历了各种大大小小的队伍最终呢选择了留在了 NV 战队里面了。这3个人组成的 NV 战队呢，我相信可以在世界赛当中呢，给其他队伍的一个非常亮眼的一个表现。那我非常期待他们之后的这个表演。
还能再买一张吗？买，来了，丢钱，哎，丢，买了。
我没有服啊，他竟敢行动，他们都下来收了。等一下，
我死了，
后来被晕了。
完了，2张。
变，连一变。我变了，别死不能死，
你要活着。我包里符还在的，没事儿。
先打样，死不了的。
你得先把我包里符拿了。
他们直接
先把我包里符拿了，他们要进来舔包。
放，
我这个符没用啊！
直接聪明反被聪明误了，兄弟们。2张符。
给狼队送大分。
2张符没了，钱也丢了。白买兄弟，还不如开个包呢，我还不如。好冷啊！真可冷，但我找不到人进别怪我。不是你，我穿个这都没事，你娃穿个这还一直摸我的手。没事，快身体不快疼死的湿了，兄弟，我7天没喝枸杞原谅。
慢点，小心速度！哎，我被喷了，看我。
有你这接符，
去草路可以吗？能来吗？
可以。
加点背流。
没事。
不行，我得走了，
他不行。走。哎，我躲不过，还是逃不过这个。
我就把钱花2千。
他也被炸一下。他被炸2下。
我把钱花了，我搞不了，我现在
炸死他！差一点，炸不死。好杀！
吃花自己吃花走。
我吃了。
吃花走，
自己玩，
自己玩，不用管我。我
没事。
我杀一个。
好战，你自己玩，别管我。自己该吃花。
好吃。我吃了。
哎，好喂。稳住，不用和他博弈，自己狗命就行。自己绕。哎，
傻。 哎呀，你谁呀？大妈！
阿强，
都将毁灭，屠魔。
好踩，好推。
一下勾就知道我们炸没炸。
裁判，还有水没的，给我拿一瓶没？好，谢谢。
苍天笑，起了跑了。鸭子给我唱首歌，放松一下。
我唱歌很贵的。
哦，不然。
门前大小巷，游过一群鸭。
1、2、3、4、5、6、7。
死了，刚说完死了。
刚说完，
兄弟，刚说完。
啊，老爸，对了，哎，老爸啊！哦，吓我一跳。他们玩常规双变了。
他们一把杀佛，一把常规佛。
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to day 1 of the Repechage trios that we got to see. We've already got to see map 1 go the way of XCG with an absolute stomp of a final zone, coming in and posting 18 kills to everybody else's below 10 Derby. That was an absolute chef's kiss of a final zone and a brilliant showing of how to run that Takeda. But we're moving away from the Morris Isle. We're moving towards Hollerup. And I know this is one of your favorite maps because we tend to see just a flock of all of these monk compositions come through. And unlike when we see them on Morris Isle, you know, on Hollerup, monk comps decide to fight other monk comps. And we get to see the battle of the TNs versus the TNs, which is definitely one of your favorite interactions of the game.
Absolutely. I love to see Hollerup because of how different the approach is for a lot of these players. I think you know, it really does show a little bit of a difference in some of these, as we're going to see the first fist pounds coming in. Don't leave the man hanging. Yes, sir. Make sure you give him that. Yes, sir. Looks like we're going to be locking in here with XCG, who won our first game, who absolutely went crazy. So now we're excited to see how the rest of this goes down, as now we're going to be able to work back towards other places as well here. And looks like we're going to be able to put it towards other spaces. But like I said, I love to see the new map. I love to see how people have been doing such amazing work for it. And I think they've just done such a fantastic job with it so far here. Let's see if they're going to keep the momentum and the magic going here. And I think so far it's been pretty good for a lot of these games. Let's see if they can keep the same magic happening though, as we're going to go forward into Hollerup.
Yeah, I love getting to see the teams on Hollerup. They've had a little bit of time to be able to settle and decide how exactly they want to approach this map, whether they want to avoid all of the environmental hazards that it sets in their way, or whether or not they really want to be able to capitalize on all of the control in terms of how you can use them and actually slot them into fight strategies, which is my personal favorites. Getting to see, I've got to see a Tarka Infinite on this map. I've got to see rollers being used to make sure that they're able to grab up kills on this map. I've got to see J-Team as well, just making sure that they're able to utilize all of those spike traps to make sure that no one is really able to climb away from those canyons and that they're stuck in between, just eating so much damage from the ballista towers nearby. And as she pointed out, it is one of those where we see a really diverse strategy in terms of the compositions that come on through, because Hollerup is one of those where there's a lot of verticality, which does mean that when we see the monk comps go up against other monk comps, a lot of the time players actually have to have high ground control just to be able to feel safe enough to be able to go for that monk transformation, because obviously when you go for the transformation, it's on a timer and you don't want to have to waste it just trying to climb up to a space where you're actually able to pull off some of those grabs.
Even with that as well here, the grabs have been not as good as we used to see. A lot of times we've been seeing a lot of these fantastic moments in slams. Look at the AOW chain. Hold on. The AOW chain. You see that? That's nice. I like that. That is nice. That is clean. I like that. I hope some of the other teams have that. Meanwhile, we're going to be looking in on another team, Ventus, been putting in work as well here and making themselves look really, really good towards this space here. And it looks like they're still going to be able to lock in more things as well here. It looks like they will be able to put this in, but it looks like they have had the Tumult, Takeda, and that Terracotta Warrior. Man himself. Ventus, number 7, though. At least in qualifying. So as long as they keep that momentum, they do have a fantastic opportunity here. But let's see if they can keep that momentum going.
Yeah, Ventus is one of those teams that were able to pick up Pixel, and honestly, like, you can see how good having that Monk player has been for this team, because as you pointed out, they're pretty close in terms of being able to qualify up in the Repechage, but we're going to get to see a little look at the compositions that some of these teams are going to be teasing us with as we head towards Hollow. Are we going to see a big mix-up? Are we going to see a movement away from the Takeda that dominated the first lobby, or are we, there we go, we're going to see Monk. In fact, I'm pretty sure entire row of Monk, that entire row of, oh no wait, we have one team. One team running something that isn't a Monk composition, Davy. So this is going to be very interesting indeed, because are we going to see teams trying to exhaust that Monk ultimate before they're actually able to push in and properly commit to those engagements? Or are we going to see, throw caution to the wind Monk compositions, where if you've got a Monk transformation and they've got a Monk transformation, you still decide, okay, we're still going to go for that fight.
Looks like even with this one, though, it looks like there's going to be a lot of teams that land immediately at Salvation Podium. And then there's at least 3 to 4 teams landing in City of Tay. Oh, man, there's going to be a lot of people also headed towards at least near Jin's Armory in this fight here. But there's going to be immediate fights happening here. Let's see who's going to solve the puzzle first. Is it going to be GBL or is it going to be Q9? Let's see who is smart and who is faster and who is also going to be able to survive. Meanwhile, DA2 has nothing to their name. They just have nothing but this. Meanwhile, Gua, it's got a full heavy sword. Absolute massive advantage here and free elimination possibly here if he can possibly claim the eliminations the way that he wants and or needs to. It looks like he will be able to push in here and keep this momentum going here. Let's see if they're going to be able to figure this out and do well towards this one as well, as it looks like Even is going to be able to claim an elimination. DA2 claims one from LXY. It looks like this is why it's one of those dangerous places here to come through. But so far, they've done a fantastic job of it. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it again.
Yeah, no Wu-Chan means nothing to really try and block out those ballistic projectiles coming through. As GBL's DA2 goes in with the Crescent Slam, will be able to just chip into that health bar from Q9's Gua. And only now are we maybe going to see Squad Strap to try and move to get that puzzle solved, but Q9's LWH actually baiting the resurrection onto GBL so that they're able to actually get the connection onto the ballista shot. And it's now going to be teammates looking to come in with that third party, immediately going to be popping that Temi-F to make sure that the projectiles are going to be stopped in their path. As Q9 may have been able to find the kill, but unfortunately they have not been able to keep themselves onto Salvation Podium long enough to be able to book it into the caverns below to be able to find those glyphs and figure out which way those statues need to be pointing to trigger that chest popping on up. As we're immediately going to be moving on over. WBG's Sleepwalker running on that Monk. They've forgone the Yui. They've gone for that Takeda with the Temi to try to cover when that transformation sequence has to drop. As Ventus sitting up on that high ground, deciding not to commit in just yet. They don't have that transformation at the ready to go for Pixel, so they're just going to allow WBG safe passage through before they give up this position of a vantage point and potentially look to try and kit that Monk out with a little bit of a better loadout, as they are currently on the blue. But they have to be pretty careful. JDG are in the vicinity, and they've been actually able to loot the city, so their armor and weapons is really going to be reflecting a lot of damage when that transformation starts to come on through. AOW have been able to find themselves a Firefly cage, so they will be able to use it to charge that Yodo ultimate up to make sure that if they do run afoul of one of those Monk compositions, they have the Yodo to be able to counter it. As Bauda currently scrapping with EWG over control of that ballista. No one really wanted to give up that damage, but EWG's Yiran on the back ropes at the moment, trying to find any sort of time frame to be able to come in with that Katana charged up strike. Has been able to do it. to actually use that one to keep a little bit of a threat possible to be able to find that reset as Baidan taking that breathing space to be able to go in for the transformation sequence. Drops down to the low ground, takes a lot of fire from the repeating crossbow. Without any of that teammates to be able to back them up, Apple is just going to go down in a matter of moments if they're not able to find the grabs, and EWG doing a very good job of making sure to fragment so that they're not able to be double grabbed as Apple drops the transformation, tries to find an opening with the Bell Clang. Bell Clang will be able to stun up the members of EWG, but there is no follow-through damage, and the kill comes through.
Kill does come through at a good time here, as it looks like Alliance and Mubai also are going to try to see what they can do here. Gets hit in the air, though, but MPG's Gen already dangerously low here is going to have to be careful here, as it looks like they will be able to push in and keep that same momentum going into it. Let's see if they're going to be able to follow suit within these next few here. It's been absolutely insane putting all of this together here. Let's see if they can rotate this in and or out to do what they can here. It looks like it's gonna be a fight. Fight! Let's go! The double monk fight immediately happening from Sorrow and Mubai. Fight! You love to see it, as both of them are gonna be trying to slam it on both sides here. Dangerously low though. Mubai looks like he's gonna have to force himself to demonk, but doesn't look like he needs to, as Mubai will get claimed and will get finished. Fighting to the very end. I respect it. Absolutely respect it.
Unfortunately for Alliance, even though he does manage to get Sorrow pretty low, Mubai is the only squad mate there for the team, and so MPG, just with the numbers, is able to overwhelm that monk. And we are going to be cutting over to look at GBL, who are in the area, might be able to punish the commitment of that monk ultimate if they decide to go a little bit further out of their way. They do have the Temi ultimate, as well as we actually see them starting to move on forward, getting a little bit of a lead, just making sure that they're able to activate those frostbites and slide their way a little bit harder of movement to be able to try and track where they're going, as HRD are actually closing up in that distance, wanting to open things out with a little bit of range damage, not wanting to go for the full commitment at the moment of a fight, as Godly, that monk, is only on blue weapons and standard armor. That is not where you want your monk to be sitting, because remember, the weapon and health that you have in terms of the armor loadout scales up with the damage and health that you have when you go for that transformation. So if you run into a monk who has purple and you've only got blue, you're about to be beaten. As Q9 now have that monk composition of their own, don't actually find the opening that they're looking for with that Bell Clang off of Gua, and they are actually going to go for the double transformation sequence. Q9 actually having to try and push a little bit further so they can cycle back into a semi-ultimate of their own, as Gua is taking a lot of damage. As we can see, Team Ace just deciding, okay, we're going to stick in the middle of our whirlwind, we're going to wait that one out, and then the second out of the base, we're going to grab one of your squad mates, slam him into the ground, hold him up, and make sure that it goes as close to Alex as possible so the legendary Jewel Blades can just absolutely shred Alex-Y's health. As without that monk transformation, teammates do take a lot of damage from a potential third party, but it is going to be the monk surviving long enough to immediately be able to go back into Tian form. As now to deal with Q9's LWH, who is able to actually use that UE ultimate to be able to escape those leaps, making sure that they're able to carry that momentum. Unfortunately, it's momentum away from the rest of their teammates, as at the moment it's just playing for survivability. LWH has thrown themselves as far away as possible in the hopes that all of this commotion, all of this noise that Team Ace are outputting into their vicinities is going to attract another squad to try and bail this UE out, as without that ultimate, you're going to have to try and find anything to be able to push back onto Team Ace, but the kill comes through. No third party gonna be able to save that UE's attention, and it is going to be Q9 having to drop out a little bit early to go for those resurrections.
Looks like they've been trying to, so let's hope that they are able to get it here, as it looks like GBL will be able to at least pick up their teammates and keep that same momentum and or energy going here. It looks like now they will be able to push in towards it. Doing a fantastic job of keeping their team alive here, as Han will be able to pick up at least hopefully their blue shield here and go back for it, as the teams are still filled all the way to the brim of different areas. But it looks like WBG, check out WBG. Has a full side over there to themselves. Don't necessarily have to worry about any fights for a while. They can get as much loot as they need to. And it looks like a North Blessing will actually be headed there very, very soon. So they'll have a free one to go do what they need to. Don't necessarily have to worry about too much here. And it looks like this is going to be really, really fun to see what they can do for the next ones as well.
Ooh, this is interesting too. Amora's Blessing is actually spawning on top of the snowstorm, and when you're in a snowstorm, if you're not near a fire, it actually starts eating into the ultimate charge that you have. So it's going to be potentially pretty hard for some of those teams to just be able to drop one of those ultimates a little bit earlier. But as MPG is actually just going to go straight for that monk transformation, they know that sitting in that snowstorm is going to leave them vulnerable. It's better to go straight for the ultimate so you can have the full duration, as opposed to it draining away from you and you losing out on both your life and that Mora's Blessing. Is MPG will be able to activate that chest and potentially pick up any of the buffs that are inside it. If it's a Mystic Might, it's going to be popped immediately. If it's something a little bit more crucial in terms of the aggro that it allows you to spit out in terms of that damage, it's going to be held on a little bit longer for when they're able to find a squad and immediately collapse on top of them with something like that Dracostorm, as we're actually going to see XCG have found themselves a Mora's Blessing, and that is a Vermilion Bird's Might that they can hold on to for as long as possible so they can get that full resurrection and rotation, which is going to be absolutely crucial for that Yoda composition to come through. You want to guarantee that all 3 of your members are going to be able to survive so that you can really use that Yoda to hammer into these monks' health. As we see WBG immediately popping that Mystic Might, might be able to track down JDG in front of them. That does look like the target that they are now currently magnetized to. As with that monk transformation, Sleepwalker going to try and punish any of the potential grapples, but it comes out a little bit too early. I spoke too soon. It comes out perfectly on time. It cancels the grapple from JDG's line and actually allows Sleepwalker to find the slam, immediately picking him up a second time as JDG's Jingshu actually tries to double back with a transformation of their own and save their wayward teammate, but all that does is put them into the flamer damage as WBG just absolutely barbecue the entire team. Lily on the UE is just forced to try to run and break any line of sight possible, survive a little bit longer to try and keep that team in the game.
Trying to keep it alive here is Lily back in a very similar situation from what we saw the last time here. Meanwhile, AOW and TU also in the middle of their fight, as it looks like AOW is going to be able to back them out. Dracostorm by MPG, Mystic Might by WBG and XCG with a Vermilion's Bird Might. So definitely having some advantages on these, as EWG is leading the pack with 7 eliminations and it's a Takeda on their squad. Meanwhile, sounds like Lily got eliminated, so JDG will be officially out of this game for game 2. Very unfortunate coming in from JDG, putting in some work here and looking good so far in this game 1 here. As Pinked Out AS is going to be able to get this monk off here. He's going to try to see if maybe he can get these grabs here. He does get the 1. He gets this. Oh, gets so close to getting the 2nd. And he does. He's able to get a massive slam off of 1, but he's going to force the Yoda-Hime to come out and does claim the elimination onto AS here, as it looks like he's going to start using it towards Ben Shu here. And does he claim it onto ZU here? No! So dangerously low, has a massive opportunity to get that elimination, but ZU's been doing a fantastic job of keeping it alive, but sadly will not be able to, as he does get claimed by Cuckoo. AOW keeping the game alive for himself, as Mikasa is going to claim the elimination on the 17JL's Ben Chu. 17JL will officially be eliminated from this game as well. They've been trying to keep the comp so well here, holding on for as long as possible here, and seeing a lot of the compositions of these monks being eliminated so fast is also very, very surprising. It goes to show that a lot of these eliminations have been coming in very, very strongly here, and not giving anybody really the opportunity here. Meanwhile, Sanzi trying to dip out as fast and as far as possible here, but Pixel does not want to let this one go. This is another elimination for themselves. Full team trying to catch up to 1, and this could be a big elimination for them. They do need this, as Ventus comes through with 5 eliminations. They get this one. This will be their 6th. Looking in towards the next one, confirming that 2nd place spot. Not only that, but also holding as well. Meanwhile, JBL is tied for 5th. 5 eliminations for them as well here. And it looks like Sanzi might actually successfully get away.
Was actually able to throw off a little bit of attention from them by running past WBG, which is not a squad that Ventus wants put themselves into the crosshairs of, just to be able to confirm that kill onto this Takeda. So Sanzi running out of the zone, just trying to get as far away from any potential squad as possible to scurry away towards some of those rift heals and pick up some rebirth charms to be able to get their teammates back online. as Ventus, having decided not to commit to that chase, are not actually going to be putting themselves into an over-aggressive position, so we'll be able to keep all three of their teammates alive at the same time, as AOW now going to just be mooching through that Ruffielers, trying to pick up any Soul Jade buff that they can. Soul Blade block coming through from the Wuchan to make sure that they're not going to be taken down by any squad coming in with those ranged weapons, as we did actually see Sandy getting to purchase one Rebirth Charm. Gonna have to find a Soul Altar to be able to get some of those teammates back online. You really don't want to do that in the middle of the zone Corruption, because Corruption takes damage, it ignores your armor. It goes straight for the health. So if you're only coming in off of the back of that Resurrection and you don't have those tools alive to be able to chain heal through the worst of that zone tick, you might just res your teammates only for them to go immediately down after, as NAD actually going to be climbing up the Plumed Temple, trying to find any of those Kens that have not been looted at the moment, as we see another couple of Morris Blessings now coming online. All teams in the area wanting to immediately gravitate towards those to be able to get those buffs as fast as possible. Ventus are trying to challenge WBG on the other side, for one of them running themselves right into Team Ace as well. They have that pixel transformation if they really want to try and put themselves into a position to be able to pull off this fight. The problem is that when you run into one of those Morris Blessings, if you're not able to find it immediately, you have to make sure that you're not the team closest to the squad that was able to unlock that box, because very quickly it becomes a 2-minute kite of you just trying to survive those buffs. As it is going to be JJHRD going up against KZ. Both monks just playing a little bit of footsie, ringing around the rosies of this tree, trying to break line of sight as much as possible, as we see all of those range damages come on through, all of them just trying to strafe away from the resulting damage that it can try and put onto those health bars, as a Tammy ultimate does go down on top of the Morris Blessing, making it extremely hard for KZ to try and keep themselves into this position, as it is going to be them and falling extremely low. But JJHRD with this Yodo coming in for that third party, going to actually be able to entirely decimate KZ's reign as they sit in the middle of that transformation. And all the while it's Team Ace sitting in the middle with a massive commitment in terms of having both that semi-ultimate and that transformation sequence that are able to pick themselves up that Morris Blessing and the buff inside it.
Looks like they will be able to do a massive amount of work here. Let's see if they're going to be able to put this together here. As so far, they have been looking really good within this space. Let's see if they're going to be able to put this down and or together towards this system. Now, it looks like things are looking pretty good towards this one. Let's see if they're going to be able to find it and go through these rotations. Has been absolutely insane coming into it as Ping Pao and AOW is going to keep it alive here, but Sorrow by himself. Where's the rest of MPG at? Hello? Where y'all at?
I mean, it's the monk. Like, who's really gonna try and contest a monk?
I would contest the monk. Now, this is also why I'm not a pro gamer for Naraka Blade Point Pro League, because if I were to contest it, I probably would not make it. So there's a difference between that player and myself. They would probably survive. I don't know if I would, but that's okay though, because it's not about me, it's about them. As we look at Ventus, who's going to be going through their rotations here, trying to keep the game alive here, but back at it with AOW, fighting again. AOW has just been caught in so many fights, so many eliminations here, so many moments here where they just end up getting caught up here in a lot of these momentums and these spaces here, trying not to get caught here, as it looks like we will be going through and dubbing it back here with all of this timing here. Let's see if they're going to be able to figure this out. Been doing such a fantastic job of it thus far. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it again.
Oh no! AOW actually gets grabbed the second that Mikasa uses that second slash of the Yodo ultimate. It's Xiaonan looking for that grab and will be able to find it, forcing AOW into using that Wuchen TP on top of the Yodo ultimate to make sure that Mikasa is able to survive. And that does mean that AOW, even though coming in with 5 kills, they might go down in a matter of moments, as they don't really have anything aside from that Viper ultimate to try and keep themselves steady. Thankfully for them, there's other teams who are in a little bit of a worse position that find themselves coming under fire instead. As AOW's Pinto actually using that Viper and able to tap dodge away from 2 of the range grabs potentially coming on through to try and cancel that ultimate before Mabai is able to get stunned out. The stun was able to come through, but unfortunately Mikaza does actually go down as Mabai taking a lot of damage, just having to go for that grapple as soon as the transformation sequence breaks. Team Ace actually going to be going straight into that Justina ultimate to try and connect onto some of these players fleeing that zone and get the freeze on as many as possible. Will be able to find a kill onto Mabai, but it's actually sniped out by Ventus's Pixel before the confirmation can come on through. As Alex trying to go in, immediately going to be swapping up to those dual blades, trying to land that charged up left click, sees the transformation come through in front of them and decides to scarper and break line of sight as fast as possible. As Ventus's Pixel actually still able to find a grab onto one of the squad mates. It is going to be now Team Ace Zaylee trying to keep Pixel occupied so that they can get this kill confirmation onto the Monk, but unfortunately for them, the kill does come through onto Pixel, but it's not before they lose even to the slam.
Looks like even with that one, though, let's see if they're going to be able to keep the composition alive here, as it looks like they will be going towards the rotation. As it looks like they will be able to put this down here. As GBL looks like he's waiting for it. It does end up doing the parry, but does he have enough time to pop the Terracotta? Yes, he does. As, whoa, no, one ends up getting grabbed, Yeron. And he doesn't get the double slam, though. He gets the one grab, doesn't get the double, though. Been doing what he can to try to see if maybe he can hold it. Does get another grab slam as Yeron gets absolutely set, and then he gets another grab. He gets the third grab and the third slam. Somehow, Yeron is still alive after 3 grabs and 3 slams. I'm sorry. Excuse me? This man survives 3 slams and keeps the momentum going with all of this going on. Absolutely amazing and actually insane going into it. As now, it looks like they will be able to piece this together and keep the game alive here. And so far, been looking pretty good towards this space here. Let's see if they're going to be able to figure this out. Even with all of the time shared within this space here, it's been absolutely phenomenal and insane going into it. Let's see if they're going to be able to figure this out.
Oh, back in Morrisale at this time slot, we had 40 players left. Currently, we have 17. This lobby has been a lot more aggressive as all of these monk players just trying to chip away at some of these comps, make sure that the other monks in this lobby don't have the same amount of resources available when it comes to a fight toe-to-toe, as NPG's Jen actually able to find a snipe with that musket onto WBG's Jing, securing themselves a little bit of a snoop through one of those Morris blessings, and that is going to be double legendary armor coming out for the side of NPG. GBL going to actually be punished for investing in the same fight, layering a Monk and Yui ultimate over the top. Brilliant in terms of damage that you should do. One goes for the grab, holding them in position. The Yui uses that spear slash to connect onto the player caught in the Monk's midst. But unfortunately, if you're not able to find those kills as fast as necessary, you've thrown 2 ultimates away and you have absolutely no survivability. If those players that you try to slam are able to come back for seconds, then that is something that GBL is unfortunately going to be punished for, as they're left a little bit of downtime, a lull to be able to lick their wounds and try and find those resets. As AOW still in this lobby, and that's going to be something that every single monk is going to be oh so wary of. As NPG now going into that Temi ultimate, EWG immediately popping it to keep themselves as safe for as long as possible. They've actually been able to isolate out one of these members of EWG, and Zhao Hui will go down to the focused fire coming out from NPG. As GBL, again, just using those 2 ultimates has cost this team. It was looking so good for them coming towards this final zone, but it is just going to be DeBao sitting on that Monk for as long as possible, playing for survivability, scale rush to try and make sure that they're able to reposition without coming under fire from their oppressors. As NPG just patrolling the outskirts of Imperial, wanting to check to make sure that no one is really hiding out, is going to be sitting on as many resources as possible when we start to head into those final zones, and it becomes an absolute war of attrition. They've been able to find another squad on the rocks in front of them, which I do believe is NAD, who's exchanging a little bit of fire coming on through. There's actually JJHRD who are in a very good position themselves at the moment, sitting on this Monk, Yui, and Yoto ultimate. So not only are you going to have that Monks be able to go toe-to-toe in terms of teams that try and fight you for spacing, but you've also got the Yoto to make some of these Monk compositions that you're going to run into a little bit more nervous, a little bit more hesitant to opt into that transformation sequence until they know whether that Yoto ultimate has already started and the Yoto is available to be grabbed.
Meanwhile, even with this one, though, they still was able to capture the grab and do what they can. They made it look good thus far, though, but let's see if they're going to be able to do it again here. They've been doing a lot more observations of certain things so far here, as it looks like now they're still going to be able to figure it out here as well. As now they're able to do more with it as well and be able to put it down towards the next ones as MPG Sorrow trying to use that cannon to get a little bit more of some other stuff as well. Let's see if they're going to be able to put it together and put it down and figure it out.
Yeah, 13 players left alive in this lobby. XCG, who previously came in with 18 kills after Morrisal, sitting on 0 at the moment. EWG leading the way with 10 to the name. AOW so close behind them, sitting at 9. Everything to play for as we head towards the zone, starting to close on through and pushing some of these players out of position. JJHRD might actually find themselves backed against the wall by trying to avoid a fight. They put themselves into a position where they're not going to be able to easily escape all of the damage that comes on through the second they show their face. But that's a position that unfortunately NAW are in at the moment. 40, it's just having to use that great sword and the resets to be able to keep themselves alive and knock some of those players away when they try and find that chase and get that last kill onto that squad members. Now we're going to see JDHRD going toe-to-toe with NPG. Sorrow already below half. Hal doesn't have anyone to try and drop an ultimate to be able to cover for them and does go down in the middle of that transformation sequence. It's JJHRD actually now the one coming under fire from all of the range damage coming on through from the tower in front of them. Will be able to find the kill onto Godly, but unfortunately in trying to get that slam to connect onto MPG's Gen, they keep themselves into the Monk from a little bit too long and they do go down to the ranged focus fire coming from the squads around them. As XCG starting to come alive, first kill of this match coming on through for this team. JJHRD still sitting on this legendary armor for that Yodo, as we're going to see EWG still reduced to just Sanzi sitting on that Takeda ultimate, trying to bait these players into the tent space so they're not going to be able to escape as easily. But Sanzi actually using that mobility that the Takeda ultimate provides to be able to book it out of the exit of the tent flap. And AOW with a desperation Viper ultimate, trying to secure Pink out that position and time for that Wu-Chen to be able to set in place the TP to get them out of that space. Will be able to secure that life as Sanzi, with that amount of time to reset, has actually been able to find the full reshield and gets the kill onto EPG's waiting. And now should be able to keep themselves alive a little bit longer, as AOW having full control of the high ground at the moment. This tower is absolutely the place that you want to be in terms of going up against those monks, but JJHRD making it extremely hard to actually stick in position. Water coming in with that flamer, just toasting the above surface to push AOW's members off of that position, forcing them now into the low ground. And because they'd settled into that tower for so long, there is no safe haven for this player. JJHRD just bamming damage into all of the players around them.
Looks like Ping Tao is going to be able to try to see if he can do something. Ping Tao is going to get massive damage though on this cannon, I promise you. Literally yesterday, somebody got 25,000 damage total. Oh, it's Ping Tao claims an elimination. What did I just say? I just said it literally a couple seconds ago. Literally a couple of seconds ago. And then literally gets 25,000 damage. 20K of it went towards, I kid you not, 20K of it went towards the cannon. Absolutely insane coming into this. You love to see it, as the cannon has been an absolute doozy of momentum here, as NiHQ is going to throw out the Yorihime ulti immediately. Ping Tao is going to be able to catch the Viper ulti. Viper is going to stun NiHQ, but it looks like he's in a safe space where he doesn't have to worry about it. Meanwhile, Xiaonan outside in a different area here. Looks like he almost ulted inside of the building. That would have been a massive disappointment there. Would have not been good for him, but it looks like he will be able to get up top here. Sadly, struggling to get on the inside here, as he isn't going to be able to pull somebody out of the building. Is able to go the nice throw down here. The question is he going to get another? No. Pingtao is going to be able to claim the elimination by that one, stealing it towards Godly. You love to see it. As now we're going to be able to put this stuff down as well here with all of this putting into it. And now with more of it happening here, let's see if they're going to be able to put this down as well and still be able to put this into it with more and more passions coming into it. And it's not like anything is happening. Meanwhile, XCG yet again on top. Elimination after elimination. Is XCG just did a back-to-back in the first two games? Listen, I talked about this just yesterday. There's a massive curse for the first game dub. Oh no! AOW actually takes it home for the win. Absolutely insane. I said this yesterday. Notice how anybody that gets the first win for the games, for the next 6 games, they don't either end up getting a game again or their games end up just becoming a downtime. So to see XCG come through at the very end of that game is impressive, but XCG putting in work.
Yeah, so the problem for XCG was that they were coming towards those last couple of zones and they had 0 kills. And yeah, they're the last squad standing because they've got all of their players alive, they're sitting on all of their abilities, their resources are absolutely packed. But they only come away with, I believe it's 2 kills in the entirety of that last fight. It's AOW who walk away with, I believe, 13, cementing themselves that prized first place position. And again, it goes back to when you have that monk composition coming on through, it's so easy in terms of having a cannon or a musket or a bow to be able to snipe the kills away. And we were actually seeing teams really trying to make sure that they were able to counterplay that by just having the monk go for the grab and then holding them in position to either have a Yui ultimate come through and just cleave the health bar or a flamer come through so that when that slam comes out, it should be that final chunk of damage that is necessary to guarantee that your squad walks away with the kill, because we saw what happened, right? If there's even a millisecond, if there's even just one tiny little hint of health left on some of those players when they hit the ground after that monk slam, someone just turns, eagle eye snipes it away, and all of that hard work that you'd put into trying to pick away that one kill and putting it towards your tally just immediately gets drained away.
Even with that though, still, I mean, they still have been able to put so much time down into this. I'm not gonna lie though, if Zaunin ulted inside of that hut, that would have been very funny, because how's he gonna get out? How's he gonna get out? He was so close. He was basically almost on the inside outside of it. He was basically like right in front of the door. If he would have been just a little bit more in, he would have ulted inside and been like, well, I can't do anything. I'm stuck inside. I can't do anything. Stuck here. So that would have been also really, really funny coming into it, but it successfully was able to do it on the outside here. But XCG able to put in a lot of work. AOW coming through with a massive dub, really holding together towards the end, basically doing exactly what XCG has been doing so far here, and just keeping that team synergy alive and making sure that everybody, like I said, nobody goes out by themselves, nobody's fighting by themselves, and everybody is holding the fort down. And by fort, I mean literally that space where they were, they held it down for as long as possible. And obviously XCG does come down at the very end of that game, but still AOW does claim victorious.
Yeah, there's a reason as well that XCG are able to take away that last fight, and it's because AOW had exhausted all of their resources in countering all of the monk comps around them. There's a reason that they run that Yodo. They know, okay, we're heading over to Holoroth. A lot of these teams are going to be running the monks. What are we going to do? And it's a gamble when you run a Yodo into that many monks around you, because as everyone knows, the Yodo and the monk have a very strange relationship where both sort of counterplay each other, right? The Yodo with her ultimate and their ability to teleport can actually get on top of the monk's head, and as long as you're directly above his shoulders, he can't go for the grab. But the second you exhaust that first slash, you become vulnerable to your ultimate being cancelled early. And so it really is quite hard for those Yodos to be able to stick themselves onto a position where they're not grabbable. But AOW are able to make sure that all 3 of their players survive into that final zone, that they're sitting on that Yodo ultimate, and as a result, they're the ones being able to counter every single monk that comes at them. And it actually, in terms of the pacing, works out really well for them. They're able to walk away with 13 kills because a lot of the time when they're actually facing down those monk compositions, they're not actually going up against multiple monks at the same time. So Mikasa on that Yodo is able to cycle through that ultimate, build it up again, and then counter another team's monk strat.
They were able to do it even more than what they have been thus far there. And obviously it has been very vital for them, as EWG with that 12 eliminations, 21 points, massive for them, as AOW is also 23.8 here. But look at this XCG with a 9.8, still adding some points to the board, still putting it down, still making it look good towards these next ones. They've been doing a fantastic job of it so far. Let's see if they're going to be able to keep that same momentum going into these next few.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing the stats because, Dabby, you promised me above 15k damage with a ranged projectile weapon, and I'm banking.
I think he has it, man. I think it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be a lot of cannon because he used the cannon a lot here. So I'm really hoping that he puts a lot of damage and a lot of that momentum down within these next couple here. Would love to see it, and I'm ready for him to really put that down. I really want him to really do something fantastic with this one, as we're gonna look and we're gonna see who is going to be the playmaker for this, and it's gonna be Cuckoo, which comes through with 18k damage, 8 eliminations, 14k in healing, and 7k with the katana here. Repair roll, soul slash, assassin's lunge, rupture, gale orb, soothing boon, and a katana sap. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Cuckoo's first MVP. You love to see it. It'll be his first one, and you love to see when we finally get those first ones as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's not normal that we get to see something like the support player coming in with the MVP, the Wuchen obviously being picked so that you have that ability to be able to rotate and get out of dodge, so that if you burn that Yodo ultimate, you have a little bit of downtime to be able to let your F3 be able to reset as well. But we really got to see Cuckoo coming into his own. A lot of space was provided by the rest of his teammates. He was able to come in with some really clutch teleportations as well. There were a couple of moments where AOW were caught outside, fighting out of that zone, trying to find those kills, going with the aggressive nature that the Yodo ultimate provides to be able to lock down those kills. And Cuckoo was able to come in really clutch, either with the Soul Blade blocks to make sure that when the health bars fell low due to the corruption, they weren't actually burnt out by range damage coming through, or just being able to use that ultimate, throw it down, and guarantee that all three members were able to survive the rotation.
Man, a lot of these observations and stats has been very, very helpful for a lot of these claims, and clearly XCG and AOW has been taking something out of that rule book to keep the team alive. But to keep the other teams alive, we have Jaeger that's going to be talking to somebody as well. I feel like it has something to do with AOW. Jaeger, do your thing. Take it away.
Thank you, Orchestra, and hi, this is Jaeger. Welcome to post-game interview. And today, we invite Mikasa to our interview room and let him say hello to our audience. Hi, Mikasa, 先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 AOW 的 Mikasa。
好的，欢迎你来到我们这个赛后采访啊。So first, congratulations, you get the higher score in the game too. And you know what? So you walk in here and something attract me is that your necklace, and it also have AOW, their single on it, and let him introduced it to us. 那你知道吗？就你过来，其实第一下其实让我注意到的这个就是你的这个颈链，可以给我们展示一下吗？ So it's really like you know a lot of bling bling on it. It's really star. 就看到它那个非常的闪烁，而且就是很亮眼。你可以给我们介绍一下这个颈链吗？
这个呢，
就是你们队的一个标志，对吧？每个人都戴吗？
对，都戴了。
好的。So this necklace is like a single for our team, and every teammate they just wear it and fight in the race. And I wish this necklace also can bring the luck to you. 那我也在此是祝愿一下，这个颈链既然作为全队的一个标志，也可以给你们带来一定的运气和好运。好的，那接下来我们来讲讲游戏。Let's back to our game. And today we saw that, like today AOW is really aggressive, and it's like you guys to the final circle already have like more than 17 killing points. So I would like to know how you can operate and really excellent, really good equipment in this game. 那今天其实我们看到这一把 AOW 整个运营是特别的棒，而且在决赛圈就看到决赛圈。 基本上说是有17个人头，甚至更多。特别想问一下，这把怎么能运营的这么好，让你们有这么好的一个装备呢？
因为跳了一个那个麦克塔嘛，没有人，附近也都没有人，上面都是黑的，也很多那种能搜的地方，所以没人来跟我们抢。
所以其实，在跳点之前，你们就是看了哪些地方是不能跳的。好的。So actually, before the game, we just foresee there's some place we can't like choose at the beginning of the game. So after we just search at the beginning and after the position we choose, and then we just went to this place, don't have people, so we have really good equipment in the game too. And also because in the final circle we saw that most of the team, they don't have the full formation. So I would like to know what's your way that the key point you can won the game and in these teams. 那其实到了这一把，我们看到决赛圈的时候，满编的队伍真的所剩无几了。包括其实 AOW 自己本身在决赛圈也没有保证到一个满编。特别想问一下，在这种残编队伍打架的时候，你们队的这个运营思路是怎么样的呢？
就是找机会抓一下，或者看到有机会突破就杀他们。
好的。So in the final circle, we just like to find someone just like left behind, their opponent left behind. So we just catch them and fight with them to get the killing score. Okay, so because we know today is Repechage, it like remind me of the season 1's Repechage. And I remember in season 1, I interviewed a lot of teams and they won the fight because they are using the double transformer. But like today, we didn't see a lot of double transformer, and even we only see one Kurumi in the game too. So could you please comment this hero combo for us? 那其实今天的比赛让我想到了上个赛季的复活赛，因为今天也是一个复活赛嘛。那上赛季复活赛，其实我们能赢下比赛的大多数队伍都是双变，并且是带胡桃的这个阵容。今天其实我们很难再看到双变，特别是这一把，其实只看到了一个胡桃，而且也早早的已经被淘汰。特别想问一下，你怎么去评价现在这个双变的阵容体系，特别是怎么评价胡桃这个英雄呢？
胡桃他沙包太多了就不好活。
Okay, 好的。So actually, because nowadays there's too much Tamuj in the game, so it's hard for Kurumi to survive. That's why we don't choose the Kurumi, and there's only one Kurumi in the game. 好的，谢谢，再次感谢你接受我们这些采访，再次恭喜你们。Thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
无尘
红叶破甲，
我来了，他交踢了吗？
交踢了，交了，看我。
帮他留。
红叶那个帮我顶下，那个。
我没顶。挣了，挣两把。OK。炸死。OK。来高蒂姆，是刚反了，是。我看能不能留那个，把指甲。死完。
咱得离着远点了。
指甲呢？尝试一下能不能先我，不能你自己搞吧。OK。他们再抓一个独狼了。OK。就两个了那。
不用拉我，那个真起了。
我起了，我把那风蓝投 K 了，
好战。要到那个。
我被踢了。劈死了。
帮他。
吃花奈何你吃花。你开水阵。我有水阵。
哦，好。
奈何你。奈何。是啊，兄弟。
奈何。
最后一队被我们打的是谁？我想知道。
我太坐牢了，兄弟们。
没事，南哥。
我太坐牢了。
兄弟们手感爆炸。
我太坐牢了，奈何。奈何这波跳阵跟谁学的？
木压了。
好劈，只能说好劈。
妈双变，16个头吃鸡，做梦都想不到。
我这把真的
只能说没辜负你给我拉起来，最后那一批劈到了。
好劈呢，还有几把？还有2把。
还有2把。
我以为
还有一把妖红尘加1把风男，
随便看。
怎么输？
这么猛奈何？无敌！原来我的大才是自爆，你才是进攻啊！
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are officially back. We're not at Holleroth. We already took the plane. We flew back. I didn't want to deal with it. I'm sorry. I'm not going to take the boat all the way back, especially because, you know, I don't want to be carrying everything. So we're headed back. We are now at Morris Isle. We're on our third and we're at our halfway mark of these games. I'm very excited to keep the same momentum going. And so far, these games have been good. Moxie, what do you think of these games thus far?
Well, we've had a little bit of an inconsistency, right, in terms of the teams that were able to come out on top. XCG had an absolute stunner of a first game, and then similar to how we'd seen in bi-weekly finals, we're getting to see that same sort of pattern repeat in Repechage, where the team that does really well for the first game kind of plays it a little bit too safe on the second. And hopefully we do see XCGs going a little bit more aggressive.
But I will say this, though, it's not like they're doing bad either. XCG in our third game ended up getting like a 4th or 5th place finish. In game 2, they ended up getting a 3rd place finish, at least from what I remember. So they're getting points on the board. They're getting 9 eliminated. They're getting 9 points. They're getting 8 to like at least 10 points like per game so far. So it's not like they're doing under a certain amount. I think XCG in our last game actually did like 11-ish points. So they're still in the contention of our qualifying because they have been keeping at least some form of consistent points, but not like their explosive game with their 28 points in their game 1.
Yeah, I think that's sort of the danger, though, where you rely on having one really good pop-off game to be able to carry you through. And as long as you consistently put around 10 points for every other match, you're going to be sitting pretty good in terms of being able to qualify, because other teams are going to be having pop-off games too. And if you really think that, okay, well, everyone's going to be able to come in and have something like 18 kills or 15 kills and above because they're the ones controlling that final zone, which is something that we've sort of seen developing in the meta for the last couple of weeks, it does mean that if you just have one good game and then try and play consistently, you might find yourself sliding a little bit further down that leaderboard, and pretty soon you're going to run out of space to be able to slip.
You think so, though? Because from what I look at it, you know, I feel like a lot of these teams, they have like that one pop-off game, and then I feel like a lot of them end up kind of doing a very similar concept. But like I said, it's not like every team is focusing on obviously having just consistent games. They are hoping to have another pop-off game, which is completely understandable. But you do have to keep some type of points on the board, and it's better to have 10 points than no points. It's better to have it where you have that consistency and you can go, hey, we still have some points on the board. We're still looking good. If we have that one pop-off game, it's a wrap. But for that one, in terms of a wrap, we also have a wrap for you, and it's a present. Now, all you gotta do is answer the question: who won the MVP of game number 2? Is it AOW's Cuckoo, AOW's Mikasa, or AOW's Ping Tao? Make sure to put your answers in a chat for your chance to win. You'll be getting a DM if you do end up being the winner. And hopefully you guys have been watching and paying attention, because this one's a pretty easy one.
Yeah, this one's definitely a pretty easy one. I mean, we both know the answer, but I'm pretty sure, Davia, we can't enter.
I can. I can. They didn't say I couldn't. I like some free stuff, especially some gold loot. They didn't say I couldn't. I'm off the production gonna have to tell me. Wait. Yeah, production just told me I can't do it. Yeah,
it's a shame. I've been eyeing up the new Taka cosmetic. It's pretty neat. The drip. I'm really hoping that we get to see one of these players.
Togi in the back just told me I can't do it. You're not allowed to. I was like, what? All right. So I have to sit back and just let everybody else play.
Well, we are going to get to see everybody else play, and as you pointed out, we are going to be headed over to Morris Isle for the next 2 games in a row, and this might as well throw a little bit of a spanner in the works in terms of how many monks that we get to see for compositions here, because you think back to the compositions that we saw in the first game compared to the second, there were a lot of monks coming on through for specific reasons, but we're going to get to see some of these players talk about why some of these games pan out the way that they do.
可能因为首先本来我们3个人就是刚开始在磨合嘛，然后加上就是我自己也是以一个新人的身份，就是进入了3排跟他们进行就是配合的，然后可能前面的时候几周打得不太好吧，就打得不太好，然后复活赛这个东西其实也就属于是在意料之中嘛，可能因为毕竟刚开始磨合，就当前面的比赛吧，就当磨练嘛，就当磨练了。然后复活赛，如 如果打进的话，对我们可能也有很大的就是帮助吧。
17JL keeping the momentum alive here as they will be trying to focus on it as well here as Alliance. Mentality, Lucky, and Mubai trying to keep the game alive here. Who do you think has so far has the best synergy after these last 2 games? Who do you think has been looking really good thus far?
Best synergy. See, I honestly have to say XCG. The fact that they have a lot of understanding of their roles, that they're able to cover, that they're really prizing as well, that Matari is a sort of support offset for the Takeda that we heard in the interview afterwards, that they wanted to go for the group healing Soul Jade, so that as long as the Matari was able to either use that F ability to get to blink away a little bit further away from the action, or just use the ultimate to be able to entirely stealth themselves and get that heal off to aid that Takeda and make sure that all of that burst damage was still available for this team, really goes to show that they have a very good understanding and synergy with each other. Alliance are definitely up that. Alliance are one of those teams that, looking at the performance in Season 1 compared to Season 2, has definitely improved. As a lot of the time in Season 1, they were finding themselves being caught out a little bit of position, and so they would lose members a lot of the time. Their compositions would be chipped down very low. But now whenever we see them, they do tend to start to teeter towards that final zone, and if they do hit final zone, most of their players tend to be around 2.
It looks like they will be able to rush into it. I think that so far, they've been doing a pretty good job of it so far here. Let's see if they're going to be able to put this momentum down here, as they will be able to come through as KZ, another team. 19,000 damage, 4.5 eliminations, average percentage of the top 5, 26%. KZ struggling so far. We've seen them get eliminated at least twice so far within these games. So here's my question for a lot of the low teams here. Obviously, outside of a pop-off game, because obviously I feel like you need more than just a pop-off game. What do you think a lot of these teams, these lower teams, need to do to really see themselves in a higher placement than they are now?
So we sort of saw it in Game 1, right, where a lot of these teams, even if they were lower in the standings, were on a little bit of an even footing. And that's because a lot of the teams, if they didn't have all of the information of playing into their surroundings, wouldn't go for that commitment, wouldn't over-aggress. And I think a lot of the time, teams like KZ, Team Ace, as well, tend to fall a little bit afoul of the 17JL to an extent too. At certain points, they will over-aggress into a fight, and when I say over-aggress, I don't mean that maybe they'll see one player and they'll think, okay, well, we're going to get this pick and we're going to go after them. I mean, they stay in fights too long. They burn through abilities, they burn through ultimates, and if they're not able to find the kill fast enough, they still stay in those positions, and so another squad is able to come along and punish the fact that they just burnt themselves out of a fight win. And if they just really are able to recognize, okay, well, we use those abilities, they're not going to be on cooldown. If another fight comes up, we're not going to be able to handle it, we should pull away. And I think for some of these teams at the lower ends of the leaderboard, it's having that sort of knowledge and instinct of, we've stayed in the fight, we've committed to this fight, we have to be prepared to actually give up that ground so that we can at least live if someone else comes along that could beat us.
So what about the top teams? Top teams that are doing well so far. They're in the top 3. They're feeling good. A lot of confidence going into this Game 3 here. What do they need to do to maintain their lead?
I mean, honestly, I would say continue as you're doing. Pressure out the Morris Blastings. Make sure that you're going to be loaded and kitted out in terms of when those fights take a little bit more for a lull. And those zones don't become necessarily teams looking for kills, but teams looking for a position to be able to hold a safe space that they can call their own, so that they're not constantly on the back foot, not constantly chased away. Because if one team comes out and finds themselves a little bit out of position, every single squad in that area is going to be after them. Not just free players, but every single player who spots that second of weakness. And that's something that these top teams have really been able to take advantage of. They're the ones coming in with the snipe kills. They're the ones running those cannons, the bows, the pistols, to make sure that they have the splash damage to steal away some of those picks. As we can have a look at what exactly these teams are going to be picking in terms of heroes that they're running in. It's going to be a lot more Takeda coming on through, with all of these teams really wanting to hold off onto that monk until they're able to hit the Holoroth. Although AOW deciding to be the outlier amongst all of these teams, going to try to recreate the magic that XCG were able to find in their first game by running double Transformer.
Let's see if they're going to be able to do it here as well here, as it looks like Viper is going to be a main source of absolute magic here. for these games here. I'm seeing a little bit of Takeda's push through here as well here, as it looks like Wushin is also going to be another player comp here that's going to be very, very vital here. So it looks like we're going to be seeing a lot of the Viper Wushins coming in, really trying to see if they can stun out a lot of these teams here, as they're going to be able to push this in and keep the same momentum going into it. Looks like it will be fun to see how they're going to be able to put this together. And it looks like it's going to be fun to see where they're going to be putting all of the strength into here. Is we're seeing the placements of all of these teams here, and let's see what they're going to do. As Moore's Blessing, they're going to be locking it down here. As wow, look at the spread coming into this. Two teams landing in front of Gamma Mine. That's XCG, and it looks like YZG is going to be landing there. We got a full team manning towards Mohisum Haven. I don't know why necessarily they're going all the way over there, but they are. They're headed straight towards the desert. They have a full team composition headed there. I'm talking WBG, I'm talking GBL, I'm talking Destiny. They are landing there, and they are landing there strong. Meanwhile, Alliance is going to be teaming up with another team headed towards Celestra. It looks like one of the other teams is going to be landing at Stillside Temple by themselves. That is AOW, winners of Game 2. So they're going to be landing at Stillside Temples with that entire side to themselves. And one team heading towards Wreckage Blades. This is going to be very fun. And I think we need to keep our eyes. Obviously, they're going to go straight towards Stillside. We need to go immediately to Mohisum Haven, because that is going to be a fight immediately breaking out. As we see Truly, we see GBL, we see Bowda, we see the whole teams of Q9 coming in. And boy, oh boy, this is about to be a fight that I'm excited to watch.
This is exactly where you want to be if you're running that Yoda too. Lots of enclosed up spaces, lots of enclosed up rooms to be able to trap some of these players with that Ephri ability. As Bowda not finding the loot that they're looking for, having to immediately try and widen out their scope of surroundings, as GBL have been able to find themselves a couple of nice ranged weapons, a couple of blue longswords too coming out from this team. Still not going for the full commitment onto Q9, just waiting to see if they can aggress in after Q9 has eaten a lot of that ranged poke phase. As now they start to aggress a little bit closer. How coming in with those Zephyrs, gets a grapple onto LX to be able to isolate out that player away from the teammates. The peel is good, however, it now means that everyone on the side of Q9 is below half health and will immediately be shredded the moment they aggress into GBL's position. As they do lose Han, however, GBL will be able to find the full squad wipe and will be able to get that revive immediately online, even without running that Yodo, having that burst on the Takeda, again controlling the neutral. No one wants to move in close to the Takeda when they don't know whether that counter is on cooldown, allows them to be able to win up that poke phase and just come in and finish up with the longswords for a matter of moments. As KZ now with that Viper ultimate setting up a kill onto Alliance's mentality. Lucky, the only player left on this squad, very quickly having to just try and stick into that fight, coming on through with the Greatsword, trying to clear up a little bit of space, using the grapples to keep themselves in motion a little bit longer so they can come in with that Viper ultimate and potentially force these members away, win the fight with the stun and get the revive onto their teammates in the last ditch desperation effort. But the counter is good, and it's going to be Lucky grounded afterwards. Alliance very quickly going to have to use those revives.
Meanwhile, even with that one, is going to be able to put this together here. Let's see if they will be able to put all of this momentum into it with all of this strength. They've been doing a fantastic job of it so far here. So let's see if they will be able to rotate this in. So much of it has been going on, though. So let's see. They're going to be able to put the magic together here, as Bowda is going to be able to keep the rotation, but Rizu caught within a storm, a tornado of tumult, and sadly does end up getting claimed, as GBL will be able to get the fruits of their labor. We'll be able to find this out here. Let's see if they're going to keep the same momentum going into it. You love it to see it. As now we're going to go back into it. You love it to see it come in, as XCG fighting this out in between them and ASE. ASE going to be able to throw out the Yodahime ulti. The question is, are they going to be able to hit anybody with it, though? Massive damage coming in from these players, as Alex is able to claim at least one of them. That's Zaunen, trying to keep the game alive here for the rest of the team. The Takeda comes out and looks like NiHQ is going to be able to claim one. It is now a 2v2. This is exactly what you need to be in these situations here. NiHQ absolutely getting deleted. ASE focusing on NiHQ, as they will be able to get at least 1 to 2. And it looks like they will go through for the resurrection. And oh no, it looks like Alliance is going to come in out of nowhere and surprise the team of ASE. And it looks like ASE will use their their ulti and back out and get out of Dodge's way as fast as possible. Meanwhile, Mumbai looks like he's found him and he's ready to fight this out. He is going to keep the momentum strong on them. He's not going to let them go, and he's not going to give him an opportunity to go back forward to heal up as the Viper's going to come in, forces one, claims the elimination here, and does get the stun. Sadly, does get claimed, and Alliance is going to be able to claim two, but Hazy is going to be able to try to see if he can claim the third.
Yeah, ASE now just trying to keep themselves on the back foot a little bit longer. Alliance actually deciding to just go for the loot and grab. Remember, they just come off of the resurrection. So they were able, off of that third party, to come in and get a loot onto one of those cans so that they were able to find that purple spear. And then off of those 2 kills onto ASE, they're able now to rifle through those corpses and pick up the body shields. So they're going to be kitted on out. As KZ not really in a similar position at the moment. Thankfully for them, WBG also not really running the best loot loadouts at the moment, having to drop those Wuchen Soul Blade locks to make sure that all of the repeating crossbow bolts are gonna not be able to find their spines. As KZ still keeping up this chase, using that grapple, actually gets caught out a little bit before they're going to be able to scale up that cliff, as WBG have still found another squad. KZ now hunting themselves a little bit on the back foot themselves, trying to aggress into WBG's position, as it is just going to be Jinx sitting in the middle of that Yodo F3 to be able to get that re-shield. Without it now, going to have to try and use that Yodo ultimate if they're going to be given any of the downtime to be able to activate it. Thankfully, Jing is able to find the Yodo ultimate, but it's actually cancelled out early by the team just trying to escape with the Wuchen TP. Granted, after that first slash, you would become extremely vulnerable and you'd probably lose the Yodo if you didn't commit the Wuchen TP and being able to relocate, but unfortunately it's another ultimate burnt, and definitely something that is going to be punished if their pursuers are able to catch up to them. There's Q9 now coming in with that Viper ultimate at the moment, sitting on it, not popping it out just yet. GBL trying to push LXY away, forcing that Viper ultimate, but LXY is already half HP, just trying to tap dodge and keep themselves as mobile as possible before the stun connects, and it does actually buy them the time to be able to get back to their team, so the Wuchen TP is able to connect onto the Viper and make sure that the full 3 members are able to escape, as GBL, having popped that Takeda ultimate, are definitely going to want to hound after these 3 players, wanting to make sure that they're able to find that kill before the ultimate for the Takeda burns on out, and they have been able to track down Q9's location without that Wuchen TP. Unfortunately, Q9 are going to be stuck in this fight, but here comes the Yodo with that burst damage, the F3 making sure that no one can really collapse onto Han. Jano actually goes down, so now it's just Dabao and Han for GBL trying to keep themselves alive. They go for the reset. LXY is batted up into the air by the Greatsword, which is the only reason that Han is able to find that reset, but LWH has actually tracked down their location with the spear and will be able to claim the kill, as LXY is able to find Dabao fragmented away from that Takeda.
Even with that one, though, it looks like Jing with their ulti trying to see if maybe they can do something here, but it looks like Ventus is going to come through and immediately slam one all the way down, but it looks like Jing is going to get absolutely sent off of the end and the edge, not giving them the opportunity to try to fight this back at all here. As Sleepwalker's going to come through, surprise the whole team. Viper's going to push in and claim 2! Beautiful eliminations trying to come in, but their third teammate does not get stunned and keeps Sleepwalker away from them. Does a fantastic job of it. Good work by ZU, understanding that both of their teammates were stunned and trying to get them not caught up in a bad situation, because that really could have been not so good if they wasn't paying attention, and they were able to keep it around the bend here, paying attention to what's going on here and saying, hey, this is what's going on and we're not going to let this go. They've done a fantastic job of this, so let's see if they're going to be able to keep the momentum going.
Well, they've definitely been able to keep the chase going. So unfortunately, WBG Sleepwalker not able to escape will go down to Ventus's Pixels dual blade blows. It's going to be now Aeolus, just the lone Wuchen for the members of WBG. Goes down very quickly to WX98, as it is actually going to be WBG knocked out of the lobby, the first trio to go. As we move over to watch JJHRD Viper ultimate, forcing Godly to try to move away as NPG on that Takeda with the Matari stealth, making it really hard to predict whether Takeda is going to pop up and use that ultimate. Is NPG actually able to keep Sorrow alive off of the back of the stuff provided by that Matari? JJHRD just trying to keep themselves alive a little bit longer and lose any of their pursuers as they have lost water. Morris Blessings coming online for some of these teams. NAD just getting to stroll up to one of those boxes and open it up immediately, allowing them to pick up EWG's Vermilion. But Might NAD, I believe that is going to be a Draco Storm coming on through for them, and that's going to be something that surely they're going to want to sit on for as long as possible so they can get the full impact for those 2 minutes of pent-up aggression. The 17GL are going to be spatting out 17 EWG. Sanzi coming in with that Yoda ultimate is able to connect onto some of those members, but gets caught up in the Temi ultimate and is now going to be slowed, forced to sit in the middle of that Yoda F3, allowing 17GL the control to come in with that longsword, the charged up right click, absolutely obliterating the Yodo. Net of the F3 doesn't last the 5 seconds, it only lasts 3.5, and unfortunately for Sanzi, it drops at the worst time.
Sadly does drop at the worst time. Even trying to benefit this sometimes can be absolutely tough here, as it looks like he will be able to come into this and lock this down here, doing as much as they can here, but sadly not able to really be able to do anything here. Unfortunate coming in. It looks like they will be able to keep the same momentum pushing into it. Let's see if they can rotate this around. Looking into it is now. They're going to be able to put in more towards it, though. It looks like they will be around it as well. Oh, man, it looks like the 1v3 coming into this is Mubai is trying to hold on for as long as possible, not trying to get caught. But it looks like Alex will be able to pop that Yorihime ulti. Yorihime keeping that same energy and momentum into it. Let's see if they're going to be able to get some hits. No, but it looks like they are going to be able to dodge it as best as possible. Oh, Mentality gets hit by a massive slash here. Not looking good, as they will try to chase onto one, but looks like another team is trying to hold them back as best as possible here, as Mentality trying to fight to get away. They're dangerously low, trying to hold on. They were able to get the Wushin shield at least back, but it doesn't matter, as Alex will be able to get the elimination onto Mentality. And here comes the nice scramble coming in. They were able to get a massive parry onto one, but sadly was not enough. And Yeron does end up getting claimed by Even as they come back to it. Xiaonan is able to jump his way into getting 2 massive stuns. Xiaonan claims ASE's Heisery, as they are going to be able to try to chase another one, as Alex trying to hold on. Oh, it's a massive one with the spear, sending both of them back towards it. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have to remember too, they do have that Draco Storm. Has been very, very helpful for them as well, keeping this game and also giving them double the damage as well here. So Alex has to be able to back out and be careful here, because man, it's not looking good for this team, as Alex, ASE fully gets claimed and finished. WBG is officially out, but ASE has a shot at bringing it back. EWG and GBL leading it with 7 eliminations, 5 eliminations, 3-way tie between ASE, Ventus, and Alliance.
Oh, this is not where you want to be against Decatur Ultimate. In the middle of those mines, it's so hard to be able to tap dodge away from those, and it is going to be AOW now sitting in the middle. The counter is good. It's able to connect onto Mikasa, but thankfully Next now is able to go down. Those Zephyrs from that Tammy, making sure that they're able to just make sure no one is able to poke through their health with those ranged weapons and snipe out some of those kills, allowing them as well to sit in all of their abilities, not be bullied out of them in a fight early, as Q9 absolutely bullying this poor player, 17JLZU, having an absolute tiny little fragment of health goes down in the face of that Yodo ultimate. As JJHRD now actually going to be fighting outside of the zone, picking up that kill onto 17JL's AS, rooting through the body, and then moving themselves very quickly on. Q9 going to be keeping a little bit ahead of that zone corruption tick as well. Not really checking to see whether there's players around them. They'll wait until they have the full reset and then potentially turn their attention to some of these members trying to escape the tick of zone corruption, as JJHRD's God Lee actually trying to do just that, but unfortunately for them puts themselves into a position to be sniped out instead, as AOW, the members that JJHRD were looking to punish, and very quickly turn the tables onto God Lee. Thankfully, God Lee is able to break line of sight and get a reset in the middle of that zone tick, and AOW not actually going to be aggressing in to try to find and claim that kill. Instead, they're going to be conserving their own resources and heading a little bit further to the left, flanking away from the team that was looking to capitalize on their being out of position, sitting on those ultimates and waiting to see if they're going to get challenged, but really wanting to hold off as they move into Celestra, trying to see if there's anything left in these buildings to better equip their monk.
Let's see if they're going to be able to go through with the rotations, though, trying to figure this out here. Trying to follow through with more and more, as it looks like they will be able to work into this one as well here. Let's see if they're going to be able to figure this out. It looks like there are going to be another fight here as EWG looks like they're fighting it out as EWG Sansi. The rest of the team will get Wushin out of there, picking up their teammates. This is why the Wushin has been so vital for a lot of these teams here. They've really been doing a fantastic job of keeping the game alive here and figuring out moments when it's very possible and it's more important to back out of these situations. It could be very, very bad for a lot of these teams, but they end up actually staying alive and keeping it together here as they are able to rotate this around and see if maybe they can do more with it, though. KZ also working on their shield as well, keeping the team and the game alive for themselves here. They've been doing a fantastic job of it. So now let's see if they can keep the same momentum going, as they will be able to try to follow suit as best as possible. Let's see if maybe they can figure this out. Ventus, looks like they're gonna even pick up the Morris Blessing. Found some decent stuff here. Purple dagger, purple shield. Zio, where you at? You need the shield, come get it.
Yeah, sort of circling back as well to the point why that Witchin is so important. When you're in a lobby this full of Tammys who can just use the ultimate or the after block projectiles, you really need the Wuchan to be able to provide that same utility for these teammates. That soul block is absolutely crucial, as unfortunately Godly without that Wuchan TP is about to go down, but thankfully they're able to use it in time. The Yodo just having to dash away as fast as possible as Alliance still chasing after those kills. They know how close Godly came to death. Water is the one who has to take the aggro instead for that Yodo to be able to cover away and get that reset, as it does mean that Water has to sacrifice their life for it. However, it means that Godly, that burst damage that the team is looking for, is still going to be alive, can come in with that Yodo ultimate and use it as a threat to push all of those players away from that Ken and get that revive onto their fallen player. As KZ now wanting to push on forward. They do have that Draco Storm. For the next 73 seconds, they are going to be so stubborn and sticking into these fights, and every team that runs into them is going to have to just try and kite and live for as long as possible, hoping that the Draco Storm is going to run out after that allotted 120 seconds. As NAD on the back foot now off of KZ, coming in a very aggressive Viper ultimate, catches so many of those players close, which is exactly where you want to play with a Draco Storm. The more players clustered up in that space, the more that lightning AoE damage is going to be able to hammer into those health bars. As NAD answering back with a Yodo ultimate, just trying to keep the players of KZ away from them. They've been able to find the pick onto Rain, but unfortunately there are still members of KZ alive, and it forces NAD into eating up the resources of two ultimates to see the Draco Storm squad away, and they've been able to do it. The problem is that off on the horizon, 17JL are about to blaze their way in, as they've seen the commitment of the Viper ultimate and the Yodo ultimate. The fact that NAD had to actually go for that revive as well, so they know that this team is going to be so easy to try to aggress into at the moment, but they don't actually go for the commitment just yet.
Does not go for the commitment here. Let's see if they will be able to rotate this out here and see if they can put this together here. Now, even with all of this, let's see if they will rotate this around, as Ventus will be able to keep the same momentum onto 17JL. Ventus having that full opportunity, though, with that ulti. Let's see if they're going to push in on it and keep that same aggression. They're doing a fantastic job of it so far here, but they still have so much more to do and or to work with here. And 17JL will claim these eliminations, though. Been looking really good towards it. Let's see if they can find the rest of it with these next couple of eliminations here. They've been doing a fantastic job. Let's see if they can work toward the next set of finishers and or eliminations coming into it. We'd love to see it, as they've so far been looking pretty good towards these fights. Now, XCG rotating in. Looks like they were able to do a nice little bit of some trading here. on the inside. And AHQ with full gold, 3 eliminations. 1 elimination coming in from Zouden, so 4 eliminations coming in for this team. XCG. It looks like Team Alliance just got eliminated with 6 eliminations, 40 points total so far in the total standings. As XCG with 4 eliminations, EWG with 8 right now. EWG is going off.
EWG with a very aggressive composition, as we pointed out. It's the Wu Chen. It's that ability to be able to toe the line past too aggressive and then immediately be able to pull back with that Wu Chen TP. As long as your members are actually positioned close enough, every single one of those players is going to be able to escape out so easily. And with that Wu Chen, you could really burn a lot of these squads into investing ultimates and then just TPing out, knowing that you can cycle back to them and immediately go in for the kill punch. The fact that they don't have the ultimates, that they've already burned them earlier. As Ventus going to be actually facing off against Q9, the Bane's Breath at Q9's back, forcing them to stick in this position. Wu Chen Soul Blade blocks to make sure that they don't lose that poke phase in the ranged battle. As Bane's Breath has run out, Q9 can now try to relocate, get a little bit closer towards the spawning of this Morris Blessing. They're sitting on that Yodo. They really want to make sure that the Yodo has as much armor padding as possible, so that when she goes for that ultimate form, she's going to be able to sit in it for all of those slashes, as opposed to having to cancel it out early. But a lot of these squads really wanting to take control of those Morris Blessings, but are forced to use all of their Soul Blades and the Yodo F3 to be able to make sure that they have full coverage to keep the repeating crossbow from stopping them from opening up that chest. And it does seem like they were able to get on top of it, as Q9's LWH actually having to drop that F3 just to try and keep themselves a little bit safer from the repeating crossbow. The flame tick does connect onto that Yodo as well, so they're forced into the purple bush to crouch and get the full reset off. But unfortunately, 17 GLs has been tracking that movement, comes in on that Matari and tries to find the answering pick. As Ventus do lose Pixel, but somehow LXY is still alive until just now.
If AS is able to get this other elimination, this could be absolutely madness for them. Really being able to hold it together and keep that same momentum going here. They've been doing a fantastic job of it. Let's see if they're going to be able to work towards it. Absolutely insane here, as they will be able to work towards this one. They've been doing a fantastic job of keeping the game alive for themselves here. Man, absolutely insane. Trying to get that elimination, though, that was tough, because they really could have been eliminated if they both focused on it, but they both kept backing out, making it a 1v1 for that same player. As now it looks like the circle closing in here. Cannon shots coming in, trying to see if they can nab any type of damage from a lot of these players here. It's EWG. Look at EWG just sitting back, relaxing. They got 9 eliminations. They're on top. They don't really need to force anything. They don't need to force anything if they don't really feel like it.
Yeah, and I mean, if any squad really tries to drop into that position as well, they're running a composition which is very good at punishing and taking fights in those close quarters. That Yodo ultimate is so strong when you're not able to dodge away from those fights, just like the Takeda. As we see JDG actually starting to make their move, falling off of that high ground and wanting to take control of that low ground. Ventus going to be immediately opting out of the fight as they see the Yodo ultimate come on through. Just making it seem like they weren't there. Immediately going to be dropping back to the low ground to see if any of those players are trying to take control of that house yet again, as we actually see Water coming in with a very aggressive Viper ultimate. Godly has already gone down, and unfortunately having that Viper ultimate trying to regress in and potentially create the space necessary to get that revive up onto the Yodo with the Wu Chen TP means that you lose the Wu Chen alongside your Yodo, and it is now just going to be Water having to play for survivability, as that Viper ultimate has already been invested. As NAD with Doshi coming in with that Yodo ultimate, immediately going to be forcing all of those teams away, as they're actually able to find a pick off of the bat of it as well. EWG produced just 1 member, trying to keep themselves out of sight and getting those heals off as much as possible, as XCG ruling the roost at the moment. Sure, they're not really coming in terms of flooding the kill feed, but they have so much space carved out for them. The second that that zone starts to push some of these players out from these nooks and crannies, those cannon splash damages is going to be doing so much work onto those health bars. JDG not wanting to be caught in that very position, going to be scaling up to that roof, swapping to ranged weapons of their own, trying to keep AOW on the opposing roof under control, as it is going to be Bauda now coming in with a Yodo ultimate, trying to find those picks off from Apple, trying to find any of these plays, but in the middle of that Temi ultimate, it's so hard to make sure that those blades can actually connect. And Bauda now caught against the corner, might go down to NAD, who's seen an opportunity. The stun comes through, the Viper catches so many, the follow-up is there, and it's just
absolutely insane here as the Ren comes in, and it looks like the cannon shot's coming in as a very beneficiary for some of those eliminations here, but sadly not able to do enough. Bauda able to try to keep the game alive here as he does, able to go through with the reshield. Bauda might have an opportunity to pick up his teammates, but he's gonna have to do it really, really fast here as he might possibly lose one, and it looks like he does. He does lose their Wushen. Might have the opportunity of picking up their Viper, and it looks like he might have been able to do it in just enough time here as his name is still glowing. Oh, nope. Lost that one as well. Now Bauda's by himself. Unfortunate. Meanwhile,
in like 5 seconds, NAD just rocketed to the top of the leaderboard with 14 kills.
14 eliminations. How are they able to do that in such a short amount of time?
It's the Viper. It catches 6. And the follow-on damage is there. And everyone caught by the Viper ultimate can't escape outside of the hut, because then they're going into the cannon fodder. And that's exactly what they don't want to do. So it's literally a rock and a hard place. Do you die to the cannon fire and let XCG claim the kill, or do you stick in the fight and hope that you can turn things around and let NAD come in with the absolute stomp?
Meanwhile, they are able to put this together. Let's see if they will be able to figure out what's next here. They've been doing a fantastic job of it so far. Let's see if they can rotate this in and do a good job thus far. Even with all this momentum coming into it, let's see how they can rotate part of this in. Doing a good job of it so far here. Let's see if they can rotate around this space as AOW all the way up top here, trying to just pummel down bullets onto XCG. Doing a fantastic job of it so far. Let's see if they can go through with the rotations. Looking pretty good towards it as a Cuckoo ends up getting parried. Unfortunate timing for him as Cuckoo's going to throw off the good timing of the Terracotta Warrior, trying to keep somewhat of this game alive, maybe for placement, trying to get some form of points here. Looking good towards this. Let's see if they're going to be able to find it. As now rotating this in, let's see, rocking it in, up and down, all towards this one. Let's see if XCG, AOW's Pingtao is going to come up. Pingtao absolutely getting decimated by the ulti of Takeda, and IHQ holding this together. They're not going to give anybody the opportunity and or the observation to handle this one as well here, as now they're able to do it with more and more potential opportunities here as NiHQ is able to keep the momentum going, doing a fantastic job. The Monk ult comes in, so he's going to try to grab it through the door here. AOW holding together with 6 eliminations, still doing it. I mean, clearly it looks like NAD is going to be the winners of this game here. I feel like even with all of that, though, it still could really be anybody's game here, but if NAD keeps this game alive, this is going to be absolutely massive for them. This is going to be a massive point game for them, putting themselves up in a higher placement for these games here. But let's see how they're going to be able to put this together. But as of right now, it's looking pretty good for them within this rotation here, as he ends up getting absolutely dazzled and dipped. Apple dangerously low here, gets claimed, and he gets in by NAD. NAD's 40 claims their 15th elimination. NAD just getting so many pickups and kills and eliminations all towards this side here. They're not making it easy on anybody to claim anything.
Here comes the Viper ultimate 2, dropping down from that high ground, and it actually catches XCG Xiaonan, setting in place JDD Shushan, coming in with that Yodo ultimate. Unfortunately, the kill isn't through in time. They have to try to drop that Yodo weapon to keep themselves safe from the Decatur ultimate that answers out from XCG, and it is now going to be that Yodo all the way picked out from their team, separated as XCG is able to find that pick. We go down to 7 players remaining in the lobby. XCG still 3 players strong, still running on this Decatur ultimate. That longsword doing so much damage, forcing again that Wuchen Soulblade block. And it's NAD coming in with the Viper ultimate, forcing everyone for XCG outside of the zone. But Xiaonan actually gets baseball batted outside into the corruption as well. And NAD Doshi dropping that Yodo ultimate, trying to keep themselves safe. The slash is already going through. As we see, it's going to be AOW coming in with that that monk transformation to keep the health bar buffeted. And it's gonna be NAD, the last player standing in the lobby, again off of the distraction tactics, coming on through, sacrificing one teammate so the other two can live, securing themselves final squad standing, and also allowing their kill multiplier to be absolutely massive, because surely they walked away with over 17 kills in that final circle.
Oh yeah, that's going to be absolutely insane going into these games. I cannot wait to see what type of momentum they put into this. I mean, NAD put so much time, so much effort into these games here, and it just made it look so easy to get a lot of these kills and a lot of these eliminations here. And they just made it look good towards this. I'm very excited to see how they come up with these. It's definitely going to be at more than 20 points. Could it be a 40? Could it be a 30 though? Could it be 30 points?
It's definitely got to be on the cusp of it, right? Because just off of the momentum that they were able to find, picking up 6 kills almost instantaneously, I really do have to gush about the setup for that one, because not only is it just the absolute perfect Viper ultimate I've ever seen, the positioning that this team is able to lock down those players when they're staggering in is massive. The way you normally counter a Viper ultimate, if multiple amounts of players are going to be stunned, is you actually split. You all go separate directions, so that when the Viper stun goes through, everyone is in a different direction and only one player is going to go down before the stun runs out. What happens when NAD is the Viper ultimate is all 6 of those players are clumped together, and then they block the exit with 2 of their other players. So even if you try and tap dodge after the stun wears off, you're tap dodging towards the other 2 members of NAD. Even if you survive once the stun wears off, you use your own energy to walk into death yourself.
Absolutely. And I just want to know, where did NAD all of a sudden decide to pop off and do 14 eliminations before we could even blink? That's all I want to know, because they didn't have 14 eliminations by the time we got to Circle 5. By the time we got to Circle 5, they were at least in the middle ground. Like, they were there with them. They had, some kills. They were pretty much tied neck and neck. So it was like, okay, it really could be anybody's game. We turn around for 2 seconds. We're talking about one team. We look back. NAD's got 14 kills. Where did these eliminations come from? Huh? I need to know. What happened? What went wrong? What happened? What went wrong for some of these other teams where all of a sudden, did they just come in and just capture a lot of these eliminations, like just very last minute, where people are just dangerously low and they're just able to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they just kept cleaning it up? Or were they just decimating teams one by one by one, not giving it an opportunity? I don't know.
So here's the thing for NAD, their game sense is impeccable, because they identify the XCG as this problematic team squad that's sitting up on the high ground with the cannons, and everyone caught in the low ground, everyone stuck in those buildings, is not going to want to actually escape. They're going to stick in those fights and commit so they don't go down to the cannon range. And that allows NAD to close up the distance and effectively use XCG's presence to hold the players that they run into hostage. And we talked about maybe they're going to drop a 30. Debbie, look at that game score!
19 eliminations, excuse me? 35.4. I did ask that. I was like, do you think they dropped to 30? Clearly.
They almost dropped to 40.
Almost drops off 40. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Wow. Just absolutely just spat on me. Absolutely insane coming into it. That is nuts. I'm sorry. I'm not expecting that one.
That's 100%. If ever you want to ask or get into Naraka or play it competitively, and you want to run a Yodo and a Viper, look no further than that game. Look at it, look back on it, analyze it, look and see exactly what NAD do, because they play that literally in that final zone, no mistakes. None.
Yeah, clearly no mistakes at all. None whatsoever. Like, excuse me. Goodness gracious, they were able to do so much here, but that's not even the half of it. As they will be able to come through here and just absolutely do it well here. They've been doing a fantastic job of it thus far, but they absolutely destroyed. They didn't even give it a second thought, nor really an observation though, towards these last couple here, and they did a fantastic job of it. As now they're locking it in, they're locking in the time, and they make it look good as Doshi, his 3rd MVP, dual blade, 7100 cannon, 6,000 with almost 20,000 damage. Almost 20,000 damage going into it. Absolutely insane. as we look at the healing of 7,100, 9 eliminations. Attack Soul Jade at number 4. We have yet to really see an Attack Soul Jade for a number 4 here. So that was actually really, really surprising to see that, let alone a Dragon Roar, Nunchuck Sap, Flame Breath, Suna, and Melee Resist Soul Jade. Absolutely insane going into it. Man, the vibes have been very, very high, and I'm very happy to see these amount of aggressions pay off for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, and I mean, it pays off massively for NAD too, because even though they come in with something like 19 kills, they're going up against a monk composition. And you're like, okay, maybe they're not going to be that last squad standing. Maybe their kill multiplier is going to lose them a couple of those points. Doshi plays the absolute martyr. Opens up with a Yoda ultimate so that they're the one playing decoy. They're the ones having all of the attention thrown onto them because final zone's closing up. All of those players are caught below the Yoda ultimate, so everyone turns their attention to dealing with the Yoda before they go down to the ult. And what does that mean? It allows those other 2 members of NAD to work together and effectively take out that monk composition without relying on the Yoda. So they're the last squad standing, which means their kill multiplier is even larger than it could have been if Doshi didn't have the ultimate and put themselves into force fire.
I mean, they put themselves in that force fire though, but sometimes you do have to risk it. But look what happened though when they did risk it. NAD comes through with that many eliminations. I'm sorry, a 19. We almost saw 20. We almost saw 20. They took away my 20 ball, man. They took it away. They took it away. They snatched it from me. Snatched my, where's my chain? My chain isn't even on. They took off my chain in the middle of that fight. I wasn't even here. I was just, they said, give me your chain. I'm sorry. They stole it from me. I'm surprisingly, they gave it back. I wasn't ready for that. Either way, I want an AOW chain.
I was gonna say, I second this mentality. I would also.
I want this AOW chain. I want an AOW chain.
It looks fire. It looks good.
Listen, I'm not trying to play favorites here, but you know, if AOW gave me a chain, I'm just saying. No, but even with that one though, they've been doing a fantastic job of it so far. NAD comes through with a massive explosive game. But ladies and gentlemen, we're at the halfway mark. 3 games down, 3 more to go. Jaeger, go ahead, do your thing. Like always, take it away. Talking to NAD.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with Xin from the team NAD and let him say hello to our audience. Hello， 小新，先和大家打个招呼吧。
我是用中文还是用英文？
对，直接用中文说就可以了。
Hello， 大家好，我是小新。
好的，再次恭喜你们，也欢迎你来到我们这个英文采访。然后不用太紧张啊，就我会把你的话再翻译成英文来跟大家说一下。Okay, so first, congratulations that NAD have really highest score in the game 3, and also they have really excellent performance. Like for the game 3, you have like 19 killing points. Yeah, I think I'm very sure, very high killing score. And we saw a very interesting thing today because Xin is using the Viper in the team, and the skin of your Viper is like totally red. So I would like to know why you set up this like function. 那就是首先你们今天要肯定的是这一把打了非常高的一个伤害，也有非常好的一个表现。然后我注意到了一个非常重要的细节，今天小新用的宁红叶皮肤是全红色的，为什么会做这样的一个设置呢？
因为想冲洗嘛，中国红嘛。
冲洗，这个非常的一个传统的一个，我想想怎么给大家来讲一讲我们这个，是为了图吉利吗？
对，吉利一点嘛。
好的。So actually, because I set up my skin to totally red is because in the traditional Chinese culture, the red is because lucky. It's like mean of lucky. So I wish that we can be lucky and have very best performance in the game, so I choose all my Viper skin to the red. And also, I remember that other hero you also change the other color. So could you please just introduce to us? 那因为我记得啊，说小新除了说给自己的这个宁红叶换了这个全红皮，还有哪些英雄你也换了呢？
还有顾清寒换成了阿凡达的颜色。
整个队伍
都是阿凡达的颜色。
为什么你们要一起换这个阿凡达呢？
因为觉得 种族意识嘛，就那种，
是
那种
是
很团结的意思，就是
是这个电影给你们带来了怎么样的一个意义吗？
就是一个，比方说我们是一个阿凡达种族嘛，然后我们
对
很团结，就是那种意思。大概。
OK， 好的。So actually, I also changed the Justina skin into the blue, and the whole team together we changed it to blue because of the movie Avenda. Because we think from this movie, we can see like their teamwork together is really excellent, and I wish our teamwork will also be so excellent, just like them. OK， 好的，谢谢小新，感谢你接受我们今天采访，再次恭喜你们。OK， thank you Xin for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
我个人感觉吧，首先你得有这方面的硬实力，硬实力才是最重要的，不是说你有什么心态啊、肯猛练啊之类的这种，所以说啊，就很残酷。你没有硬实力和天赋的存在，可能真的就对于职业这东西不太能碰触吧。你可能有点天赋去当主播啊，你聊天会聊，或者说其他方面，只要不是硬实力方面好，你去当这些是完全没有问题的。但是如果真想打职业，硬实力就是一切，你没有办法去弥补这种东西。来打永劫无间是因为之前我前个游戏的职业的队友给我推了这个游戏，自己打的可能也比较上手吧，就感觉可以去对这个项目也打一次职业。从小到大就因为家里人也会去玩游戏嘛，像我爸去玩游戏之类的，但是兴趣这东西也是自己去感觉到嘛，感觉游戏确实好玩，觉得可以去尝试一下打职业，因为当时确实没玩多久嘛，就可以把那个分数弄上去，想试一下。把精力全部投进去的时候会怎么样？会发现确实自己可以去进行这个职业，然后就坚持下去了。我的粉丝吧，对于我来说，他们看我其实就是个技术主播，所以不太会担心转过来之类的。但是我可能对于这次尝试比较想去试一下。首先的话，肯定从认识方面的话，就是之前都一个游戏的，然后都是一个游戏里面的顶尖玩家、顶尖选手。那互相肯定都会欣赏对方，然后都会记住对面，然后后面的话有打永劫无间的机会了，然后发现他也在找队友，那就这个契机变成了队友。变成队友之后呢，也能看到小伟确实在操作这种方面都是顶尖的。我们当时其实，在内战里面，基本上那次劫杯就没输过，只要是打3-3的局，打起来就没有输，那一天都是这样。当时没有这种英雄分限制，我们只打那个阵的话，其实已经算是里面。劫杯的时候已经是最顶尖了，因为确实嘛，当时只有Go Team一个队玩逆红剑，就差一口气嘛，差一点就可以变成冠军了，最后还是没有搞过逆红剑。然后在其他方面的话，顶杯这个冠军，那谁不想当第一呢，对吧？去拼嘛，然后后续打起来的话，肯定也是为了把之前没拿到的冠军拿一次嘛。当时是第一次冠军吧，在金杯，这冠军的意义其实就是为了把自己有个激励嘛。周冠的话，确实就是没拿到嘛，没拿到只能说是比较可惜吧，因为确实是8个双周了，这样的这个才刚拿到，7个双周之前都没 就感觉确实总上一口气，一定要拿一次试试。然后至于总决赛的话，总决赛肯定也是一样嘛，都想拿冠军，那肯定为了他肯定要更努力嘛。氛围这东西吧，肯定是希望是就向着乐观去的嘛。然后但是肯定也有低沉的时候，那这种时候是不可避免的，那就需要去调节嘛。调节更多是自己选手、教练还有管理层之类的，一起去帮大家一起调节嘛。更多是为了去磨合嘛。那磨合也需要时间嘛。就像当初2D来我们重新打经理杯的时候，那段时间也是磨合嘛。这段时间跟那段时间其实差不了太多。那只要磨合好了之后，只要这人是没问题的，我们4个人是没问题的。那其实把磨合这个时间度过了之后，就是现在冠军了嘛。当时就比较兴奋吧，因为确实终于拿到一个周冠。后面的话，感觉其实总决才最重要，其实感觉已经比较平常心了。我自己看待这个周冠的意义的话，像之前我们并没有拿到周冠嘛，那之前那种其实已经算我之前说的那种亏了。那既然吃的是亏，那就不要吃太多嘛，这是算强心剂的。之前那种东西给现在的警示嘛，所以既然有了警示，也有了强心剂，那我相信总决的话还有节杯的话，都会去更稳扎稳打吧，更稳重吧。
Back in.
Yeah. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Nbpl Repechage. We just got to see an absolute stunning game, which left not just ourselves stunned, Davi, but 2 whole squads, allowing NAD to just absolutely blitz through them.
Listen.
I really am still gonna gush about that Viper ultimate. It was just so perfect.
Listen, there was a lot of nutty things going on in this game, okay? They have kept the same immersion, they have kept the same intensity, they have put in a lot of work towards these fights here, but NAD, surprising all of us with an absolute scorcher of a game and almost a 20 bomb here. But for all of that, though, we have to talk about another thing that y'all need to do, and that's to get something to win. So which hero was not picked by NAD in Game 3? Was it the Yodo, Tianai, the Wushin, or the Viper? Now this is a good little tricky question here. But answer your questions, and yeah.
I mean, we already removed one of those options.
Yeah, clearly.
We're definitely not going to talk about any other methods than that NAD did to make sure that ultimate was able to find side, because then that would give the game away, and what's the fun in that? So thankfully we have other games to look forward to, Darby, because we're headed into game number 4, which means we're going to go back to the Morris Isle. Obviously we have 2 games back-to-back in Game 3 and Game 4 when we head towards Morris Isle before we go back to Holoroth, but we can have a little bit of a look to see how the first 3 games have affected the scoreboard. GBL unfortunately picking up the rear, coming in at that 16th spot. JDG-KZ, JJHRD, Q9, WBG, Bida, and Team Ace unfortunately not making it much further up either. Team Ace are settling themselves into potentially be able to pick up one of those top 8 positions, but it's definitely going to be a pretty rocky position for them to be in, as all of these teams who are going to be sitting up on the top half of the score, it's off of the back of pop-off games. XCG game number 1, EWG just consistently and quietly keeping themselves in the top 5, AOW having an absolute stunner of a game number 2, and NAD, we just got to see them in the previous series absolutely blitzing through every single squad in that path.
Looks like even with that one as well here, they still have been doing a fantastic job of it, making it look really good here with a 94.8, 65.8. What a strong start coming in from XCG. What a strong start coming in from AOW and EWG, to be honest with you. 45.5, a 51.3 coming in from AOW. AOW keeps that same energy. We're definitely going to see them in that top 3, and hopefully them staying in that top 3. If they can do it. And so far, they've done a fantastic job of it thus far. Let's see if they can hold on for 3 more games. And then after that, we still have 6 more on Sunday.
Yeah, and I'm sure we're probably going to see, again, just a little bit less of the Monk compositions coming on through, as these teams really do want to hold as many times as they can for Holleroff to be able to play those Monks, which does really mean and lean into a lot of these teams that can adapt in terms of hero pools, being able to run both the Takeda and that Temi, as well as the Wuchen, Viper, and Yodo compositions coming on through is really a big boon for a lot of those teams that are setting themselves up onto those high leaderboards, because even when they're on to different compositions which they might not feel the most comfortable on, they're still able to carry through that momentum.
Whoa. More and more people have been using monks in Holleroff. Because I was told that using a monk isn't the best in Holleroff. So what has something changed that I don't know about?
So going into Holleroff, like when this map first landed, everyone was like, okay, well, it's going to be like a 40% chance of the final circle actually benefiting a monk. Do you really want to gamble on that? But the sheer amount of utility that that monk brings, as well as the fact that you can now run Temi alongside it, so you don't have to worry about being beaten back by things like the repeating crossbow, the ballista, which is scattered all around Holleroff, as well as the fact that having that impact of verticality means that those monk compositions actually have a little bit more reason to do your favorite thing, which is interact with each other. We actually got to see a little bit of it in the bumper and some of the mic checks as well in between, when we get to see those monks getting to go, as indeed Davy is shadowboxing, basically getting to shadowbox against each other and punishing the fact that with the verticality, with the terrain being extremely hard for some of those monks to actually be able to navigate in that altered up form, if you're able to win the rock, paper, scissors of a monk versus a monk and actually punt them back, sometimes outside of the zone, a lot of the time they don't actually have the mobility to be able to recover and get themselves back in. So you find yourself very quickly taking control of that fight and punishing a team who's really going to be trying to throw resources onto the monk, but actually burning those to the wind because he goes down to zone tick instead.
It's good to know coming into this as well here, as they're going to be able to lock this in and make it look good here. I am just steadily staying focused on what's next here, and I'm ready to make it happen. Really excited for the future here. This is going to be really, really fun. Absolutely insane coming into these games, as we will be able to lock it in with Q9, and also this is JDG. No, it's ASC. ASC, surprising a trio team here that's really been making some magic happen here.
Yeah, Even has really been impressing in terms of being able to stay alive. Hazy does tend to be the last one on the squad to go down, but every single time it feels like Even has his back against the wall, somehow he's able to pull through, which is exactly what you really want to see coming through from the squad when you are running that Viper. You need to survive. You're the one and hero that your team really look to, setting the table in terms of how you're going to be able to come in with those kills. That Viper stun is absolutely instrumental if you're running anything, but we can actually have a look at that composition which they've mostly been running, which is surprisingly this Takeda with the Temi and the Matari. We've seen it being put to really good effect, like you can use that Matari self to go in very quickly, nip into a kill, find that third party, and then back on out without anyone really being able to trace your movement. And it does mean that you have a little bit more leeway as well with the blinks that Matari has on her F ability, so you can go searching for information, potentially knowing and letting your Takeda know where the best place is to chase and activate that ultimate, so you can look for the chases and the slashes to connect onto some of those fleeing players. But NPG is another of these squads that has the potential and capacity to impress, but has just a little bit of a quieter day at the moment. And I think, again, it really does come down to the fact that for the last 3 games that we've seen, there are only 3 teams that really stick in our minds because of just how big those pop-ups have been from XCG, AOW, and NAD.
Absolutely. The question is can they do it again? Can NAD come back with another explosive game and really come through with some magic? Can AOW actually surprise us and do some more insane moves as well? Obviously, they've been going into it with a lot more aggression as well, as we love to see. So let's hope that maybe they can bring back more of that fire in another game.
Well, we're still headed over to Morris Island. As a result, we are seeing a significant lack of monks coming on through. Just EWG and JJHRD actually going to be fielding those comps. And EWG actually backtracking in terms of how they want to compose up this monk. They are going to be taking away that Temi and returning to the traditional route of having that Kurumi come on through, which is very very interesting, given the fact that we actually heard the player interviews in the past mention the fact that Kurumi loses a lot of her value if she's going up against those Temis because of the zoning potential of the Temi ultimate. And so it's going to be really interesting to see whether or not that Kurumi is going to find the same amount of value that we saw it in Season 1 and the starting stages of Season 2.
Let's hope that they will be able to find those starts here as we look at the circle, and the circle has been a little bit different than I've ever seen before here. I mean, we're seeing people landing at Alchemist Cottage and a full stack of teams headed towards all of these huts here near Artesian Grove and Servants Grounds. Meanwhile, the other teams are headed towards Sunwing Rest. Nobody in Repechage, nobody in Shadow, nobody in Stillside, and nobody in Celestra. It's a very weird start to all of the teams in terms of where they've been landing here, as it looks like they will be getting the first eliminations coming in. NPG Sorrow claims WBG Jing. GBL Mumbai claims an elimination, or Mumbai gets eliminated as Alliance, trying to see if they can go for the rotation and just dip out early. Meanwhile, GBL wants to go for the chase here, but NPG already starting off strong with 2 eliminations thus far.
Yeah, GBL getting a very nice landing off of the back of that Viper ultimate coming through from DA2. Still trying to hunt after these remaining members of Alliance. They know that they're a little bit low, as it is going to be Zhao now on that Wuchen, tasked with trying to keep a track of where Alliance are scurrying off to, as we're going to move back into a little bit more of an action shot. AOW with this Bane's Breath actually going to be able to keep all of these players in position. They either have to walk into the steam or they walk into the Bane's Breath damage all around them. But NAD still able to actually turn it around on the ping tag for a matter of moments. AOW still able to overwhelm the members of NAD with sheer amount of numbers. However, that little bit of a respite does mean that Xiaonin on this Viper has been able to break away from that engagement and will be able to keep themselves safe boarding up to that Viper ultimate. The problem is that their teammates are going to be ticking out of time in terms of being able to get revived. Pretty soon they're going to have to eat into those resurrections, as JDG trying to escape away from Sunlings have put themselves into a loggerheads with KZ and Bauda coming in with a little bit of cannon fire coming through before trying to finish up the job with that greatsword. JDG have been able to actually isolate out Xu Sheng, who will go down. JDG's Tijeng Shu is actually able to find the pick onto KZ's LXX with the spear as well. As Bauda actually able to keep that Justina alive at the moment. Lion T immediately going to be back with this Yodo ultimate, discouraging any of Bauda from sticking around too long. We'll be able to find the kill onto Apple as well, but they stuck in the fight a little bit too long, Dabby, and now the third party from Q9 is coming through.
Let's see if they will be able to come through and put it together, though, as it looks like they will be able to keep the rotations going. Let's see if Bauda and Rizu, it looks like one of them sadly does get eliminated and claimed here, as it was Apple, as Tijing Shu ends up coming in with a massive parry, though. LWH trying to find any sorts of opportunity here to try to strike. The defenses coming in have been playing a really big beneficiary. Been playing it well so far here, as LWH is going to try to see if they can claim the elimination on the Chazeng here. LXY dangerously low, trying to get out of this situation, but ends up getting hit by Tijing's spear. Lion is able to clutch one onto Q9's Gua, and the massive Yodahime ult coming in again. Bauda Apple trying to see maybe he can claim it. Beautiful, massive damage coming in from Lion, but it looks like now Lion started his up as he hits Axiel in beautiful fashion here, trying to see if he can claim any form of hits prior to the ultis hitting him, and it does, and sadly the stun is going to help finish off Lion, TT, and Ping Tao. The Viper stun coming through in a really, really good time, though. They've been playing it off really well. Doing a good job of it so far here. Let's see if they can keep the same momentum coming into it. Let's see if they can keep it going and rotating around here, as it looks like the Q9. Whoa, no! They were able to get him up, but he's up on top of this, they're on top of the wall here. Might be hard to pick him up.
Yep, the Witch and TP just trying to pick up that can and get the resurrection online, as EWG going to be immediately kicking off a fight on that Kurumi ultimate with that Monk transformation, and 17JL are just going to disengage. 2 ultimates are going to now be wasted for that team, allowing 17JL full capacity to be able to backtrack and try and engage once more, knowing that both the Kurumi and that Monk are not going to be there as a safety line, as EWG starting to again engage on 17JL's flank. The musket coming on through, just trying to do a little bit of damage to open up those health bars so that you can come in and find this kill as fast as possible. EWG deciding to commit in. Bane's Breath coming out from one of the teams separated from that fight, allowing those other two members to stay in this close quarters engagement. Huran falls below half HP, has to actually tap dodge back into the Bane's Breath to make sure that no follow through comes out. The Bell Clang is able to see the Monk survive a little bit longer, but unfortunately does go down after it's out. And 17GL able to actually survive as EWG's Yao Lui on that Karumi, unfortunately not gonna be there to try and get that tether to connect onto one of those cans and get the resurrection from on far will go down. This is the danger when you run that Karumi. You separate yourself from having an impact in the fight. If you want to try and keep your other two players alive, you voluntarily put yourself into using that tether so you're not actually able to help, because the second that you go to attack or grapple, it breaks. And XCG now going to be facing a little bit of damage coming through from Team Ace. Thankfully, it doesn't result in a kill. They will be able to disengage and get a reset.
Even with that reset, though, it looks like they still will be able to go through with these, as Sleepwalker sadly... Oh, no, Sleepwalker does claim the elimination on the GBL's Nixiao. Looks like they will be able to do much more than that, as Han is trying to see if he can use his Yorihime for some damage, but WBG Jing looks like he's going to send Han on the backstretch. Nice little F3 coming in, waiting for it. Beautiful right click onto one of them, but sadly ends up getting carried, and Sleepwalker is going to come through and finish off this elimination here. Finally able to do what they can here. MPG and JDG fully eliminated, but they do have the res, so they're going to try to go through with their resurrections here. They've been playing it off as best as possible. Let's see if they can keep the same momentum going into it.
Oh man, that could have been
so far here.
That could have been absolute chaos for the members of WBG. They stacked up so hard that katana, if it had gone through, it would have hit all three of them. That'd be just a smidge of more health on that Yodo, and it might have resulted in a full squad wipe and an absolute hero play. But the Yodo does go down. The resurrections are thankfully online, so no squad wiped out of the lobby for good just yet. However, it's been a very aggressive start to this game.
Looks like it, though, as Alliance will be pushing outwards towards this one as well. They've been doing a great job, but so far they have nothing. No eliminations to their name. They're going to need to figure out something. Meanwhile, make sure to check and see if you got Naraka Blade Point. If you don't, there's free Naraka active Steam codes right here, right now. If you guys don't have it, I would suggest going through with that one. Trying to see if you can find it. And if you already have it, that's fantastic. Tell your friends. If they don't have it, say, hey, here's your chance. Go ahead and check this out.
Well, speaking of chances, here's all of these squads' chances to get on top of some of those Morris blessings. First chests now coming online, and everyone's starting to gravitate. Ventus might just be able to pick this one up for free, but WBG already starting to show up on the fringes of that minimap, very much wanting to contest presence. Is Q9 going to actually be caught out again inside the zone, taking that corruption tick damage, going up against Team ASE. LWH with that Yodo F3 trying to regain control of the neutral, pushing them off of the high ground if they want to try and grapple back. It's going to be into their Yodo blade, but 3.5 seconds passes and is immediately going to evaporate as LWH actually now chasing them into the tunnels, not going for the full commitment. They can see their health ticking down pretty low, as well as Team ASE now trying to come in for that third party. Q9 going to potentially be caught out. Alex coming in with that Takeda. The Zap is making sure that they're not going to go down to projectiles. Goes in for the mythic grab. The counter connects. One weapon removed. Trying now to come through with the nunchucks, but the follow-up counter is that Alex not able to find any of the damage dump they were looking to land. And LWH will be able to survive and finish them off with the dual blades. As Ventus have been able to see WBG away. They're the ones picking up that coveted buff.
Covenant buff coming in as Ventus has that Draco Storm. EWG has that Vermilion's Bird Might, not looking good as WBG Sleepwalker gets disrespected. That was just tough, man. You ain't had to do it to him. Ends up getting body slammed, ends up getting thirsted and finished. Absolutely insane coming into it. And it looks like Lixian, hey JJ, HRD, I think it's gonna be chilling.
Yeah, that's sort of the downside for Ventus popping that Draco Storm as early as possible so they could get the jump onto WBG. They popped the Draco Storm, so it's already going to be ticking down, as opposed to JJHRD, who can just wait until that buff is about to burn out of the shop and then pick it up to make sure that when the zone starts to close on through, they have a little bit more aggressive potential behind them, trying to punish some of those players trying to move away and get a little bit of a better position as we're going to be moving into Alliance on the back foot off of that Yodo ultimate. Lion T just coming in with those slashes, trying to connect onto Lucky, who has been isolated away from the Wu Chen and the Soul Blade blocks. And trying to get a little bit more follow-up damage, gets grappled, but comes in with the great sword and gets it to connect onto two members of Alliance, but thankfully Mabai is able to double back and peel for the team before it can result in any of those players going on down, as JDG reduced to just the one player, Lone Temi, now going to have to play for survivability, as Ventus just waiting in those purple bushes. Still 22 seconds left, using that Morris Blessing to try and bait some of those players into potentially grabbing something out of the chest before they're able to follow on through. As it is now going to be NAD, who had an absolute stunner of a previous series, able with that Yoda ultimate to finish off Mikasa. Thankfully, Cuckoo's able to pull off the Wuchen TP in time, so the resurrection is going to be online. The ultimate going to be burned away from NAD, giving them a little bit of pause for but here comes Ventus chasing after that lone member from JDG that they baited position out with that Morris Blessing, a little bit of a honey trap, and they're able to find the squad wipe off of it.
Even with that one, though, let's see if they will be able to follow suit, find something, and try to see if they can claim something. Meanwhile, NAD absolutely being bullies, though, towards AOD and Ping Tao. Ping Tao trying to hold it together here, but I don't know where the rest of AOW is. Here comes Mikasa with a massive Yodahime ulti, coming in at a great time, but it looks like NAD will be whooshing out. Xiao Xin trying to go back forward the heels here, as it looks like they have found AOW. AOW bringing them back. Doshi dangerously getting hit, though, by those, but it looks like they're ready for another fight here, as massive work, teamwork coming in. Ping Tao getting hit insanely, as Doshi doing amazing work, though, with the daggers. Coming in, massive parry, a double parry coming in as Mikasa does get eliminated, though. Doshi having the massive advantage here from NAD. NAD getting those two, and it looks like Cuckoo sadly will be able to dish this out. Oh no, the switch up from what I've seen. Hold on. Did AOW just eliminate NAD?
Yep.
What? It looked like they had the advantage a second ago.
So Doshi is putting down so much damage with those charged up left clicks on the dagger, but unfortunately what he's trying to do is buy time for that Viper ultimate to come online. And it comes online, but as Doshi falls, so NAD lose all of the burst damage that they're trying to capitalize off of the back with the Viper ultimate, and it becomes just playing for survivability, having to use those dodges to tap dodge out of that ultimate coming through from Mikasa on that Yodo. And as a result, yeah, the Viper is alive, but no one's really able to help them out once that ultimate runs out, and NAD get eliminated from the lobby. They're not going to be able to drop an almost 40 bomb in this round, as GBL now going to be able to find that pick onto Ventus. U goes down. WX98 very quickly going to be joining their teammate, as that's another team almost wiped from this lobby. EWG coming in, just looting through that body, wanting to see whether or not they can pick up anything. As up on the high ground, there is GBL still waiting to meet them. Two Morris Blessings now coming online for these teams to try to contest, and they are very, very close to each other. One holding a Draco Storm, the other, I believe, holding a slightly less valuable Mystic Might. None of the teams know, however, what's inside those boxes, so they really want to take advantage of those buffs being up as much as possible, especially given how close they are to the zone. So many of these teams are going to be running past the area of where this box is landing. No one's really going to be able to play that 2-minute kite game. No one's going to be able to hide themselves away in case they're not the ones opening up that box. So whoever gets that buff is going to be super aggressive and super kitted out for the next 2 minutes to come in with all of the kills necessary.
Even with that one, though, they still have been able to shutter it down and make it look good towards the rest of these ending spaces, though. Let's see if they're going to be able to figure this out here. They've done a fantastic job of it thus far. Surprising to see NAD go out so early in the game with only 3 eliminations here, but XCG though on a different playing field here. Very, very different playing field here. Absolutely insane coming into this and making it look good. Let's see if they're going to be able to figure that out even more. Rotating this in as KZ is going to be able to claim the chest here. It looks like they were able to get something here. Question is, what was it?
It should be Draco Storm for KZ. EWG were the ones to pick up that Mystic Might. They're going to pop it immediately. KZ going to be sitting on that Draco Storm a little bit longer in case they get contested. And running that Takeda. It's not as important for them to try and find the late loadout as much as it is for some of these Moon compositions. That is why we saw EWG immediately hunting after that Morris Blessing to try and get that Monk kitted out as much as possible, as MPG now running on that Ballista, forcing Q9 to hide behind cover. The second this team try and move anywhere, they're going to take so much damage from the Ballista fire coming on through, and Q9 are just forced to run away with their tail between their legs because there's nothing they can do in the face of this. No Temi ultimate to try and drop to cover their escape. Lucky for them, only one player is really caught out by those Ballista shots and is peppered in between a little bit of time, that lull to allow the reset and reshield to come through, so the Ballista not able to find the kill that MPG were looking for.
Unfortunate, not able to find it. They have done so much though to make it look good towards the end of this, and sadly was not able to do what they can to find it. Meanwhile, XCG, one player down. XCG with 7 eliminations already on the board here, looking really good.
KZ gonna definitely be looking aggressive at the moment, as they did pop that Draco Storm. So keep an eye on the lower right to see whether or not they're gonna come out in the kill feed before that one runs out. XCG are currently leading the lobby at the moment, 1 kill ahead of AOW, but Zone already starting to close on through, and KZ are going hunting. They've been able to spot GBL out of position. Do not care a whit for that Yodo F3. Tap dodges out of hand slashes, and unfortunately Han opens himself up. The first slash leaves their hand, and immediately the repeating crossbow rains upon their back. The Yodo is absolutely obliterated, sitting inside of that zone with very little position to be able to back out and get a clean disengages. GBL not going to be able to get that revive online. They just have to use the Yodo sacrifice as a distraction to get better positioning before KZ find the rest of them.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate with that one as well here. They did a fantastic job earlier of it, but sadly just not able to claim what they wanted to. As now it looks like they will be able to go back towards the top of the order here. Making it look good though, as GBL's the bow. Outside of circle though. They got to be careful. They don't want to get caught up in a bad situation. Meanwhile, MPG, are they going to get all of this to themselves?
They have to. No one can contest it. They're currently running their third teammate on the Ballista. So, yeah, they're going to pick up Legendary Swarm Legendary Armor. This team is going to be absolutely kitted out and absolutely terrifying to run into, as Bauda opening up with a terrifying Yoda ultimate to keep all of the team members of 17JL at arm's length, allowing them to close up the distance and potentially use those dual blades to come in and find the finisher. As Alliance is lucky, immediately actually going to be forcing a Wuchen TP, doubling back and catching Bauda in the stun. And there's the follow-through damage, the range absolutely melting, as it is going to be 17JL ZU on the back foot. MPG sitting on this Ballista, hammering damage in from afar, suppressing fire so that their other 2 teammates can close up the distance and go for that third party.
They are closing up the distance. They are able to do what they need to, but now they still need to make something happen here, as it looks like he's going to get a massive hit onto Ryuji. Question is, can he do it again? Looks like he will be moving and trying to rotate this. Maybe does a nice little bit of a reload here. Oh, and he hits Rizu, getting the beautiful burn though. I don't think he will be able to claim the elimination though. I feel like he wasn't low enough.
Nope, and out of weapon packs
man, that could have been real bad.
Yep, out of weapon repairs too. So thankfully for the members of Bauda, KZ is able to actually survive the disengagement. Unfortunately for Bida, they had lost 2 members in the scrap with that ballista, policing how the crew members were not able to get a clean disengagement. There's Q9 taking the fight into mind with that Yoda ultimate, catching on to so many members in that canyon. LWH on the back foot, goes chasing, far too aggressive with how low their health was falling. And XEG able to turn around and lay the punishment down, but it's AOW's Mikaza with the pistol, who from the high ground is actually able to poach the pick.
Gets one, does he get all though? The next question coming into it is now, looks like they are going to try to see if maybe they can find it as well. Still need to be able to rotate and get a little bit more here as XCG does lead the pack still with those 8 eliminations though. But Bauda, Q9, and NPG could catch up at any moment as EWG fully eliminated, sadly with 1 elimination to their name. Trying so hard to try to get something though with this one, and now seeing what they've been able to do. Looks like XCG might be able to come out here, maybe try to put some pressure onto AOW though. Looks like they're trying to see what the Soul Jades are and seeing what they can get. Any more loot and any more surprises can be better, if anything, towards these players.
Well, they have been able to update their kill tally up from 8 now to 9. Just patrolling this inner corridor, sitting on that Viper ultimate in case any team tries to try and push into that space. They are going to be stunned up in very little position to be able to try and escape once the stun does go through. Bida just sniffing a couple of teams to see whether or not there's any potential to chime in with a cheeky third party. AOW very quickly coming together and taking out GBL's X now. AOW's Mikaza sitting in a very nice position indeed as MPG starting to get a scope, wanting to control that high ground, coming in with that blue bow, getting that fire tick to connect onto some of those players in front of them. As they see JDHLD now starting to return a little bit of that pressure with cannons, trying to connect onto some more of these players, forcing NPG into grouping up, but that's exactly what KZ is going to take advantage of. They come in with the Flamer. It's Water who's able to find the pick onto MPG Sorrow. However, KZ once again sitting on that legendary Flamer, really having to be very careful that they don't open themselves up to be a massive target for the cannons that come on through us. Unfortunately, the cannons are going to be able to connect onto you far quicker than that Flamer is. You need to be a little bit closer, but LXX sitting on that Phoenix Blast as well, having 2 charges on that longsword, going to be extremely hard to contest with in terms of getting close. As Q9's Gua falls extremely low, has that Katana, has that Viper ultimate, does not want to invest it. The second that these squads see that Viper ultimate squandered, they are going to move in for the kill. We've hit that stage where everyone is just scoping out the competition, trying to figure out who's weak, who's used abilities a little bit too soon than they should, and really wanting to pick away at these comps, punish, take away the numbers so that they can turn 1 kill into a full wipe. As once again, AOW's prioritization has been take control of the high ground, make sure that you have the cannons, make sure you're still running that Wu-Chen so no one can really return any sort of fire, any pressure, allowing you to sit yourself up onto this perch, sit on all of your resources, and make sure that no one is really able to return any fire whatsoever.
Well, we're not being able to return fire is actually, that's a lot harder than you can really ask for here, because once the fire starts to burn, you're gonna have to take that little bit of damage that comes with it. It's unfortunate coming in, but that's pretty much what you're dished out in these situations, and you definitely have to be careful within these statures. As if we were to be able to look into it, you have to be able to pay attention to what's going on here. As now, we'll be able to do more with it as we come through towards the end of it. See if they can figure it out towards the rest of them. Now, they will be able to dish that out towards more spaces, but let's see if they can rotate this, put this together, make more sense of it.
Oof,
have to be careful.
Water. Just absolutely cannon blasting through members of Q9 with that scale rush, getting a little bit of a lay of the land, trying to figure out whether or not those members were low enough to come in with a cheeky pick. Is KZ actually going to have to give up their position on that high ground, something that JJHLD is looking to punish, coming in, swapping over for Godly onto that dagger, getting one of those charged up left clicks before immediately backing up onto that cannon. Alliance is lucky actually taking a little bit of control towards this low ground entirely unnoticed by everyone at the moment, as the focus fire is definitely going on to controlling those cliff faces, making sure that whoever controls those is able to control how these fights begin, how much resources you have to expend to being able to back out and find yourself a little bit of a cozy hole for that reset. As without that control of the high ground, you really do just have to really be concerned and happy with just coming in for those very fast scale rushes, trying to get a little bit of damage to connection, hoping that it's enough to tick into a kill confirmation, as 21 players still battling it out. This final zone really not going to be very helpful for some of these members running things like the Viper. A lot of corners, a lot of pillars for these teams to be able to break line of sight and make sure that that Viper stun doesn't find anything whatsoever. It's also going to make it pretty hard for these monks as well. A lot of verticality, as everyone just trying to have a little layer, a ceiling of floor separating them from everyone else around them so that they can escape the absolute gauntlet of cannon fire that's coming through from all of these teams.
Definitely do not want to get caught by all of those cannon fire. There is so much really going on that can be had towards these, and you definitely have to pay attention to it, as it still can be absolutely decimated towards each player, though, as you got to be able to watch and pay attention to what's going on here. Still more of it towards the rotation here, but let's see how they can run towards it. As the bow shots coming in from AOW, they are going to have to drop the R at the very edge here. Does not look good for them, but still can be a massive advantage, more than certain other ones here, as we are going to be able to go through with those rotations. Let's see if they can patch it together, and let's see if they can pay attention to what's going on here. Meanwhile, with everything happening, though, it still can be on each side of it, as they are going to be able to make it a little bit more interesting than anything else towards it. See if they can find it and follow it. Pingtao trying to rotate this in. A massive Viper ult coming out on the other side here. If they can play this together, this could be absolutely massive for them, as things are only going to get better. AOW's Mikasa with a massive ulti coming in and catching him on the outside here. Getting hit and he gets stunned. Beautiful stun coming in from Mikasa, but did the stun actually save him? It might have. As the circle starts to close in here, it could have been an actual massive benefit for him, though, to get caught up in an interesting situation here, as now they will be able to close this up and close this out. Let's see if they can put forth what's next here, as it's only going to get better and better here. Let's see if one ends up getting massively hit here. LWH trying to see if he can claim something with the Yorihime strike. And it looks like NiHQ is able to claim two. Pingtao claims one with the cannon. Two. Alliance is lucky, as NiHQ keeps the game alive and focuses on all of the momentum coming into it. You love to see it, as now he should be able to find any type of rotation for himself with the rest of his team here, as Lexing trying to see if he can get something with the Bane's Breath here, keeping it alive and also keeping the nice crowd control away. So much happening all within the space. Meanwhile, LXX has the swarm on him. Meanwhile, Ruzu, never mind. Ruzu is absolutely destroyed by Q9. Q9's Gua in a fast rotation. And it looks like this tornado comes through, trying to slow down some of the movement. Being helpful is Godly. Gonna try to see if he can kick somebody outside of the circle here, getting that nice little bit of damage, but ends up getting caught by Tumulch's ult. And it looks like it's all going to be stopped here towards the finals, ladies and gentlemen. The nice hits comes through. It's gonna be helpful, as Godly is gonna try to see if he can keep it up in the air. Luckily, he's right next to the massive wall, so it is gonna keep him up as high as possible. Meanwhile, the ulti comes through. NiHQ, never mind, that's Pingtao with a massive stun. It only stuns at least one person. Both of them are gonna try to come through with it, and it looks like the Katana is gonna be able to come through with a massive hit. Mikasa claims one, claims two, claims three, Flower claims another, but the question is, who ends up taking it all the way home?
It's gonna be
XCG. He's gonna take it all the way to the very end here, looking so good towards the final circle here, handling it as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a back-to-back.
XCG again coming in with an absolute clutch game, and honestly it's Li Jinghan who's able to secure that one. Comes really close to losing that Yoda before that final zone is about to close on through, and he's actually able to come through with the clutch Wuchen TP, the ultimate, bailing out that Yoda, guaranteeing that they're going to be able to have that burst damage, because at the end of it, there's one monk alive in that lobby and they are grappling for their absolute life. They're holding on to that ultimate. They know when that zone starts to close on through, they're going to be able to go into that monk form, and they're going to grab absolutely everybody. But it's XCG who's able to remove that threat, make sure that they're not able to get any downtime to be able to put themselves onto the high ground and go for that transformation all all of the grapple cancels come through to make sure that that TN does not get to stay in the safety, that they're taking so much corruption tick damage that they go down before the ultimate can come on through. And with that target focus, XCG are left just looking at everyone below them, and they can just bounce from player to player to player. It doesn't matter that they didn't have their Viper, it didn't matter that they didn't have that stun that the Viper ultimate sets into motion, because everyone is clumped up close to them. So as long as you coordinate two of your players working to take one player off the board and then onto the next, you just see XCG consistently coming up in terms of that kill feed.
Listen, that kill feed absolutely went insane, though. Coming in with a massive factor coming in from some of these players. I think they did a fantastic job of really being able to handle it. Like I said, the crowd control was really, really good, especially with the Flames Breath. You had one player using their Yoda Hime ulti. You had one player controlling one section down below. XCG did a fantastic job of really working around the bin, knowing that they had this massive circle around them to do what they need to. And instead of working like the team, they soloed each section. So nobody was really by themselves. And guess what? While the Flamebringer was being sprayed, one of the players came by, checked to make sure he was okay. You good? I bet. Ends up going to another section and starts fighting another set of teams. So XCG, clearly their communication literally on point.
Yeah, and it wasn't just as well checking in with the player who had the flamer, it was because you'd exhausted that Yoda ultimate, and that's when you're at your most vulnerable, right? You literally just set off a flare in your direction above your head. I just used my F ability, I just used my ultimate. I have no way of disengaging. If you chase after me, I am done for. I have no way of canceling those grapple tech chases. So what do? You play behind your Flamebringer, because no one is going to want to get close, and that allows the Yoda's cooldowns to come back online, and then we see that split, that separation, that separate conquering coming on through from those members of XCG, funneling all of the players around them so that they're not able to cling towards the edges of the zone, and that sets into motion just Viper ultimate after Viper ultimate after Viper ultimate, with everybody trying to dictate the tempo, everyone wanting to get the biggest Viper ultimates they can find, that massive wombo combo of damage necessary. But it's XCG who play slow, who know even if the Viper ultimates come out around them, as long as they're able to break line of sight, they can actually punish the fact that those Viper ultimates are coming out before that final zone closes, because it means when the final zone closes, no one is going to be able to stun lock them. No one's going to be able to punish them if they just go aggressive.
And you're right, though. Nobody is going to contest the Flamebringer because you don't want to end up on the menu. You know, it's my favorite part of the menu, the number 2 with that Sprite. You don't want to be barbecue here in Naraka Blade Point. And when you see all that fire, you got to run in a different direction. And clearly, it's one of the best things you can have with you, knowing you have a very powerful ultimate like the Yoda Hime. And obviously, being able to get away and knowing how to disengage, having someone there to help you and protect you during your disengage is very, very important. And clearly, XCG just gave a perfect example of why that is so important in these games, and obviously clutching it up for another dub and a back-to-back as we see 27 points coming in and 16 eliminations for XCG. They're going off. But let me tell you this, though. AOW is real close on the track when it comes to being at that top placement, being a 25.4. AOW wants this just as bad as XCG does, because every time XCG ends up at the top, guess who's right behind him? AOW.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate of the downside for XCG of playing it a little bit more safely when that final zone is starting to close on through, because they're not putting themselves into the fray as much. They're waiting for all of those abilities to be exhausted around them. It does mean that AOW are able to come in with a couple of those kills and potentially tip the scales of those leaderboard placements as well. However, for XCG, given the fact that it's their second victory today, they're doing the most consistently well at the moment. So that position and qualifying and making it for Repechage is looking pretty secure, at least off of today's performance.
Even with that as well, I was able to do a fantastic job of it, though. So let's see if maybe they can figure this out towards this one, as now they're going to be able to lock this in, as it's going to be NiHQ's 5th MVP of tonight. 11k damage, 8 eliminations, 9,200 in healing, and he had a stacked list of Soul Jades. I'm talking a level 4 attack Soul Jade. I'm talking Pride's Fall, Warrior's Pace, Focus Slide, Dual Blade Sap, and a Cavalry Bloom. This man had everything that you needed in a trio team. I can only imagine what the rest of the team had in terms of Soul Jade. Only having low damage, though, from the Dagger, which only had 3k, and Dual Blades with the 3k. So I'm curious who had the most damage out of their team. Was it NiHQ, or was it one of their other players? But obviously, looking into it, clearly 8 eliminations is still massive regardless.
I mean, I'm willing to bet it might have been Li Zhenghen. That guy is absolutely nuts when it comes to sniping out some of those kills. But honestly, like when you look at the amount of damage done and the amount of kills and impact that they were able to find, a lot of the time, if that damage is milling around the 10k and 15k mark, it just means that they're playing it very smart. They're not committing to the fights. They're not overly staying in the fights long enough for them to run out of those resources and get third-partied. They're moving very quickly. They're doing the damage necessary. They're nicking about half of the health bar. They're finding that kill, and then they're moving on that way, which plays into XCG's playstyle really well. They like to be on the move. They like to have a lot of momentum. They like to have a lot of control and monopoly of the spacing around them as well, and having that breacher, knowing that even if you fragment up, as long as you close up a little bit so that everyone can get that teleport and rotation, you're going to be able to make sure all three of your members survive.
Man. XCG, man, putting it down as always. But guess what? Guess who we're going to be talking to? XCG. Hey, yo, Jaeger, do your thing. Take it away.
Congratulations, XCG! And now I'm standing with Xiaonan. And hi everyone, this is Jaeger, and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing with Xiaonan. Just let him say hello to our audience. 好的，小南先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是叉子鸡小南。
好的，再次欢迎你，也恭喜你们，其实今天又一次拿到了这个最高分。So first, we would like to say congratulations, XCG. You guys just second time get the highest score today in the game. And today I saw your hero combo. It's like, I don't know, is it because today is the Repechage? So everyone is very aggressive fighting just near the Morris Blessing. But it seems like you guys, you didn't try to get the Morris Blessing. So I would like to know why. And also because in the same hero combo, I saw other teams, sometimes they use Wuchen skill and also Yodo skill just can get the Morris Blessing. So I would like to know how you analyze on these like hero combo and their like performance. OK， 小南，今天其实我们看到，因为今天有可能是复活赛的原因，我不知道是不是这个原因。其实今天的3排比赛围绕飓风客的抢夺是非常激烈的，但是你们今天没有去进行一个抢夺啊。然后你前面其实也跟我讲到，是因为英雄阵容，但为什么我看到有一些队伍他就是用无尘和妖刀的2个技能就能直接拿下，甚至都不需要去用大招，这个你怎么看呢？
可能运气好吧，没碰到那种变种佛啦，或者说那种沙男的这种伤害。如果碰到的话，应该会让的。
所以在你们的观念里面，其实你们这个阵容还是很难去拿飓风客的，对吧？
对。
它的痛点主要在哪里呢？
就怕封杀嘛。主要是怕封杀，它盖一个杀，我们基本上都要演走的，就是无尘传走的。
好的，好的。So actually, I think our hero combo is hard to get the Morris Blessing in this in the game because of the Tamuj. Because nowadays there are too much Tamuj, and sometimes I think other teams which they use the same hero combo just like us, if they can use the skill of the Wuchen and Yodo and just get the Morris Blessing, it's because they are really lucky. And I think if they met Tamuj skill, it will just like a disaster, and they really can't get the Morris Blessing at that time. So also because today we saw that you are using the Viper, and like nowadays more and more players they are choosing the V2 Viper. So I would like to know why. 那其实我们也看到今天小南用的是一个 V2 的宁红叶，其实特别想问一下，为什么最近我看到越来越多的选手你们都开始选择去用一个 V2 的宁红叶呢？
因为 V2 打内战比较厉害，就是妖红尘跟妖红尘打3-3的话，带 V2 比 V1 厉害一些。所以说在妖红尘多的局里的话，就选 V2 了，就不选 V1 了。
好，原来是这样。So actually, because like we think before the game we will like foresee which hero combo they will also choose, and I think V2 Viper, her advantage is more like when fighting with the same hero combo. So if we saw that they have the same hero combo with us, I will just choose the V2 Viper. 好的，好的，谢谢小南，再次感谢你的分享，还有一个分析给我们带来的，然后也是再次恭喜你们今天第2次拿到了一个最高分，希望接下来也会有个很好的发挥，好吗？好，谢谢，再次恭喜你们。Okay, thank you, 小南 for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
打一，2打1，2打1。我是，
堵满了，快来！
我们扶着出去，我们可以慢慢扶出去的，明白吗？我们扶出去。
OK。
这个图可以扶的，来，我们扶出去，慢慢扶。跟着我走，扶出去。三你再打一个，你还没打上吗？三娘。
没了，打不上了。
来，别走，准备摸三娘。
得摸，
摸出去，把你摸出去。
OK。
来摸我。
怎么走？
来，准摸他，别，准摸。
这能
出？没办法，只能这么说，你别摸，上别让人摸，别勾，不要勾。
是的，不要出钩，步一步走是可以走出去的啊，但走的有点慢，只能走。
OK， 很励志，兄弟们。
死了断了，要不要玩了？
不，可以，走地线可以够的。
来摸他，不要玩了，哥们。
这把得死多少次？
我们只要在1分钟，能摸出去2分钟够的。
加油！现在摸我，加油！再摸我。
他们好像被毒死了，一起死了。
是的。
2000 years later。
走出去吗？
还在呢。这就是职业精神，宁死不弃。
这把被陷害了，
对，
被弟弟陷害了，
不该选这个点。
没办法，我也想跳这个点。哎，完了，
这个位置看上去不错。
毒死了，那可以。上大分，300大分。
OK，3个
强势了，舒服。这 KD 不是狂掉？哎，这样会不会狂掉 KD 啊？
这个太变态了吧
！A few moments later。
干什么呢？我
进不来了，他进不来了。
对呀，没了，
还在。
匕首在 A 呀。
什么意思啊？他们不会摁第几局吗？这好变态啊！
现在你可以看到GG还在这撑，他们相互之间的一个搀扶的话，已经磨掉了3支队伍了。
慢慢走，不着急，我们是冠军，兄弟们，摸我，完了，死了。
没事，
没完。
快，你俩互拉吧，互拉不行。
进，
没有，
哎呀，快，救！完了！18个人，我们坚持了，死了10个人，兄弟们。我们拿1场分给联赛整个点节目效果。
确实。
今天拿命给联赛整节目效果。互拉门，别不亮门。我们这个护栏决定至少上了2分，战术成功。
上了2分，上了集锦。
面对到的是我战队，阿法战队胖哥想要去占一个好位置，但是倒下来，跟着亚涛一起倒地。阿法战队只剩下一个成员
了，剩下涨停板。
人板这边是没有办法了，这边是见人来我就拿分，又被沃夫拿到了分数，3分再进袋。
是来自 A 赛区，然后比赛 ID 是石云，来自沃夫战队。
我是沃夫战队里面的阿海。
我游戏 ID 是 Choice， 我来自沃夫 U 战队。我们晋级的时候就非常开心啊！我们打到第4把的时候就已经知道会晋级了，就是很开心很兴奋，然后练习的努力有成果这样。
一开始没有想我们会以第1名的分数来晋级啊，然后我自己觉得也不算出乎意料，就其实因为我的队友其实都还蛮有兴趣，我就变得也蛮有兴趣。
我会用莽夫这个词来形容我的队友，因为每次看到人就想打，不管有没有打。就是总觉得打得赢，就是直接打不赢就是团。
以莽的个性去打的话，其实我觉得是 OK 的，因为我觉得这样挺好，其实保持自己的打法，又打出自己风格会好一点。
我觉得我们这支队伍能进的原因是配合得很好，向心力也很足够，意见不会分歧，因为他们都很信任我，就是跟着我打就对了。
那时候我觉得 Nbpl 就是象征最强，因为就是每一个赛区中有顶尖实力的选手，然后也是赛区中的佼佼者参加的比赛，总结1年1度的胜分。
最想交手的队伍应该是 YZG 吧，因为他们平常天人就是顶在前3名，觉得他们很厉害，然后比赛表现的又很好。
队伍的话，可能会再练习一些我们比较 不熟悉的角色，然后阵容吧，主要是配合的成分，我觉得比较需要磨练。
对上的是沃夫战队，沃夫战队这边看起来是有一个小小的优势了，这边是直接带走 BGJ 2个人，这边被震到刀的88要88了。
比赛开始前，我会对我的队友说，拼尽全力，不要有遗憾。
我只能说啊，就是开干开扁。
Hello， 大家好，我是忍煞，我是负责于永劫无间 A 赛区的各种大大小小比赛的解说。那这一次呢，非常恭喜沃夫战队呢能够拿下永劫无间 A 赛区的3排预选赛的冠军哦。那沃夫战队呢是由选择阿海以及周时云3位选手呢所组成的。那选择呢，他自己本身呢是一个个性比较刚勇哦，是比较喜欢跟人家拼搏的人，但是并不是到有勇无谋的地步哦。那其次呢是我们的阿海，阿海呢他跟这个选择一样呢，也是属于一个比较凶猛的这个个性，但是呢因为他们3排聚在一起之后，他们2个是一个相辅相成的一个位置哦。他们2个呢作为这个队伍的前锋呢，时刻彼此扮演着1、2号位的位置哦，可以手牵手并肩呢去迎来这个面前的敌人哦。那再来谈到的第3位选手周时云，周时云的这个吴成呢，可以带领着这2位比较凶猛的这个选择以及天海这2位选手呢，可以安然退场，让他们可以拿到更多的分数哦。这是在他们在这一次比赛当中呢，比较有特色的一个地方。那也期待呢，他们之后呢，比赛当中呢，世界赛有更好、更厉害的一个表现。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Naraka Blade Point Pro League. We still have two more games left in our Repechage for our day 1 of trios. Now, we did our Repechage yesterday. You're probably wondering, what do you mean? It's only day 2. This is technically day 1 for our trios. Day 1 already happened for our solos yesterday. Tomorrow, we'll be continuing on with the finale of our Repechage for day 2 for our solos. We're going to find out who will be crowned and who will be making it and taking it to the next round, to the finals, the grand finals of Naraka Blade Point Pro League, and who is going to be going home, which is very unfortunate because somebody's going to be going home. But as of tonight, nobody's going home yet because it's only day 1 and day 2 happens on Sunday. So be sure to stay tuned tomorrow night and also Sunday night to watch both finals go down for both solos and trios. But for now, we still have 2 more left for today. It's going to be a good time. Moxie, we've seen in some insane stuff so far coming out of these trios today. But XCG is just clearly the better team so far tonight.
Yeah, XCG able to consistently come out on top. The only team so far today who have been able to find multiple match wins coming off the back of double MVPs as well. So really looking forward to seeing how some teams like JJHRD are going to be looking to step up to the plate and put themselves into a second or first place position as well.
But speaking of JJHRD, they want to talk to you about something real quick. Run that video. Roll the tape.
我们开始就是只要能进总决赛就行，如果能拿到更好的名次，肯定是尽力拿的。而且第一次来嘛，主要是都没有比赛经验的，还是得教练学会的。我觉得进复活赛，就是多训练嘛，多打几把训练赛一样，我觉得进肯定是能进的。因为我觉得，就我们队伍到这个 Nbpl 来之后就提升很多了，已经提升很多了，就不比，就是也不算很强，但是也不是每个人都能摁着打的那种的。
Well, JJHRD, interesting to get to hear a little bit from their perspective because they're the only team who I think probably had the most struggle in terms of roster issues because, Debbie, not only are they one team, they're two. They're 2 teams put together. So you can definitely see why it would take a little bit longer for them to be able to sort of build up that chemistry and synergy that is needed for these trios. And I mean, now that we've had a little bit of time and those teething issues have been able to be resolved, they're definitely looking very strong, but we're still really looking to see them reach that full potential. They've had some amazing games in the regular season too, but we're yet to really see it pop off today.
And even with the pop-off, though, they're still have been able to make even more of this magic happening here for these next couple. Very excited to see what's next and how they can put it together. But like we said, we still have two more games coming into this, and like I said before, there's still going to be a lot of momentum. So let's see if AOW can keep it alive. Let's see if they can keep more of it alive as well, and let's see if they can put it down. I'm waiting to see if AOW can get a dub. I want to see it.
Well, just as no one's going to go home today, we're also going to somewhere a little bit different right now. It is map number 5, and as is the norm now, we are going to be headed off to Holleroff. Since we've had a big absence of a majority of monks in these lobbies, I am sure all of these teams have been waiting for these last 2 games to be able to run that composition. NAD might come out with this Takeda. It's very good with that burst damage, just the way that Yoda works with that burst damage of being able to bite into those monk comps, and it can be really hard as well with that Takeda and the little extra mobility that you get when you're in that ultimate form too, to be able to give yourself a little bit more leeway to be able to dodge out of those monk grabs. But I think the majority of these teams are going to be sticking to those TN comps.
Let's hope that they do. They've been doing a good job of it so far here, and let's see if they can figure it out for this next game here. Game number 5 starting off here. And it looks like they're still going to be good, though. But ladies and gentlemen, we're back in Holleroff.
Well, back in Holleroff, I wonder if we're going to see the same spectacle that we got on game number 2 the first time we dropped into Holleroff today, where AOW were able to walk away with the win. And it was when all of those teams went to Salvation Podium wanting to secure that guaranteed legendary chest, and unfortunately ran afoul of the ballistas that are set apart on opposite ends of that arena, as we can have a look at how these comps are going to be faring. Already we're seeing a lot more monks than we did in the previous 2 games taking place on Morris. Not the full monk dominance that we saw on game number 2. There's still smatterings of a couple of counter compositions coming on through.
Counter compositions here could be the benefactor here. Question is, are we seeing more counters than we are main offensive cues, though? That's the real question. Are people focusing more on the counters this season?
I mean, it definitely feels like we're seeing a lot of teams trying to adapt into a couple of these compositions that players aren't really expecting. J-Team obviously being really one of those teams that were able to design entirely new compositions and come through and absolutely blitz everybody in the path who were running the quote-unquote meta. But we can have a look at how exactly the drops are going to fare. And oh my goodness, Davy, that's a lot of enclosed spaces for all of these monks to get to grips to. Every single team, barring one, dropping in high loot concentrated areas to try and kit out these monks as quickly as possible, and it's immediately going to be putting themselves into some very forward aggressive fights with everyone else who's thinking the exact same thing.
Exactly. Plummet Castle and Imperial Village are going to be the 2 popular places that everybody's landing, immediately going in with the competition and probably not going to be waiting anytime soon for anything else. They're just going to start dishing them out and going to start putting in that amount of work. Meanwhile, GL, and AOW immediately coming through with massive parries, massive strikes. They're going to be able to drop at least 1 parry, though, but he is going to be able to recover and pick it up as fast as possible. Pingtao with a massive bell coming in, defending a lot of it. Nice parry coming in on both sides, though. Waiting for the longsword, though. Longsword still trying to see if they can connect anything here. Trying to play it off as best as possible. GBL getting absolutely hit. Pingtao dangerously low, and so is one of the other ones. NAD's Nixie out, claims 1, claims 2. AOW is in the mix, trying to see if they can claim something as well. Beautiful parry coming in from Han, shutting down the whole team by himself here, as Han trying to back out, trying to hold on as best as possible. He's gonna pop the Terracotta Warrior in such good time here, and it looks like they might be able to dip this out in fashion and slow down the aggressive composition of these teams.
Yeah, everyone really just trying to get those fights on the slate as fast as possible means that no one really had the weaponry to be able to burst down Han's health bar, nor the armor to stand up against the Terracotta Warrior when it comes on through. So Han has been able to buy himself a lot more space as we are now going to be moving over towards Plume Castle, another highly concentrated area where all of these players have dropped, trying to get those high tier loots into their monk hands as fast as possible. Team ASE have tried to isolate out some of these players around them. KZ going to be on the back foot, Rangers having to dash through as many troves as possible, looking for any downtime to be able to get that reset, as Bauda wanting to try and catch out some of those players in the open, potentially putting the sights onto that high ground, as WBG sitting in the middle of this Takeda ultimate, going to try to catch out and indeed are able to grapple cancel. Unfortunately for Sleepwalker, the follow-through damage isn't there just yet, though she does go down. And thankfully, Sleepwalker has been able to hold on to that transformation long enough to be able to go toe-to-toe to GBL, who are lacking Han. They do not have the Yui to try and cover when this transformation drops for their TN. As DA2 looking to try and grab 3 monks, all in close quarters fight, but Sleepwalker with that high ground finds the slam, an immediate kill onto NAD's 40, and will be able to drop off the high ground and try and contest DA2, who is now going to be caught out as they come through from that transformation. Doesn't get grabbed by Sleepwalker, he's definitely looking for it. Goes through that semi-ultimate, trying to get the connection, but thankfully enough room has been able to collapse on through, and Sleepwalker isn't able to find the subsequent pick. But GBL just reduced that one Temi, having already invested both the ultimate and the F ability to make sure that you do not get caught out by anyone swapping to ranged weapons and sniping you on your exit. Now you're going to have to wait for reinforcements to come on through, as we are not letting up. This swap to Holoroth has immediately warranted so much outwards aggression from every single team, as they're trying to get as much rage built for these monks as fast as possible so they can come and sit on those ultimates when those Norse blessings need to be contested.
Need to be contested indeed, and it looks like they will be able to try to contest them as best as they can here. Let's see if they will be able to figure this out here and put in the time as Bauda going to be able to go through with these rotations. Let's see if they're going to be able to figure this out as well. They're making it look nice, as now it's time to focus on what's next, as Ventus trying to keep this fight alive here, catching one sadly on the tornado though. And it looks like they will be able to still rotate this and keep the same energy. Ventus trying to hold this down. And it looks like, oh, Axial ends up getting hit off of the bow? You can do that? That's insane. Gotta be careful. Gotta be very, very careful, though. We'll be able to put this together and absolutely do a lot of work towards it. Let's see if they can figure this out here, as now more and more of it is going to be put in. Let's see if they can figure this out.
Well, Apple does go down, and it's immediately going to actually warrant Akshao on that Takeda to pop the ultimate and try to get any sort of burst damage onto players nearby so they can try and resurrect that Matari. But unfortunately, without any teammates to cover them, Akshao goes down in the middle of that Temi ultimate. ASC now coming in to try to finish off the job. Crescent Slam coming on through for Alex, catches them out as they try and jump overhead. Terracotta Warrior 2 just to try and finish things up. The potential third party immediately going to be putting JJHRD into such a dangerous position, but they've taken control of the ballista. This is why they went so forward. The Nezza's Might able to come out off of the back of those bolts, actually cutting on through. And it's ASE who are now having to go a little bit on the defensive. Bow shots coming out from even trying to catch on to members of JJHRD. Water coming into that Yodo ultimate, able to actually lock down Evan's movement, forcing them to take so much damage at the hands of Godly. The kill is there, as it's now just going to be Hazy with that Greatsword trying to charge up any damage that they can, but no teammates to allow that Greatsword to charge on up and take a little bit of attention away, and it is going to be that squad wipe, having to go back to the drawing board with those resurrections now removed.
Meanwhile, even with all of that coming into it, they still able to do really good with the rotation. Still going to be able to figure this out as well. Let's see if they can put this together here. Oh, Gua and LXX really putting it down here. Let's see if Rain is going to be able to throw it. Oh, he ends up getting thrown down, but he doesn't get grabbed again. Rain has an opportunity to get away here. Q9 trying to put this together here. Oh, it's Rain shuts down LWH. Rain actually gets the elimination with 1 HP to their name, is able to get a little bit of shield, a little bit of heal, and is able to come back, hits a massive Reza onto Gua and LXY. Can he do it all by himself? Rain is going absolutely insane. He is able to hit 1. KZ going stupid crazy, as now he's able to find 2. Can he find 3? The Rain is going off with low HP. Garrett, like, no shield at all. Oh, and he ends up getting double buried out. WH trying to hold it together as best he can. Rain is doing so much work, but he does end up getting claimed by Q9's Gua. Oh my God, Rain could have done it. He could have done it. He could have done the full. Oh, that would have been absolutely insane.
Well, speaking of denial, take a look at the top left, Dabby. That's AOW out.
Wow.
MPG now coming in to try to catch onto JDG. They're very quickly able to dispatch line TT, as it is going to be a little bit of an anti-ultimate area coming into effect, making sure that XCG don't have the necessary tools of disengaging. Will go down to the dual blades, just absolutely slicing and dicing in the hands of Godly. JJHRD coming in with a squad wipe and can now start to rifle through all of the spoils of war. Zone about to start closing on up. We're going to get to see those Morris Blessings coming online. Every single player really wanting to take advantage of that one. Thankfully, all of the Dracostorm areas are going to be so far away from the zone, as opposed to, well, Bowda's position is the closest one, but no one's really close enough to Bowda. So when those Dracostorms get put, hopefully everyone will be able to survive the 120 seconds where you just really want to stay away from whichever team is able to find that box. Stick to the edges of that circle, making sure that you're not going to be taking that additional lightning splash damage, as it is going to be NPG off towards the city of Tang, trying to keep a hold of this box. NPG immediately going to go for that monk form from Sora, just sitting up on the parapets, wanting to scope out whether anyone is going to try and contest, but no, it's going to be a clean unboxing, a clean pickup of the Dracostorm. But again, everyone's seeing that the monk was there, no one really wanting to contest. Everyone's just run away from the area, so even if MPG try and pop it, everyone's already scarpered away from its actual impact.
Let's see if they will be able to find it as well here. Been doing a fantastic job of it so far. Let's see if they're going to be able to look towards it. Doing an amazing job of it thus far here as ASC and JJ. Looks like ASC is going to keep the same momentum pushing into it. Let's see if they're going to be able to find it and or follow suit here. Even though Even is going to try to see if he can keep the game alive here, but Water is going to try to see if he can get an elimination, though, with that Yodahime ulti. Looks like he's going to go through with that cancel. Nice little bit of shield coming in, trying to help it out here, as Water is going to be able to pick them off one by one here, keeping the same momentum to push into it. The Terracotta Warrior comes out, even trying to run for their life, and so is Alex trying to keep the support alive here, as Even ends up getting slammed by Godly. Godly's able to get the grab and the nab. The question is, can they get the finish, though, as JJ dangerously low here, trying to see if they can keep the game alive for themselves, but sadly, it doesn't look like it'll be enough here. Does get the throwdown. Godly gets the elimination off of Alex. Question is, can he claim another one? No, but his teammates will be able to do that in style, as they do get all of the loot, all of the pickups, and ASC sadly is eliminated. Same with AOW. Look at this. AOW is out with 0 eliminations. XCG on top. Still with 0 eliminations right now, but guess who is leading? JJ with 11 eliminations so far. We're only closing into circle number 2.
No, we said we wanted to see them hit that expectation that we knew that they could, and this could very well be the game where they're able to do just that. As AOW, I believe, were one of the first squads to actually be removed from this lobby entirely. As EWG actually have no idea that they just grappled above NAD. That is the power of the purple bush. It's JJHRD just picking through the Rift Dealers, picking up a couple of nice upgrades for those Soul Jades. 17JL wanted to get a little bit of a better lay of the land moving forward. The Zeo on that Viper XCG sitting on a transformation sequence, knowing that they have the power to try and push out some of these teams, that they can try and aggress forward. We're going to start to make their move for a little bit of a better relocation. 17J actually giving their position away, swapping to that musket, exchanging a couple of shots, but unfortunately not going to be able to bait any fight out just yet, just wanting to charge that Viper ultimate a little bit faster, so it's going to be online to potentially try and counter out some of those monks when the next Morris Blessing scrap starts on out, as EWG still running the Cicada. Sansi sitting up on that high ground. Again, finding that lull, just doing a little bit of pepper damage with the ranged weapons. Everyone just wanting to try and get a little bit better intel of where all of the players are around them, which, I mean, it's honestly the right move to make when you're running into this many monks. You want to know, has someone ahead of me used that monk transformation already? Are we going to be able to punish a little bit of a misplay of those ultimate cycles if we need to run away when that zone starts to push us to relocate? Are we going to be able to dictate that tempo? Can we go on aggressive, or are we going to have to play a little bit more defensive and hold off on having some of those resources in case that third party comes through? As enough time has passed now that for those teams that were able to find the buffs, most of them have run out. And so everyone now feels just a little bit safer to try and figure out where everyone's set up now that those 2 minutes have passed.
Crazy how people can be able to do certain things and really keep the same momentum pushing into it. Let's see if they can rotate this in, though. That bow looks like they're going to be able to keep the same pressure in as well here. It looks like they're going to find one of those chests to see if they can find something out of it. But so far, this game has been pretty good for a lot of these teams. And JJ, obviously really surprising a lot of us here with a lot of eliminations so far, coming in with 11. 4 eliminations coming in from EWG, NPG, 17JL, Q9, and GBL. 7 eliminations from WBG. Finally, WBG finally getting the game that they really want to and or deserve. Let's see if they're going to see if they can keep the same momentum roaring into it now than ever.
17JL, another one of these teams that really quite consistently comes close to being within the top 5, but we're yet to really see them being able to actually walk away with back-to-back wins, as JJHLD have actually been able to find themselves a trove, a stash that they've been able to open. And oh boy, that is legendary nunchucks coming through for Godly, who is just going to be absolutely smiting every single enemy that he runs into when he goes for that transformation sequence. That's going to be a lot of damage. The only upside for every squad that runs into this monk is that he doesn't have legendary armor just yet, so he's going to be a little bit more squishy than the damage he's outputting would perhaps suggest. As GVL going to actually be able to find JDG, who are in the midst of backing away from that zone. They've been able to isolate out one of those members. The cannon splash is absolutely tearing into Lily's health, trying to grapple across that canyon and break away from being stun locked against the cliff face. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to dodge away. And speaking of not dodging away, that's not how you cross one of those thorny rollers. You got to stop, you got to look, you got to listen, and get out of the way when it's about to run you over.
Gonna be able to roll that over as well here and do what they can towards this, as Alliance keeping the game alive. WBG sadly missing one of their players, and that's Jing. Let's see if they're going to be able to handle it. Beautiful right click coming in from Sleepwalker, but Sleepwalker ends up getting juggled and disrespected. Doesn't even have the opportunity to even dip out. A 17JL is going to claim those eliminations, though. 5 eliminations coming in from their team. They're finally able to catch up on more eliminations here. Let's see if they can keep all of that momentum going towards the next spaces. You love it to see it coming into it.
Yeah, really smart play coming through from 17JL, just stun locking up that monkeys. You can see they're sitting on ultimates, but they don't want to actually invest all of those ultimates into just securing one player. So now if they find themselves coming across another team, like say Bayra, who are popping up on their right side, they're going to still have that Viper ultimate, they're going to still have defensive and aggressive tools to be able to see this second threat away, as Alliance starting to move into 17JL's position as well. They do have that monk transformation. That's going to be something that they have to be very cautious of, as Yu goes into aggressive mode with that Viper ultimate, and immediately they're just going to pull out the transformation from Alliance and Lucia and TP away, and poor Mbappe has to cancel it out early.
Absolutely insane mentality, getting absolutely clammed out. Absolutely unfortunate, though. You definitely don't want to get caught within those bad situations, though, and sadly, he does. So we're looking at the next bit of what's going on here. Let's see if they can rotate this around. Already putting it down and putting it together. Let's see if they can rotate this around here towards this one as GBL Han has to be able to get out of this circle here. It's not looking good for him. He does have that Draco Storm, but that Draco Storm is not going to help him because he's already dangerously low and outside of circle. It's not going to help him in the space. Oh no, so unfortunate coming into it. And look at him, he does get claimed by it.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a little bit of a mess up of rotations. And if you'd just been able to get one swipe off the stagger that lightning AoE damage does, would have secured himself both of those 2 kills. And unfortunately, it's a little bit of hubris for the team thinking that one player can handle 2 with that additional damage. And they will lose a player as a result, as Bauda trying to make sure that they don't lose one of these players. But AS, with just the tail end of that Yoda ultimate, will be able to secure the kill. It's very quickly going to be traded on out, though. Bauda coming in with that revenge pick off of the longsword should be able to get that resurrection online. Just that little extra stagger that comes with the Phoenix Blast, those 2 charge slashes rather than one, securing themselves that spacing as 17GL's Benshu going to very quickly be swiped offline. As it is actually going to be GBL Shin now, I do believe, going down to the Bane's Breath unseen.
Meanwhile, EWG has full access to this chest. You don't have to worry about anything. So nice and luxurious. How nice is it that they don't have to worry about anybody? Never mind. I take it back. Never mind.
They were still able.
I just said that. I just said that. Oh, it's so nice. Ballista bow.
You just spoke the ballista shots into existence. As it is going to be MPG again playing off of the bat of that ballista, trying to challenge any player that comes in close onto those tracks, making sure that no one is going to be able to easily take advantage of those Morris blessings. As Bane's Breath coming on through, cutting off a lot of the space for some of these players to be able to rotate away and cleanly disengage. Bauda actually going to be chased away from inside the cabin by the cannon fire, just returning any sort of attention that they can with those long shot swipes, making sure that no one is following them through. The cannon does still attempt to connect onto some of those members. Oh no! And they find themselves actually aggressively chasing with the longsword into actually walking straight to the Bane's Breath. And EWG now come through with the immediate punishment. Bauda with absolutely no way of escaping, feed themselves right into the fire. If ever I've seen a forward misstep, it's then.
Even with that one, though, still able to put it down, though. Let's see if they're going to be able to go through with these rotations. EWG able to claim it as well here with 6 eliminations. Sorry, I can't count. 7. I can't count. 7 eliminations. JJ still in the lead, though, with 11 eliminations still to their name here.
Yeah, I'd love to get to see a little bit of a loadout as well for JHLD, because to the best of my knowledge, they haven't really been one of those teams that have been proactive in coming to secure these Morris blessings and running that monk. It really is a prerequisite to be able to come in with the better armors. NPG again wanting to take control of those boxes, have been able to secure their monk up, that legendary armor, which is something I'm sure JJHLD are wistfully looking over at. As NPG still taking a very tight control of these ballistas, almost find the snipe onto the player dancing up for those bunny hops, just getting a little bit of intel as Q9's Goo actually going to go straight for that transformation. Does manage to find the grab onto JJHLD's Godly before the Temi ultimate can save him. The double grab is there. Godly is absolutely eviscerated with the damage from the double slam, and Goo is able to take out Legion too.
Oh, man. Able to come down with a nice little bit of a stack and is able to put it down here. It does a fantastic job of it and still is able to do it as Q9's Gua still going to be able to hold strong with it. Does get healed. Question is, does he get the shield swap? Yes, he does. Beautifully timed, though, as now he's going to be able to go through with the full shield, though. Keep the game alive for himself. Q9, another team that has been caught in so many fights, so many circles, so much momentum and timing, but still is able to claim some eliminations, though, and do what they can. And so far, he's done a fantastic job of it thus far.
Yeah, Gua's timing too, dropping that monk form just before he's sniped out by the repeating crossbow so that he can go into that bell clang and buy himself the time to be able to get that full reshield. It's Gua now moving in with those nunchucks, doesn't have the transformation, which is something that GBL do know. It's about starting to take a move forward, wanting to punish the fact that so many of those resources were dumped into taking out JJHRD. And despite being the only player left alive for GBL, has been able with the transformation to buy themselves a little bit of a safe nook to be able to hide themselves in before the range damage starts to pepper away at their health bar, and they have to drop that transformation to squirrel that position back into one of those bushes and get a little bit of a reset, just playing for survivability at the moment, as the Ballista has been able to keep a track of where exactly they've ended up. NPG looking to try to land an absolute gorgeous snipe mid-air, not able to find the opening that they're looking for. Have been able to find a warring 2 trios on the opposite rock away from them, though, and this is the Ballista coming in, doing so much damage. It's catching them now on the low ground. The second that zone forces them to move away, they are going to be in such a danger, but thankfully Jen's position is actually forced away by the bow from above them, and NPG are now going to have to slot another player onto that Ballista to make up for the absence.
Even with that one, though, let's see if they will be able to figure this out as well. Meanwhile, AWG just trying to see if they can hold on up top here. Doesn't necessarily need to force anything in terms of fights. Anything of that towards this reprimand, towards the final end of the circle here. Meanwhile, Xiaonan able to hold on towards the very end here. Let's see if they will be able to run towards this and figure it out. Love to see it, because now they will be able to punch this down and keep all of the momentum happening, though. Let's see if they can run towards this one, as now they will be able to find it. Let's see if they can rush towards it, as so far it is looking pretty decent and helpful for them, though.
Oh, gorgeous slam catches out Gua, who unfortunately gets pushed outside of the zone and then grabbed a second time by Sorrow for that follow-up damage necessary to net the kill. As Sorrow will be able to survive the full transformation before now trying to put themselves in a position where they're not going to get sniped out. That's the real danger, the problem for this team. They do not have a safe space, and the second they try and move forward, XCG are just going to cut them down with so much poke damage coming on through. NAD reduced to just Doshi at the moment, trying to use that purple bush, but not a single second allowed to try to get that recovery. DA2 for GBL has been able to get another transformation, despite being the only player left standing for that trio, and now finds themselves trying to go toe-to-toe with Doshi, as Xiaonan, supported by that Karumi, still doesn't have the tether just yet, but DA2 with a double slam hasn't been able to find a kill. Doshi hiding in the purple bush might actually find that position being usurped in a matter of moments, as we have 9 players left in the lobby. XCG, with all 3 of their players alive for this traditional monk composition, trying to go out into the open, knowing that they have a little bit more control with the numbers, but they immediately lose Li Jinghan. The Karumi decimated in seconds, forcing immediately the Terracotta Warrior to try and answer back, but that just sets EWG up to close the distance and decimate Xiao Nan with the Decatur ultimate. And all too quickly, XCG, who were putting themselves into a little bit too far forward a position, getting a little bit too cocky with the fact that they were still running that monk, that they still had that Karumi, just fall under so much focus fire from every single squad on the sidelines.
Every single squad you definitely don't want to be the target of, as they're even trying to get them outside of the circle here. Zai Liu is going to claim NPG's Gen inside of these rotation circles here, as NiHQ is going to be able to hold it and play this to the best of their ability, and plays this smart. Does what they can and what they need to, though, prior to all of this going on, though. And it looks like Sanzi Looks like they will be able to put it down towards this one. Beautiful strikes coming in from so many of these teams, and Sanzi is going to claim one of those eliminations thus far here, as we're going to be looking through the rotations here and seeing what they can do here. Sanzi is going to be able to rotate with this one around it and does what they can, as it looks like it's going to push in on NAD's Shoji. It looks like Gushi does get claimed though, and it looks like even towards the circle didn't even finally close towards the end. Wow, EWG finally does what they need to. They have been playing so consistent all day. And I told you this before. I've said it once and twice, and I've said it again. They have been doing well with keeping their consistency. EWG has done a good job of keeping themselves at least within the 10s and the 15s. And they get the top 3 every now and then, but they've still been consistent with the points. All it takes is one good pop-off game. As long as you keep the game consistently, just like you said before, everybody wants to get that one pop-off game. But if you get that one pop-off game, as long as you keep the other games consistent, everybody else is going to have to follow suit. If they don't follow suit, they're going to lose out.
Well, talking of losing out, EWG definitely did not. We got to see that Takeda ultimate coming in full force as well. The activation, the knockback that occurs on it, actually forced everyone outside of the zone other than the one player that Takeda was chasing down, and from there the Takeda ultimate strikes just do their job necessary, forces them to rotate outside of that zone, trying to find any second of respite, and they're not able to find that reset. They're not able to find any bubble of breath to take, and it is EWG finally walking away with that pop-off win. And just as we can heap praises upon EWG, we have to take a little moment to mourn what could have been for JJHRD. They played that opening so perfectly, and then it fell apart so quickly, Dabby. They were coming in with a potential 11 kills for a final zone. They just needed to survive, and survive they don't. They go down in a matter of moments.
They tried towards the very end here. I think they did a fantastic job still of maintaining even towards the very end here. Obviously, we will be seeing them in that second place, probably third as well. So regardless, those ranking points are going to help them. The multiplier is going to help them. So still, they're still doing well with the consistency. We still have one more game left, but obviously it's going to be a very successful day for them in games. Let's hope that they keep the same energy following Sunday, as we're going to be doing the part 2 of our trios for our Repechage. Now, coming into these last game here, this game 5, they did a great job of maintaining throughout the entirety of all of these circles. There were so many benefactors, there's so many cannons, so many bows, so many people surrounding these areas, really trying to get any form of eliminations they can here from these third parties, trying to see if anybody is going to be dangerously low. I mean, we even saw one of the players almost pull off a 1v3 with maybe half heals. No shield at all, just half of heals. It was able to pull off 2 eliminations, almost captures a 3, and a squad wipe. Insane coming in from some of these games and some of these players here. The teams have been absolutely pulling out some of the top stops. The top stops of what they can do here. So hopefully they're able to maybe do it again, but they got one more game to really solidify their lead going into Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, talking about, that almost free player kill streak for KZ's Reign, I love the fact that now we're actually seeing an adaptation come through off of the fact that the spear got a really nice buff in that its stagger frames actually got increased. So now there is a lot more incentive to go for those longer charge-up attacks of things like the Nezas, the Dragon Slayers, and the Crescent Slam, to make sure that you're actually able to find those stagger frames, and you can actually translate one pick into a full kill, as opposed to in the past where you would only really want to run those kinds of attacks on spear and commit to them if you had another teammate who was able to, like when we see players with a greatsword, provide enough of a distraction so that you're not going to get taken down before the attack can find itself charged up and actually finding the damage that it looks to.
So let's hope that maybe they can be able to find it as well within this final game here. But obviously, even with EWG getting that dub here, XCG is still looking good towards the top standings. Obviously, they probably still are in the top standings, even with it. And let's say they have that one bad game. It's still not going to be enough, though, as EWG takes the lead with a 17 eliminations, a 32.2 game score. But JJ surprising everybody with 11 eliminations and a 15.3 coming into these games here. NPG coming in Q9. Q9 has been a team I've been wildly impressed by. how they've been able to maintain, especially in the early games. They get so aggressive and they claim so many of these eliminations. They've done such a good job, but they struggle towards the very end. Sadly, NAD coming in with 6th place with an 9.4, still doing something. At least they got some points on the board. At least they're getting something. Unlike XCG with a 7.5, but hey, that is something. But I cannot say enough for AOW that claims absolutely nothing.
Yeah, that was the thing for AOW. Like, sometimes they just have this one game where something feels a little bit off, whether they go too aggressive, whether the composition gets put a little bit too far afield. They went down extremely early. I think for them, maybe it's just playing to the fact that they know that they've had that pop-off game. As long as they just have a couple of those games where they're able to hit above the 10, they should be safe and secure in that positioning. But if you have too many of these games that feel just a little bit too comfortable, you can find yourself staring into the face of a little bit too many zeros to be able to back up your position on this scoreboard. JJHRD definitely did a whole lot before we got to see them head towards that final zone, which is why they're still able to secure the 2nd place. But another team I want to really talk about is MPG, because twice now we've seen, whenever we've headed to Hollow, this team have a very good grasp of how to use threats like the Ballista to try and pepper and damage and secure those kills when other fights are squabbling around them. The problem for them is that a lot of the time in these final zones, the Ballista doesn't really come into play. So we don't really get to see them continue the momentum that they look to pick up in the mid-game. What we do get to see, however, is Xiao Lui coming out with MVP on that Temi, the first time that he's been able to pick up MVP for his team.
Absolutely insane. Finally able to see a first MVP coming in from Xiao Lui. 16k damage, 5 eliminations, 6,700 in healing. But check this out, 10k of it went just from cannon alone. I talked about this before, how we were talking about how well people have been doing well, getting so many of these damages coming in from the cannon. And check this out, he had all of what he needed for the cannon. He had Meteor, he had Dragon Roar, he had Flame Breath with him as well. And obviously he had Group Heal, Advanced Heal, and Rupture, Gale, Orb. He had everything he needed to put enough damage on the board with his cannon. And clearly he was able to do it with only 6k damage coming in from just melee. So clearly the cannon was doing absolute work for him. And we said it, I said it before, those cannons can be absolutely dangerous if people know how to use them.
I mean, they can be absolutely dangerous as well if there's an absence of Wu Chen. Like, that's the thing. When there are so many monks in this lobby and you're so cumbersome in your ultimate form, it's very hard to actually be able to dodge away from the cannon strikes, as opposed to when you're running something like that Wu Chen, you're able to hide behind the soul blades. Even when we see the Temi ultimates come through, a lot of the time, it's not to deal with the cannon fire, it's to deal with the repeating crossbow to hem some of those players in. So it's very interesting to track the stats of when the cannons do the most amount of damage. A lot of the time, it tends to be when Wu Chen is entirely empty from lobbies.
Absolutely insane coming into it. Sadly, AOW comes in with no eliminations. XCG only gets about 7+ points. And one of the other teams as well also ends up getting a low amount of points as well. But we still have another interview. We have Jaeger, who's going to take it away. But we have one more game after this, ladies and gentlemen. Who is going to take our game 6? We'll find out in a moment. Jaeger, do your thing. Take it away.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And today we are glad to invite Sanshao to our interview room and let him say hello to our audience. 好的，欢迎Sanshao来到我们这个英文流采访，先和观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是Sanshao。
好的，欢迎来到我们这个英文采访，也恭喜你们战队在刚才这把比赛获得了最高分。So first, congratulations that you guys get the highest score in the game 5. And you know what? In the final circle, you are like the only team still have the full formation. So I would like to know for your hero combo you are using today, how to operate and can have really good status in the end of the game. 那首先我们是看到今天的决赛圈啊，几乎可以说你们是唯一一支满编的队伍了。就今天你们用的这个阵容，我特别想问一下，怎么样可以拿到，就是到了决赛，到了最后的时刻，还可以整个队伍保持这么好的状态呢？
就打完的话就打架的话，尽量是就打我们觉得能打过的架，然后打的话，有人来的话就跑，然后没人来的话就把那堆吃完就尽量躲着一点吧，就尽量少打架。
好的。 So actually, to keep the good status to the end of the game, we think that we will like to foresee if we can win the fight with that team or not. If we can win, so we will go and fight. And if we watch there's other team, just stay nearby and we will run and escape, just avoid the fighting so you can keep really good status to the end of the game. Okay, so just because we talk about how you like to keep the good status to end, you said to avoid fighting. So I would like to know how you guys analyze that team if you can win or not. 那其实我们刚才也讲到了，就是你们战队在就是决定和哪队打架之前，其实会去判断这一波架到底能不能打赢。那我特别在这边想问一下三少啊，你可以看着我跟我聊一聊，就是你们会怎么去进行这个判断，然后去决定这个架是打还是不打呢？
就从阵容上吧，就像我们玩的就，武田加沙男加
对
这个
月
山，对，所以我们去打就看，如果是遇到红叶妖刀和无尘的这种的话，我们肯定是打不过的。对，就如果是遇到同阵容啊，可能我们就5-5开嘛。然后遇到感觉就像遇到什么比我们弱的阵容，因为就每个阵容它存在一定的，它可能是容错高了这个阵容，所以它战斗力就弱。但是我们这个就是战斗力高了，那容错可能就会低一点嘛，就相当于是这种，我们就会去找那种容错战斗力低、容错高的，我们就是收他的头，但我们不一定要把他们一队全收掉，但是我们收1-2个头拿装备就行了。
也是好的一件事情，对，也非常好的一个策略。So actually, to fight or not, we will depend on their hero combo, and because today we are using the hero combo like Temuj and Yueshan and Takada, and if we met the same hero combo, and I think just we are like in a piece and just fight with them. And if we met the team like they are using the Viper, Yodo, and Wuchen, I think that they are really good at fighting. So we will escape and avoid fighting with them. So we will depends on the hero combo and think that we will fight or not. 好的，谢谢三少接受我们今天的采访，也再次感谢你，其实给我们带来一个很精彩的分享，谢谢你们，然后也再次恭喜你。Okay, thank you 三少 for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
我买了一张2张，天人城！
哎，后面就有人，这我就人。
我来了，我没扶到，
我知道，但是我有大呀。
可打。
我 5加杀，能看我吗？
我在。他们不一定有的，我勾一下看什么甲。白甲，够了。接上别人一下来。罗破。
跟了，走了。
有符了。
没事。把。
哎，我拿了个符，快走，兄弟们。
走。消失走，别管我，我有推。自己走，我有推，谁被留了告诉我。
出去，我能走。
我也可以走。
我被喷了一下。
快走。
我拿到符了。
哎呀，赚个符，兄弟们！哎，这一队2张符过来，交一张。
我符币拿了，兄弟们，我符币拿了。越想我越生气，大家给我陪着你。
They finally brought my whale back in. They finally brought him back in. I ain't seen him in a couple of streams here for Naraka Blade Point Pro League Season 2, as I'm your host and your caster, DA2-TRIOS, accompanied by Moxie. And so far, these 5 games have been absolutely extraordinary for today. But we still got one more left. We've been seeing some crazy surprises. We got a double win coming in from XCG. Can AOW come in and get a double again? Can they match and tie up XCG with dubs today? I don't know. They struggled in that last game. They didn't get anything. Can they turn it around and do a full flip 180? Maybe. We'll see how this goes. Also, JJ surprising us, getting so many eliminations in that last game. Really trying to keep some form of consistency in some way. And JJ is a team we don't talk about a little bit too much here. But I will say this, though. AOW, not AOW. What was the other teams? There was one other team that was really keeping the points consistent so far. They've been doing a fantastic job of it so far. And I'm running blank on what their name is.
So there's AOW, there's XCG, and there's EWG are the 3 teams at the moment who are consistently hitting above the top 5s, and are definitely the 3 teams scrapping it out to be in position of that pole position heading into Sunday, where we get to see the second day of Repechage and see which teams exactly are going to be able to make it out from the losers bracket and still qualify into those playoffs.
Can be able to do that, though. Let's see if they will be able to put it down here and make it look good towards this one. Let's see if they can rotate this out. And so far, they've been doing a fantastic job of it. So let's see if they will be able to figure it out. And now, like I said, there's still more to be had, as now we still have one more game left. So the question for you, Moxie, is who do you think is going to pop off? But before you answer that question, we still got one more video to show you guys.
比较有信心吧，因为我们这一周第一个就是第一天嘛，我们打的很差，一天就拿了30分，27.7，我到现在还记得。然后第二天可能就是抱着没有压力的情况上场吧，结果第一把就可能也是运气好吧，一把就砍了29分，一把的分，然后就超过了我们那个第一天拿的总分，然后就是一天砍了70多分，进到了周决嘛，还是对，因为一天能拿这些分是 KZ 少有的，然后所以就是说对复活赛还是比较有希望的，也很感谢教练吧，就是比较能看出来，有点可能说看出来别人看不到的东西，有点吹牛逼了，但是就是说也很感谢教练能看中我吧，就是说，就这样吧。
LXX is just happy to be here. He's just happy to be here. He's like, listen, I'm just happy to be picked. I'm just happy to be here. I'm happy to make some magic happen. Now we're just here to try to make some magic happen. And you know what? Sometimes that's all you got to do. Sometimes all you have to do is be grateful that you're just happy to be around. And that little bit of gratefulness is enough to keep that momentum going here, as we are going to be able to lock this in for our 6th and final game here back on Morris Isle. The vibes are going to be very, very good, and I'm very excited to see how we can put all of this down and or together. I think we're gonna have a good time with it, and I think it's gonna be a good time. Let's see how they can dish this out.
I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing how exactly they can line up some of these comps, because it's the last game of the day, it's the last map of the day, which means a lot of the time players will have burned through some of their really favorite picks in terms of compositions that they come out with, right? The fact that we see so many monks just swarming all of those Holoroth maps means a lot of the time you eat into your supply of when you can run it on Morris Isle. And granted, we have seen throughout the day some teams trying to hold off on the monk picks, trying to be the only ones in the lobby. With a monk, they don't have to worry about counter grabs or ult cycling when they're going up against another monk composition team, so that they can be the ones that really dictate the tempo of how that final zone plays out. But we saw in the previous game what can happen if you are running 3 full plays of your monk comp, but you're a little bit too out in the open. You immediately get just 0 focus time by every single player, because just as you're looking for weaknesses on everyone around you, so too is everyone else looking to try and find who's in that position to come out on top and deny that win condition. And unfortunately, we saw it so many times in that last matchup, whether it was JJHRD just being absolutely blitzed down by pure focus fire coming out from Q9, which we're getting to see pop up on screen. That actually tied in really nicely to that point. As Q9 are a team that have been really impressing. The fact that they were just able to blitz through the forces of JJHRD off of some really nasty grabs coming out from Gua when he went into that transformation mode. It was just really goes to show how strong this team can be if they're given the space to be able to work off each other.
And clearly that has been the name of the game there. I think they have been doing a fantastic job of really working together as well and doing what they can here to keep not only the game alive, but also keeping their team alive as best as possible. I think they've been putting together so many compositions. I think they've been smart with their rotations. I think they've been smart with how to handle these certain moments in great stride. And clearly it's been helpful for them. They've been doing an amazing job here. So I'm really hoping that we get a chance to see more of it as we're going to be locking it in for our final game. Our final game going into this. This is going to be fun coming into it. And let's see if they're going to be able to provide.
I wonder if we're going to see a lot of Takeda. It feels really strange to be sitting in this seat and saying, I don't know whether people still have picks that they can use Takeda for, because at the very start of season 1, we didn't really see a lot of Takeda, and then moving into season 2, like, we started to see some teams experimenting with running him, mostly on Holoroth and solos. But it feels like there's definitely been a dynamic shift ever since we moved away from that Kurumi coming in for that transformation. Everyone sort of noticed, okay, well, Takeda can have that burst damage. You can fill the place of that Yoda, and even if you play Yoda alongside it, you're going to have 2 ultimates that have so much burst potential that even if you exhaust a Yoda ultimate before a fight begins, you're still sitting on that Takeda ultimate. You can chase, you can poke, you can pressure, and you're still sitting on a absolute win condition that's going to force all of those teams, the second that they see it come out, to immediately retreat. And as a result, it means that teams are blitzing through all of the opportunities they have to pick up Takeda. And we might actually see some teams not being able to field him, as, yeah, there's only going to be 3 that I can count at the moment.
Let's hope that that 3 multiplies by the end of tonight here. And on our final game, let's see if maybe they can change the minds of you coming into this. As you know, obviously it's not easy coming into these games with so many compositions, but look at all of the Vipers. And you said it before, it might be a Takeda comp, and you might be right. There's definitely a decent amount of Takedas coming in to some of these lock-ins for these players.
Yeah, I like it. I really like that Takeda coming through just as like the Temi, because it really allows these comps to be very flexible in terms of how they can use the heroes that they have, the abilities that they have to decide pacing. Because you want to really be able to have a very aggressive composition that can, on the flip of a dime, immediately swap onto the defensive. That's why Wu Chen is so strong, right? The fact that you can allow and support your team to be able to move forward, that you can make sure that you play that shield with the Soul Blade blocks, but you can also be sitting on the ultimate, so that if one of your players goes down because they're playing too aggressive on the front line, you're immediately going to be able to TP them out and get that revive online. And we're actually even hearing in terms of interviews if you're running that Takeda comp, you run into that Yodo, Viper, and Wu Chen. Sometimes you don't actually commit into the fight because you know they're just gonna bait you into using abilities, and then Wu Chen TP away. So it's better not going for the engagement, yet not baiting the Wu Chen TP, but still sitting on all of those resources you have instead.
Let's see if they can rotate towards it, but it looks like it's going to be an absolute massacre over at Celestra. We have rarely seen anybody really land at Celestra throughout the entirety of tonight, to be honest with you. There might be one team that goes there, but in reality, nobody has been landing there. And today is going to be a totally different observation for this final game, as we're going to see 5 different teams land at Celestra. So ladies and gentlemen, game number 6 starts right now, and it's about to get good.
Oh, Chin's already down. DA2-TRIOS immediately coming in with a kill, as unfortunately Team Ace just lands separate. And DA2-TRIOS are able to fragment them down. Alex falling extremely low, does not yet have that Yodo ultimate to be able to hit in case of emergency, and immediately Team Ace are just going to be spat out. It's EWG potentially coming in for that third party, now wanting to collapse onto some of those members of DA2-TRIOS who'd invested time into being able to find those kills, and they will be able to collapse on Alex, thankfully able to actually live because of that focus that comes out from EWG, but EWG now actually deciding to double back, and Team Ace not able to disengage cleanly, going to have to just sit there and take it as EWG off of the back of it, not really needed Viper ultimate, going to be able to find that kill. DA2-TRIOS with that Wu Chen TP will be able to get the Ken away, to get that resurrection online, and now have to go back to looting as EWG patrol the area, making sure that they just flip through all of the purple bushes, that no player is going to be hiding, as they know that Legion is extremely low. They've been able to corner the Viper, who goes down eventually. As DA2-TRIOS not going to be able to get back to the Viper until that rebuff has been used, and now they're just going to fall fragmented players that EWG are just able to wash over with numbers, no ults necessary.
As they will be able to rotate into this. AS does a massive job though with the heavy sword here, putting in so much work onto one of the players here. Lion TT looks like he's gonna be able to catch one though with the stun of the Viper, gonna be able to close in. Everybody else is pretty much dangerously low, whether they're low on shield, low on heals, and Benchu just has a gray shield. At this point you're already low as it is, you can be full HP, as Lion is gonna be able to claim the elimination onto AS here. 70JLZU is going to try to see if they can find something here, as he does need to be careful. JDG's Sheng going to try to see, but he ends up getting caught inside of a corner right on the underside. And you need to be getting out of there and not getting caught. And sadly, that's exactly what Sheng does. Ends up getting caught in a bad space. Doesn't look good. It ends up getting finished. And that'll be a good night for him going into this game number 6.
Yeah, Sheng unfortunately not able to escape, given a really nasty position coming through from AS with that Yodo ultimate, just forcing you to try to break distance. Unfortunately does mean that he finds himself up against a wall. As Baudana moving into that position, able to find a kill onto JDG's Lily. A lot of these trios are actually losing members in very weird time rates. As we're seeing a lot of teams just aggressively pushing forward. No one's holding back. Everyone knows it's your last effort of the day to be able to post points up on that board. Why hold back? MPG with that Wu Chen TP will be able to get out of dodge before the Bane's Breath comes on through. GBL are actually the one to pop that Moonsbane just to buy themselves a little bit of time to get that reset. But NAD removed from the action, swap to the bow, and try and catch some of their efforts before the Bane's Breath can actually pummel them. They know it got dropped for a reason. They know that the team is going to be sitting low in those huts, using this opportunity to get a reset, and they want to try and sneak a kill coming on through. Is KZ actually going to be caught out by a Viper ultimate? Jianin actually using that one to catch those players, skirting the edges of the Bane's Breath, and it should translate into kills from NAD, but they have to be so careful. Jianin goes so low, doesn't want to get juggled back into the Bane's Breath, but that's exactly what happened.
Oh, and KZ Range just dodges it with 2 in between. The Bane's Breath could have actually captured them, and it would have been really, really bad inside of this rotation, but sadly does not end up claiming it though, as they will be getting claimed by Waiting and GBL's Han. Looks like Sorrow also in the same boat here, getting claimed. Unfortunate timing coming into this. You hate to see it. as now it looks like the bow ends up getting sent by MPG's Jen. Been doing such a good job of it thus far here. Let's see if maybe they can come through with those rotations and see what they can do. But man, even with that though, still able to shut it down with that bow. And he doesn't give him an opportunity though to try to get up and try to at least try to heal at all. And he makes it look good towards the final standings though, as he is going to be able to look towards that one and shut it down here. Crazy observation coming in, as he is going to be able to shut it down and make it look good towards these finals. Wow, oh wow, crazy coming into these next ones.
LXX coming into that fight with the Yoda ultimate. Now trying to push onto the players around them, bow down on the back foot. With the Terracotta Warrior actually going to force KZ to use that Wuchen TP. They'd already exhausted the Yoda ultimate. They didn't have the burst damage to be able to bite through that Hellfire, and they are forced to just disengage. At least all of their numbers are going to be secure, as 17GL don't have a Yoda ultimate of their own at the moment. Have to be very careful that they don't find themselves going a little bit too far forward to some of these teams that are flanking around the areas. Everyone just wanting to get as much loot as possible so that those monks are going to be kitted up once those most blessings start to come online. So we see JJHRD trying to push onto teammates. A beautiful counter comes on through for the Viper. Unfortunately, it's going to immediately be covered by the peel coming out from Team Ace. Alex with that Yoda ultimate just putting so much damage through that even with the counter onto one of their teammates, no kill is able to be found. The Witch and TP in reaction so that everyone on the side of JJHRD is going to be able to live, as Team Ace, recognizing that they can't have gone far, now start to hunt, scenting that ground, trying to figure out where exactly this team has scampered off to. They know that the Viper ultimate isn't online as well, so this is exactly the moment that you want to punish. As we're seeing XCG popping a Moon's Bane, immediately trying to push onto JDG. Xusheng extremely low, dodging that grapple tech, trying to keep them in place. Doesn't want to throw in the Yoda ultimate just yet. It's a last-ditch resort. If they're going to be caught, might have to pop it in a matter of moments, as there it is. Unfortunately, their escape not quite as clean. The bell clang coming out from Zhao Nen into that transformation to make sure that they're able to dodge the slashes. And Xusheng now going to be extremely vulnerable, forcing JDG the peel for the Viper ultimate, but unfortunately you're not able to move away from the grab coming through from XCG, cancelling the Viper ultimate, and any saving move that they try to make has unfortunately just meant more players went down.
More and more of those players going down though. Very unfortunate coming in, as now gonna be able to go through the rotations here. JDG's literally getting caught in such a bad situation, doesn't even have the opportunity to try to fight it out, to even try to fix it at all. Ends up getting finished here, and that is one of the things that's very tough to do in these situations though. As we look at the free Naraka Steam codes, if you guys haven't gotten it, I suggest you go get it. Now is the time, as now we're going to be able to go through with these rotations and push in. Let's see if they will be able to go in and figure this out here. You love to see it come into this. Oh man, JJ just trying to hold this on here, trying to keep it together here, but Chuli just ends up getting juggled, slammed, and finished by the full team of ASE here, not giving them any opportunity to try to fix it at all, as he does get finished and eliminated.
Oh, that's unlucky for JJHRD, just losing all of those players staggered out as well. They just don't have any time to try to react when they just get stun-locked by all three members. And 17GL rooting through that stash have been able to pick themselves up a tasty little upgrade. WBG lost Sleepwalker at the moment, not going to have that monk to be able to hide behind in terms of threat that you're able to output. And AD using that Wuchen TP, just making it up onto the high ground, trying to make it a little bit harder for XCG to get on top of them, as WBG are actually going to be entirely surpassed at the moment. XCG just grappling on up, trying to get some information on where these players are going to be sitting. They might have been able to spot NAD off into that distance, moving away from Eventide Temple. And it does seem like something's drawn their attention towards that cliff face. The bows are coming on out. Just an absolute whiff of a player's presence, and they are off going a hunting. They've got those purple nunchucks. They've got the purple armor. The transformation is ready to go for Zhao Nan. They want to try and find these players, but Unfortunately, the train's making it pretty hard to keep a track of where NAD are. They're going to check the inside, and they found the entirety of the team. Do they have the Wuchen TP? Are they going to be able to escape? Xiaonan is immediately blitzed down. And it's going to be NAD trying to return any sort of focus. The Viper has been lost. They've still got the Wu Chen. The Yoda trying to create a little bit of space for 40 to be able to get any form of reset, putting themselves right into that frontlines fight so that maybe the Wu Chen can survive and get that TP off in case the Yoda goes and they need it to get the teleport onto both of those Kenzas. Surely 40 goes down. It's out of sync. Doshi falls after the Wu Chen. No emergency button to push for NAD, and they are taken out.
Taken fully out of contention here. Even with that one, though, is able to put that together there as XCG is going to be able to do what they need to here. Let's see. They're going to be able to run the rotation in different ways here. Still going to be able to rotate around it. Let's see if they can put it together now with more spaces.
Morris Blessing starting to come online. JJHRD, despite lacking that Wu Chen, are actually able to get on top of one of those chests entirely uncontested. It's the gold mine that this team was looking for. Not having that Wu Chen meant they would have been absolute sitting ducks if anyone had tried to pressure them out with ranged focus, but unfortunately for the team, no one's going to be close enough, and they should be able to get that chest opened relatively easily. As we do see GBL and Baoda both are actually going to be in possession of some of those buffs. Vermilion Birds Might coming through for GBL, allowing them to have those full resurrections and retain their loot when they go down too, which can be so very crucial as we start to move towards the middle stages of this map, and all of those loots that are easy to find starts to dry up as everyone's already ransacked the areas that you're running into. Red Zone starting to push some of these players a little bit further away. EWG still having all three of their players surviving, looking for a fight. They've got that Viper ultimate in case they run into one of these squads who are running those buffs. It's AOW just taking a little bit of downtime to be able to repair that pistol. We're hearing the range shots and exchanges coming on through. A bell clang off in the distance activated to make sure that no one is going to be within reach or going for that third party before the full commitment comes on through for the fight. KZ teleporting away before the Viper ultimate can lock them down, and immediately going to be running back into that anti-ult area, or at least trying his team ace. Jin wanting to make it away will be able to regroup with the rest of the team, but unfortunately they've teleported right into MPG. Thankfully, they're able to dash away before the Viper ultimate can catch them, and Sorrow has been able to find Alex from the side of Team Ace instead. Legendary Greatsword mincing through the health bar, immediately turning their attention away. Luckily for GBL, they were still sitting on that Vermilion Bird's Might. They are going to go down, but they're still not going to be locked out of this lobby. The Phoenix activates. It flies on up. The loot is going to be retained, and it's only Alex who is down permanently.
Down permanently, and still unfortunate. You definitely don't want to be down permanently within this space here, but when did EWG get 12 eliminations? When? 6 eliminations coming in from XCG. XCG still in the lead overall here as NPG trying to change the gap as well with 9 eliminations coming in. Sadly, JDG ending tonight with 0 eliminations all the way towards the end here. Looks like they're still going to be able to rotate this around. Let's see if they can figure this out towards it. Alliance is lucky, though. Really far out of circle here. Curious exactly what is he? I know he's healing, but...
He's being chased.
17 JL, ZU looking around, trying to make sure that he's not going to be coming out of it, but I don't think he's going to be coming out of it anytime soon.
17 JL are going to be sticking just to see wherever or not they're going to be able to track down where exactly he ran. They haven't been able to get the full set. Is the problem. Alliance can still pop up and be very much a form for another day, as we can see Lucky just sticking to the edges of that zone, playing voluntarily into the corruption so that no one's really able to find them or focus them down as Morris Blessing's coming online once again. This time there is going to be a much more frantic contesting coming on through. Monk versus Monk, repeating crossbow now, trying to shred the health as quickly as possible. Temi ultimate gets dropped, but it's XCG who's able to drop WBG's Jing straight onto the ground. They're still not able to find the kill necessary. Xiaonan takes a lot of focusing damage at the moment, falls below half, repeating crossbow, chipping away even longer as Baudana comes in a little bit late to the party, but actually off of the back of it, having that transformation outlasting every other squad, and every single team that tried to contest earlier is forced to give Baudaz that space, except that their transformation is going to run out far faster than Baudaz, and as a result, Baudaz, still in the midst of this fight, are able to immediately activate the Draco Storm and catch on to so many players that were so close. XCG immediately lose my HQ. It is going to be Aozhao coming in and getting so much aggressive play for Baudaz. Now they're just immediately going to circle back as Paul Lucky is feeling the absolute opposite at the moment. He was trying to just bait away into that Morris Blessing, pick up a rebuff charm and be on his way, but Baudaz immediately going to be able to double back and potentially punish as they're still chasing after the guy.
Not going to give him any opportunity to really be able to control any narrative that he has here, as it looks like they will be able to put this down. Let's see if they can figure out what's next here towards this one. As gonna be able to rotate around it though. Let's see if maybe they can do something with this one as well, as Alliance's Lucky is gonna be on the run. So is Mubai. Looks like he might try to do a sneak here. Let's see if they're gonna be able to figure this out as well towards it. Bauda all the way around it. Let's see if they can work towards it as well.
They're keeping an eye on that Soul Altar just in case Lucky was able to make off with one of those rebuff charms. They've actually gone past him. So Lucky's strategy of hiding in the temple, breaking line of sight, has worked, at least for now. The problem is that so many other players are around in this very position because they're also trying to hide from Baudaz. Team Ace Jin might just go down. The Viper ultimate going to be able to buy themselves precious seconds to be able to get that grapple to connect onto the rooftops, and the chase is on the grapple cancel to make sure that their wings are going to be clipped. Jin trying to use those nunchucks, decides that no, you're not going to be able to escape, has to go in for the damage and try and secure a kill before they go down. But the snipe with the musket fire comes through from Baudaz, and they're still able to find that pick. 17JL, on the other hand, coming in still with a Draco Storm to their name. Gonna be popping up outside of that zone, potentially catching onto one of these members that was in the midst of fleeing XCG's night HQ. Unfortunately, immediately going on down, reducing the squad to just the two. Thankfully, Xiaonan is still alive, but Li Shenghen on this Temi is not long for the world. They're about to go down to corruption damage with very little to be able to bail them out, as now it's just going to be Xiaonan playing. Unfortunately, still in the middle of that corruption themselves, might be able to keep themselves alive long enough to be able to make it through, but we're not going to get to see the same play that GG had all of those weeks ago, Davy, where two of their players just worked together to resurrect the one player that goes down and rinse and repeat before they're able to outlast a couple of squads.
Hard to rinse and repeat a process like that, even within these amount of rotations here. It's not the easiest thing to do, and sometimes that can actually cost you sometimes. So you definitely have to be careful in some of those instances if they're not necessarily working in your favor. And sometimes they might not be. It's not necessarily, it's pretty unfortunate to have it like that, but it can happen. You definitely have to pay attention to that when it's not being in your factor. And obviously, within these spaces, it can go really not that well for you. It can also be absolutely massive for you. As we look at 17 JLAS getting elimination off of WBG here. NPG's full team alive here, keeping the game alive, but check this out. We have a two-way tie between EWG and NPG. Close to that, though, with 17JL trying to catch up and keeping the rotations and the momentum alive for themselves, even though it is the final game here. But still, 10 eliminations are still going to be massive for them at the end of this, with AOW with 3 eliminations. AOW is going to have to catch up. They got to figure it out.
A lot of these teams are actually pretty much within reach of being able to try to match those kills. The problem for some of these teams is that unfortunately they don't have the loadouts. They haven't really been contesting those Morris Blessings. A lot of the time if you're running into things like the Monk or the Temi ultimates, you do just want to be on your way, because we've seen what happens, right? If you stay around in that fight a little bit too long and one team does manage to open the Morris Blessing and do manage to get that Broker Stomp, they will just immediately activate it and take full advantage of the fact that you stuck in that fight voluntarily. You put yourself into that blender of your own volition, as it is going to be EWG trying to secure one of those boxes. Not running that Monk, but really wanting to pad out the health bars of either that Viper, so you're a little bit more durable when you start to tick up and charge through of your ultimate, or the Yodo, so that you're going to be able to hold your ultimate a lot longer. As NPG immediately just stun-locking members of GBL. My goodness, they didn't even have time to be able to react. Just blink and you'll miss it. Entire squad gone.
Sometimes that just is what happens, though, in these spaces here. And sadly, you are right, though. They were able to claim that and get that finish and that elimination, though. Unfortunate coming into it. They've done such a fantastic job of it thus far. Let's see if maybe they can hold on to an MPG. Doing those 12 eliminations and doing what they can. They've done a fantastic job of it. Let's see if they can hold on all the way towards the very end here. Like I said, we love to see it coming into some of these teams here who has been doing a fantastic job of really maintaining all the way towards the very end here. So it's still a whole lot that they still have to work towards. Not only that, but also cover. But let's see if they can do it. As KZ in them was actually fighting somebody, but that Wushin, again, it's going to take them away and get them out of harm's way.
Really good disengagement coming on through. EWG now scaling up the sides of Temple, wanting to try and maybe find one of those players caught on that low ground as they try and rotate out and away from that zone. JJHRD taking a lot of damage from those Phoenix Blasts. Godly just trying to keep themselves online and moving as much as possible, as AOW wanting to take advantage. This is a team that likes to position onto that high ground, likes to take advantage of the lull and poke phase, and having those ranged weapons just absolutely able to burst and force these teams into dropping that Wuchen F ability very early on. Immediately, once those Soul Blade blocks run out, buys AOW that space that the team is now absent from. This EWG running legendary armor on their Viper. We talked about needing to have that Viper be a little bit more durable so you can survive the full duration of your ultimate and set things up for your team. Doesn't really matter about how durable your Yodo is as long as she's pumping out the damage, because you're playing off of the fact that the Viper is able to fully get that stun to connect. And it's Bauda running up on those rooftops, wanting to see whether or not they are going to be able to pressure out the team above them. 17JL, however, keeping them on their toes, not allowing them to really settle. Definitely in the prime position at the moment, able to just immediately book it over those rooftops in case anyone tries to return fire. We're getting so much poke pressure onto any team that strays away from the cover of those tiny little parapets.
I mean, you have to give them that pressure, though. Even in these situations, though, you definitely want to give them that pressure. You don't want to give them that opportunity, really, to try to fight it out in any which way, shape, or form here. And you have to be smart in terms of how you can do it as well. So there's still a lot of it, really, you know, even in these situations to be had. You just have to make sure that nobody is actually going to come through and take it away. As now we look at it towards the next steps here, and there's still a whole lot of a contention happening. You just have to kind of work towards it and be careful.
EWG having to be very careful at the moment. So many squads vying for attention off that high ground. JJHRD actually going to be keeping themselves away from having to burn all of those resources, putting themselves onto that low ground, wanting to see if anyone else is going to have that same idea and try and take cover, looking into a team that's already set up with that Viper ultimate raring to go. As Bauda sitting a little bit on the mid ground. Q9 also playing it very conservatively at the moment. No one really wanting to step out of position, knowing that they're immediately going to become that focus of target for every single player in the vicinity. But so much poke damage coming on through. Bauda actually taking the opportunity, knowing that that zone starting to close them up is going to be pushing some of those players out into the open. perfect to potentially try and grab up one of those players, lift them from the low onto the high, separate them so far away from the team that they're not going to be able to get peeled for in time, and that a kill should be able to come through. Worse, with the Ken going down so deep in enemy territory, you're not going to be able to reach and TP out. But speaking of not being able to react, that's an absolute gorgeous Justina freeze coming through and catching all of the players of NPG, forcing them now to just try and run as fast as possible. Godly with an absolute godly connection. Unfortunately, not really able to use it to secure the team a space, as they're forced to go onto those treetops. Wuchen TP allowing EWG to fully rotate without having to worry about going down to that cannon splashes. Ventus now deciding to make a move, catching onto some of those players on the cliff face, looking to maybe be a little bit less attentionized. Will be able to find a pick onto KZ, just absolutely blitzing through the health, but Bard is actually able to steal one of the kills onto Apple.
Even with that though, 17 JLZUs trying to see if they can hold on to it. I don't know where the hawk sounds are coming from, but I know those bull sounds have been putting in absolute work here. The absolute flame coming in from that as well. The Soul Jade coming in, really being able to be helpful though, getting that massive amount of damage. Meanwhile, the rest of the team of KZ is going to get eliminated by Ventus. Ventus putting so much pressure on this single player, really being able to knock them out as their team is still alive here. Going to be able to work towards it though, as they will find KZ's Ganbi as well here. They're gonna have to be careful though, as that full team is going to rotate and push in on this, keeping that same pressure onto this one player. They don't need to do anything too crazy. They just need to make sure that they get the elimination, but it looks like they will be able to get away here in a right amount of fashion. Still within this rotation, EWG with 15 eliminations, playing it to the best of their ability and their knowledge. They're doing such a fantastic job of it so far. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum going into it. Man, they've had such a great push so far with this. Let's see if they can keep it going as well.
Oh, Chu and Yui coming extremely low on that low ground at the moment. 9% away from the Wuchen TP and rotating to safety, but it goes down to Pixel before it can come on through. Ventus claim the kill onto the Wuchen, and now they're the ones who have to try and grapple up to safety so they don't get caught out on the low ground when that zone starts to close on through. Thankfully, they're able to scale rush onto those rooftops and provide a little bit of space for them to be able to haul up into. Is EWG looking to use this corner? The cannon's coming on from in case anyone tried to contest and get close. Ventus just grappling up, applying a little bit of pressure, then backing back down to that low ground to be able to get that reset necessary. As Bauda still very much in control at the moment with those cannons coming on through to catch any player that potentially tries to shove them off of this high ground. Temi ultimates are going to be absolutely perfect for any team that wants to try and secure how this final zone is able to find any leverage. As we see 15 players still sitting alive and pretty. Sansi's able to find a pick onto Lucky, who somehow was able to survive up until now. Will go down, knocking the team out of the lobby. Bauda's still going to actually have any safe space to be able to go for that transformation. Apple going straight for that monk form. Again, just using it as a threat, buying the team the necessary time to go for those repairs before dropping down onto the low, catching all of the players. Thankfully, it's EWG who have a Viper ultimate to be able to play off of. No one actually going to be able to capitalize off of that. Everyone's so fragmented as the zone starts to close on through. It's actually going to catch another Viper ultimate out onto Apple, forcing him out of the zone. It's EWG. Sansi comes in with an absolute gargantuan Yoda ultimate, catching onto every single player in the area. Gets baseball batted outside of the zone. Tap dodges back to safety. Still trying to deal with 17JL as there is no place to hide. EWG taking so much damage from the poison splash. Sansi able to survive and outlast. And off of the back of an absolute mammoth Yoda ultimate coming through from Sansi. EWG walk away with the victory.
What did I just watch? EWG coming through with a massive finish. Sansi cleans up the entirety of the lobby without any question, any thought in my mind. This man just went crazy in the final lobby. see. I literally saw almost every player just get absolutely simped all the way to the very end of the what?
Yeah, it's insane. There are so many things that allow Sanji to come through with that absolute gargantuan ultimate. First of all, Bauda have control of the high ground, but because they've been using it with the counter splash damage, so many teams have actually taken cover below them, so that when that transformation comes through from Apple, they're forced to give up that high ground perch and drop down to the low. And then they're feeding themselves into Vipers. The Viper ultimate comes on through, and what happens is everyone tries to break line of sight and get themselves behind the pillars as fast as possible. So the second that the Viper ultimate goes out, everyone has to tap dodge away from the pillars to try to make it back into the safety of the zone, and that actually forces them to tap dodge into Sanzi. So you're not actually able to use the energy or stamina that you have built up to tap dodge out of the Yodo strikes. Instead, you're tap dodging into them. Sanzi times it absolutely perfectly. And then it's another Viper ultimate that connects onto Bauda's Apple before in the monk form they're able to make it back into the zone. So EWG don't have to worry about burning that Yodo ultimate to chunk down the monk's health. They can use every single one of the slashes to connect onto every single player below them. And Sanzi just gets an absolute shooting gallery.
I don't know what I'm supposed to say here. It's one of those few times I have he does the slashes come in at such a beautiful time. I need a wow. How about that EWG, huh? Oh my goodness, what did I just witness? I just witnessed Senzi go absolutely off. If he's not the MVP, I am gonna be so mad. There's no way that he's not the MVP after that massive amount of eliminations, those kills, those finishes, and all of that. I cannot believe.
That might actually be the most successful Yodo ultimate we've seen.
Not only that, that might be the best ending. The best ending we have seen for a Yodo finish. You know what's so funny? Every time I'm casting with you, something wild happens. Every time I've casted with you so far, something crazy happens. Something wild goes down. Something last time it was Spider that did this exact same massiveness, and now this time it's Sanzi who decides to have his own agreement and says, you know what, I'm gonna give you a show you ain't ever seen before. You know, I did this before the last time. I cannot believe it. I'm gonna have to do it again. I have to do it again. I have to do it again.
You didn't know what? Okay, I will join you, but just like I will dip.
I gotta do it again. I gotta do it again. I don't care from what. I gotta do it again. It's easy. 24 eliminations, 43.4 points coming into the final game, game 6. Oh my goodness.
We got a 40 bomb.
We got a 40 bomb and a 20, almost a 25. We've got a 40 bomb of points. Oh my God.
Davy, we're gonna get to see in a matter of moments just how many players Sanzi took down in that ultimate, because we're gonna get to track how much damage that ultimate did. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm expecting it to be about 15k.
I got that's at least that's a 30,000 damage game. That's a 30,000. I'm putting it to that's 30,000 at least.
100%. Like, at least. We might actually get to see the record broken.
If we see a record broken tonight, I'm losing my mind, okay? Moxie, you might have to finish the show without me, okay? That's just how crazy this has gone so far. With how tonight has been, we knew it was gonna end strong, but not as much as, excuse me?
It's not Sansi.
I'm sorry, excuse me? I'm sorry, excuse me?
Tammy's about to phone up the Nbpl and just revoke MVP privilege.
Nah, I need stats from Sansi. I don't, listen, Lu, congratulations, second MVP. I need to see Sansi's stats. I do. I need to see the stats from that game. He has an Assault, Alchemy, Flame Breath, Poison Splash, Starfall, and Phantom Step. 15k damage, 12 eliminations, 11k in healing, 6 assists. He has those 12 eliminations, so hey, listen, he might have topped off with those eliminations, but I gotta see the damage from Sansi. I gotta see the damage coming in from Sansi.
Hopefully we get to find out. Otherwise, it is a question that is going to haunt our very existence until the end of time. Tell me just how much damage did Sansi do in one Yodel ultimate? But I mean, honestly, I can see why the Viper works with MVP. Again, it does come down to so much setup. For the team, Sansi is able to, with the team's help and resources and all of that setup with that stun, come into the full duration of that Yoda ultimate. But I cannot wait to hear how this interview is going to go, because we're stunned. I'm sure the viewers at home are stunned. Jaeger's going to be stunned. Hopefully we get to hear from Sansi himself to give us just an inkling into what exactly was going in on that Yoda's mind the entire duration of that final zone.
Jaeger, do your thing.
Thank you, Darby and Moxie. And hi, everyone. This is Jaeger, and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing with 叶然 and let him say hello to our audience. Hello, 叶然，先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 EWG 的叶兰。
好的，欢迎来到我们这个英文流的采访，也恭喜你们。今天打的最后真的是猛猛杀 So first, congratulations that you guys again have the higher score in the game 6. And today, it's like you are really aggressive, especially in the game 6. So did coach give you some mission? 那其实今天看到你们后面2把都是猛猛杀，特别是最后1把，就想问一下教练是不是给你们什么指标了？
因为需要我们的是，他叫我们复活赛就拿第1嘛，就一定就不说是为了啥，就是为了锻炼自己的话，复活赛也得拿第1。
是的，是的。
然后就是今天为了这么杀的话，我觉得还有一个原因就是能去吃顿饭吧。
啊，他是之前就允诺你们了吗？
没有，就刚刚我们打的时候说的。
打着说到要吃饭，所以说能打得这么好是吗？
对，有一半原因吧，我觉得。
哦，可以。Okay, so because before the game, because today is the Repechage, and our coach just gave us the mission that we have to have the top 1 in the Repechage and Repechage, and also why we are very aggressive in the game 6 is because when we are playing games together and we just talking with our teammates like, oh, after the race would we go to the hot pot together, and because everyone just wish to go to the dinner together, so that's why we're really aggressive and can have the higher score in the game 6. And today, because you know what, your team seems like every time at the beginning of the game, EWG always like to fighting with other team, and usually you guys can win the fight. So I would like to know, so how your strategy at the beginning? 那其实 EWG 战队啊，我能不能可以给他判断一下，就我觉得是一个比较激进的战队，不知道你们认不认可这个风格啊？因为在一般比赛的开始，我发现你们战队都特别的喜欢去打落地架，而且一般来说都能打赢，所以就特别想问一下，就关于自己战队的这个风格，你怎么去定义？包括为什么你们基本上要去打落地架呢？
因为我觉得就是我们队的，就是说硬实力的话，就拼到的是硬实力，我觉得是就挺高的吧，我觉得，因为加上最近就是这赛季 来了个3少的补强嘛，就让那个输出位就更厉害了。
对，是的。
然后我觉得就是洛丽架我们的胜率会很高，然后呢也不会去怕去搂输啥的，然后就觉得洛丽架也能搂得过，那也可以去打洛丽架。
啊，是这个样子。So actually, because I think our team is really strong, like everyone is good at one-on-one fighting, and especially because Sanshao joined to our team this season, and we're really good at fight with other team without the ultimate at the beginning of the game, and that's why we can always fight at the beginning. And usually, like I think I have a high rate that we can win the beginning fight at the beginning of the game. 好的，谢谢叶然，感谢你今天一个分享。接下来是不是要去吃火锅了？一起，非常重要的一件事情。好的，那也就不耽误你们去吃火锅，也再次恭喜你们今天一个很好的发挥。So thank you, 叶然 for today's interview, and they are going to have the hot pot. So let's quickly just finish the interview and get back to the casters.
Thank you, Jaeger. Did a fantastic job here. Absolutely insane coming into this last game here. I'm shocked. That game was nuts. That game was nothing like what I expected it to be. I knew it would be a good game. Yes, I would hope that it'd be a game. I think everybody expects for the games to be good. I didn't think it was going to end like just it was Sanzi versus the world good, though.
I mean, you heard it, right? Just if you want to have a good game of Naraka, just go for hot pot after.
I mean, to be fair, though, if you do that and they say, hey, like, let's go crazy, right? Listen, if you do it right, and they do that, then you can just go, hey, we'll go treat you to some food if you go crazy. That's all you have to do? Bet. Drops 15 plus elimination single-handedly by himself. I can only imagine how the rest of it goes if we're able to lock it in for that one, though, as we're looking at the top list here. Moxie, make sense of any of this.
Well, JDG, unfortunately, not really able to break their curse of underperforming, will be taking up that 16th and last position. GBL had some really good showings today in certain fights, but again, just not really ever able to make it into the top 5 consistently. But this is where it matters, Darby, the top 8. We are going to have another 6 games played out on Sunday, so there could be a potential shift around. However, EWG, XCG, and AOW have all but confirmed that they're going to be able to make it into those top 8 teams, able to make it past Repechage and coming into those grand finals.
I mean, look at this EWG coming up top here with a 155, XCG at 137.5, AOW 119.1, absolutely insane. NAD with a 72.9 here, had that 40 in the first 2 games and sadly just was not able to catch up between games 4 through 6, but they're still able to come through, they're able to come back, and they're able to make some of that magic happen here. Let's see if they're able to put it together even more than that one. And hopefully they'll be able to do the same thing this upcoming Sunday. But tomorrow night is our solos.
Indeed it is. And I love solos at the moment. I love the fact that now there is a real incentive for those players to actually use those sweeping big attacks. I think that's what Zeeping does bring to the table. I know that there's been a little bit of talk about whether or not she allows too much passivity coming into some of those plays, that the fights last a little bit too long, but having that bubble, making sure that you're not interrupted, means that we get to see things like the greatsword and that spear that previously we didn't really get to see shine, because again, the charge up time for those weapons was absolutely gargantuan. A lot of the time you would be counted out, but being able to make sure that that actually goes through is that we're seeing a little shift in terms of weapons meta, especially in the maps of Holoroth, where we tend to see the Zeepings come out in full.
Coming out in full indeed here, as we still have more magic happening tomorrow, so stay tuned tomorrow for our solos, and then stay tuned tomorrow for the finale and the conclusion of our Repechage and who is going to be qualifying for our finals, our grand finals for Naraka Blade Point Pro League for our season 2. So far, it's been an absolute pleasure casting with everybody. It's been a pleasure seeing all of you in chat that has been showing love throughout the entire season so far. And we're getting close to the end. It's been an absolute heck of a season. It's been a lot of surprises, especially tonight with this game 6 here. And it's only going to be more exciting as we get closer and closer and closer to our finals.
Yeah, we've been treated to some absolute amazing Naraka today. Not just that last game with Sensi coming in so clutch, but also all of the games that we've had today where we've really got to see all of those teams really pop off and hit the expectations that we had coming into the day where, you know, sometimes a lot of pressure can get to some of these teams. They know it's their last chance to be able to make it towards those grand finals. And some teams have been able to meet it. Some teams have been able to keep their head above the water, and teams like AOW, XCG, EWG are looking extremely strong moving into these next couple of days.
Well, they gonna get their food. I'll tell you that. They gonna get their food. They gonna get their potluck. They gonna get their whole feast. That the coach, I told them to go. Guess what? They about to go eat that. As for me, I gotta clean up. So, you guys have a fantastic one. Thank you guys for showing love. As always, for Naraka Blade Point, I am your host, Davier, alongside Moxie. Thank you, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for the finale of Repechage for our solo finals. I am wet. Moxie, I'm wet.
That was your choice.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. And they can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I will rise 1,000 times. Oh, rise 1,000 times. Oh, see, my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
From the ashes, from the brokenness, whoa, and all the pain. They can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. They can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I still see my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
I will rise 1,000 times. From the ashes. Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or put push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no, they can try to bring me down or pull me to